It's 10k. They want to turn.
Okay, it's so slow, so slow.
They're only 3 here. They want to turn somehow.
It's 8k, they are doing this super slow.
I am mega now.
They're out. They're out.
They want to wait for my mega to end.
They're still doing it. Yeah, we can just play it, no?
Coming.
Look.
Just keep fighting, guys.
They flash on them.
I have W in 2.
I can shield in 2. Okay, that's fine.
Just shield. Slow chase, guys, slow chase.
Yeah.
They don't have a tower.
Yeah.
I can flash on Azir.
Okay. Just take care.
Here go Nash.
Yeah.
I would buff Mejaz, Soul Stealer, because it would create a lot more snowballing. You know, like there'll be a lot more high risk, high rewards, and I think that'd be really fun for the game. If people are buying Mejaz early and then playing to get the stacks.
Bloodthirster, I think. It used to be such a good item, and like lifesteal on 80 carries is really big. I feel like a lot of other roles has a lot of natural lifesteal and with Conqueror and Gordrink and all that, but I think you can't really build item too much now because it's not too strong with the shield and healing and whatnot, so probably just buffing Bloodthirsters would be great.
I want him to buff Ravenous again because I really missed the active on that.
Navori Quick Blade, because I'm a Lucian player and I can't build this item, even though I think he's very interesting. But yeah, I don't think you have a spot in the game right now to really play this item except Tryndamere.
I think Seraphs would be a really interesting buff. It doesn't seem like it's the mage item that it was kind of meant to be with the item rework. Yeah, I think like mage items in general just don't feel super great in mid lane.
Gale Force, I think. I think it was really fun to play on Graves. Even like I built it on Viego sometimes. I think it's a really fun item, and now the cooldown is like too big.
Probably Runans, because if it's broken, it's only broken for AD carries, and then I'm happy, because only range champions can buy it.
Buffs Derek's Gauge, since after the nerfs, it's a very niche item, and not a lot of champions build it.
Okay, I would buff every AP item.
I would nerf Maw because I'm a mid laner and I want to kill 80 carries and bruisers, but when they build Maw, it's a little bit more difficult. So yeah, get rid of Maw and give me Soul Stealer.
It's probably Death Stance actually more, like right now Death Stance is completely bonkers. It has to be nerfed.
Probably Death Stance. I think it's a bit overtuned and it makes people like junglers as well be able to abuse it when I think it's mostly meant for top lane. I mean Bruises in general, but yeah.
Divine Thunderer or Death Dance?
I think especially in 12-10, Death Stance seems to be extremely strong.
I would nerf Moonstorm. I think the healing on some champs makes the game really unfun and unskilled. Like the unskilled champs are like stronger, I guess, especially in the new patch.
Divine Sunderer. That item is not okay.
I would nerf Divine Thunderer against tanks. It feels completely unplayable as a tank when the enemy top laner reaches Divine Thunderer. There isn't really much counterplay at all.
Nerf every AD item, I just removed Gale Force to begin with.
I think our high is definitely going to be like trying to go for playoffs. It's not too unrealistic, I think, in our current position, just because a lot of the teams kind of stayed at the same level in terms of their off-season strength. Our new mid laner is like an absolute insane prodigy godchild. He brings a lot to the team that's fun. He's very young. He kind of has these youthful qualities that us boomer players, it's a breath of fresh air.
I don't really have any expectations for the split. I think that I mean, our goal is obviously to do a better job than last time, but I think it's I expect us to do better for sure, but I think it's gonna be uphill battle. We're the underdogs for sure, right, going into the split, but I think as long as we take it one game at a time, I think it will be great.
It was definitely strange that so many experienced players and like relatively talented young top laner weren't able to come together and make a run for playoffs.
I think Astralis is a good team. I think they had a pretty rough last split. I mean, I don't think they expected to do this bad as they did. But I think they have good players, so if they manage to fix their issues, I think they will do great. Just the pressure of playing for that kind of org and having like a lot of expectations on your shoulders, like going into the split, and like when you start to struggle and you don't really know what to do to win, you kind of forget how to win as well. So if I have to guess, it's probably a lot with the mental thing.
It was kind of clear into like our second or third week that that us as a team wasn't gonna probably get any wins, and we needed to make changes. I mean, Dragain coming in kind of saved us for sure. He was like really great addition to the team, and the environment was amazing. I think we got really lucky with like the people that we have on the team now. We're all super like pretty cool-headed. There hasn't been like much yelling or kind of heated debates. A lot easier when there's no kind of public expectations on you. People expect us to fail. Our environment is so good, and losses for us aren't as devastating as they are for other teams. Towards the end of the splits, we were definitely not like the worst team in the league anymore. Like we were like, if there were more weeks to go, I'm sure we would have been ahead of M&M and Ricky. I feel really strong going to the splits. I think with Picho on there, we'll make some splashes.
I went into the last split a bit as imposter a bit. I felt like I didn't think I would be able to play in this league, and I had this mental of where everybody was just so much better, and it was really hard to. I played really respectfully and scared for first like 2 weeks of the split for no reason really, just being nervous. And after a while, me and Jeppe, especially in the bot lane, started to look for these 2v2s and just said like, screw it, we were just gonna go in and take the trades, and we started winning a lot of 2v2 bot lanes, and I felt like we ended up killing all of the bot lanes that we faced, and with that came confidence. If you think you can win, but if you don't think you can win, then when you start the game, you're just gonna play scared and you're just gonna lose. So.
Hello there, fellow NLC fans, and welcome to Iceland. My name is Daði, and I'm a Thirsty superfan. I never leave my house without wearing my Thirsty cap, and I drink one Thirsty Nocco every day. We have X7 next week. It's gonna be an easy dub. I mean, we won M&M, they lost against M&M, so don't forget to dream Thirsty.
Look here.
Okay, we're fine, guys.
Look here.
Okay.
I'm watching.
Yeah, look on me.
You just one shot.
I have heal. Don't go too crazy.
Come to me.
We're
I
still
can
mid.
pressure. I can pressure
wanna go
captures
in
from
here.
behind. You can just hit the turret.
I
Okay?
have
No pressure.
TP up. Oh, they're only.
Walk this way.
I'm
Okay.
fine.
It's good.
Oh,
I'm tipping. I'm tipping.
Gonna
The
flash.
bubble.
On is behind.
Can we
coming,
save
welcome.
Lucian?
I'm a fan.
I
I'm fine.
think
I'm
go-
fine.
I've been two.
One if possible. No,
I
no,
have
it's fine.
ulti in 7.
No, don't fight more.
Okay,
Get me,
Kermit,
ult mid.
They're going on you. We're just
That's
pushing
fine.
up. We're pushing up.
Where are they going?
No ult Zarvan, guys.
We fight.
I
We
will-
can
I
fight.
will-
How are you? Yeah, I will.
You win this. They have no dashes.
Oh my god.
Just keep
Nice.
driving, keep driving.
Push bot, I think.
Nice.
Good German.
Guys, the TP behind.
Kick him.
No.
I'm ulting their backline. They can't follow.
Oh
Go on,
shit. On is
this
behind
guy?
us.
No, we're fine. I can
Fuck,
shield you.
I redamped
Just
again.
shield you.
They did wombo combo off and they did like no damage.
2,
Can you
1.
hear me?
Okay, yeah.
Oh shit. He did.
Take towers, guys.
Bubble.
Hold
get
them
there.
and take tower.
Oh.
Good German.
Double in 2, 1.
They're horny.
Get him!
I'm not thanking
Oh
anymore.
my god.
Can you shield me? If Karthus shoots?
My
Oh,
KD
you can
dash.
dash.
Why don't you say?
Bruh. Cortex was murdering me as well.
Kill this. Give Give me the kill,
Kitty,
please,
kitty,
please,
kitty.
please, 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 please. No.
Oh, fuck. Nice. Well played, boys.
GG.
Fuck, that was such a hot game.
The unkillable demon!
Thank God, by the way.
I'd love to ask you what your aims are for the summer season and beyond as well, Diamond Prox. I'm guessing, you know, Bifrost want to win. That's their aims. They did pretty well in the EU Masters. What are your sort of goals?
My goal is to basically improve as much as I can as an individual and help the team as well with the experience I have and maybe with the ideas that will arise in the future, because the game is going to be so much different. Like, I think the game was kind of stale in the last year. After the last summer changes, there's nothing new was emerging. Really, everything was kind of the same. And right now the game is going to be completely different. And now maybe my experience will help to understand something faster than others. Maybe not. We will see. And overall, I'm just looking forward to work with it as a team and to improve as much as we can and go as far as we can as possible.
I'm looking forward to seeing how you get on. And what are your thoughts on the European regional leagues as well? Because, you know, you're experienced in the LCL. Obviously, the European regional leagues are slightly different, where we have these multiple different leagues, and in particular, France and Spain are pretty popular. But the NLC, you know, we've had some good players and good teams in there over the years as well, and we've reached latter stages of the EU Masters. You know, last year we got to the finals twice, lost to Carmine Corp both times, unfortunately. But I know there are a few teams in the NLC that want to get there, you know, and want to knock Carmine Corp off their perch. So, yeah, what are your thoughts on those ERLs and the fact that other big name players have moved to ERLs, like I say, Reckless, Forbiven, Haru and Tempt, and now you?
I think ERL leagues have improved insanely much by the last I think 5 years or so. It's all the work Riot have put into this league really pays off, and we see by the amount of attention the Spanish league, the French league, and other leagues are getting, and it's only growing. And it's actually quite interesting to see right now, because I remember, I don't know how many years ago, maybe 6, maybe something like that, but quite long time ago, like European second division leagues, they were not so good. I remember, like, I only cared about LCS back then. Like, right now it's LEC. I only cared about those games between the first maybe 6 or 4 teams playing between each other and nothing else. Right now, actually, there are much more teams that you can learn something from. I think in France there's at least 2 or maybe 3 good teams that you can learn from. In other ERL leagues, there are actually teams that are capable of producing something very good as well. Also, I think that the top U Masters team could compete against LEC. At least they could. I think they would beat the bottom 4 teams and maybe compete with the middle pack. It's not quite on the level of the highest LEC teams ever, but maybe if the players are not going to be, brought from the ERL to the LEC directly right after they show some good results, maybe then ERL teams could show up the better results compared to the LEC. But I think it's really good infrastructure in growing the new players, making them learn a lot. And just because every team has a coaching staff, has the good players that can teach each other, I think League of Legends knowledge in our region grows a lot because of it. And also, already I can say that I enjoy playing in ERL team just because we get kind of better scrims than we did in Russia. I don't know why. Yeah, much better opponents.
Okay, well, that's interesting to hear. And yeah, I have to ask about solo queue as well, because again, we were mentioning off camera, you get people saying to you over the years, I played against you in solo queue years ago. I was talking to someone last night at this XL launch party that they played against you in solo queue. You must have seen the game change a lot. What's that been like, knowing that new players are coming in who maybe aren't aware of you, or as aware as people were, back 10 years ago?
Yeah, it's really fascinating to see how the game grows, and some people that recognize you in solo queue, they say that they're watching you from season 2, and then they tell that they're like 16 years old, and then you wonder, oh my god, how young have you been when you watched me in season 2, man? And now you're playing in Challenger in same games that I do, and maybe you show even better results in the leagues. It's actually really good to see the young generation improving so much in the game that you love and you're passionate about, and maybe they're the future of this game.
That must be nice to know you're an inspiration as well to some of these younger players that have come up. I'm guessing you've had players say to you, hey, I looked up to you, I watched you, and you encouraged me to be a player.
Yeah, I've had many interactions like that. I don't know how to respond to them, to be honest. I'm a little bit shy in this regard.
But that's a good thing, to be honest. I think a bit of modesty in this industry, because we do have a lot of egos in esports, and you seem to come across as someone who's quite grounded, which I think lends itself well to being part of a team as well. So yeah. Moving on, we've spoken about the NLC. Can I ask, did you have any other offers that sort of tempted you? Were you close to maybe playing in a different region?
I've had a couple of other offers that tempted me, maybe monetarily, and some of them from the other regions, some of them from the different parts of the world even. I don't mind too much traveling around the world. I love this stuff. I really enjoyed the time being in Brazil in the last year. I really love to see the new cultures that I haven't experienced before, the new people, even though it drains my energy to be around the people all the time, but I really enjoy it from time to time. But I think it wasn't a close call for me this year, just because the roster different. Even though they're like monetarily, some other teams were better. I think the roster that we have right now, just it was the most important thing for me to be in the roster that could succeed and that everyone is actually willing to try hard. So it wasn't a close call now.
kings, queens, and emperors, welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. Durability patch is upon us, and the games are looking spicier than ever. Teams are still understanding what is happening as they're climbing the mountain, but the kings of the north from Spring Split are still at the bottom. What is going to happen? We don't know. But today we have games that are looking good as well. You cannot miss any of those. So stick around and see the Northern League of Legends Championship. I'm your host, Alexandre Asharon-Maya. And before we move on, I want to know who you are. So head on to Twitter with the hashtag NLC at home and tell us, who are you cheering for? You're a fan of which team? Where are you watching? With who are you watching? I want to know everything about you. Introduce yourself, and we're going to show it during the games. Now, if you're introducing people, what about if we know who's going to be part of the pre-show? It's going to be the gorgeous, wonderful, and beautiful Jamada and Trouble Link. Welcome back.
I thought he was actually just going to say, Jamada.
I wasn't sure. Like, he said Jamada, I was like, oh no, he's flaming trouble as soon as we get into the show. Hi, I'm back again. I made it for 2 days in a row.
Oh, happy to be working with you for the first time on desk.
On the desk, yeah. Actually, that's a great point. We never realized.
Is it the third time that I've seen this? Like, oh, first time with Jamada, third time with Jamada. Yesterday it was our first time casting together side by side.
It's like day after day.
You're a special person, I would say. You guys back at home are also special. We love you back at home. Aw, you're special. You're special. You know who else is special? The casters are going to be joining us throughout the entire day, screaming like madmen, analyzing every single game. It's Iprain alongside with his brother, Nymeta.
What's... There's been some role reversal here. Something's happened. I mean, the makeup lady actually thought I was your brother as well today. So, you know, everyone's just making that mistake. I got a cool fact for you.
Do you?
Shrimp live up to 6 years long. I didn't know that. I don't want a 6-year-old shrimp. That's like an old lady.
And they can fry rice during all that time. That's incredible, honestly. I really enjoyed that fact. More to come on this show.
I buckle up. You're in for a treat. Okaram, over to you, mate.
Shrimps live up to 6 years, and I'm allergic to them, so lovely.
That was as good as him saying, yes, we're all Brits here.
Yeah.
Apart from the ones who...
Iprain is also, we love Iprain.
Yeah, we love you, Hiprain.
We are forced to. Moving on, we also love the 10 teams that are part of the Northern League of Legends Championship. And if you don't know them, we got you. Let's show the map and let's introduce the teams. We got from Iceland, because I'm terrible with maps, Iceland, Dusty, and from Finland, we got Duriki. So it's up to you guys to take the rest.
Hey, you know what? I told you, since Schoolbook is not here, I'm going to take his home country, Denmark, coming in with Astralis and Singularity. I'm going to leave you your home country.
You know, I thought it would have been really funny if you said Denmark and then you started pointing out the top mountains. But yes, JDXL and Eminem
My geography's not that bad.
from the UK, X7 from the Isle of Man, and of course, from Norway.
Norway, yeah.
I got it wrong. Bifrost, Riddle, and Vanir.
So you know where the teams are from, but you need to know how they played in the previous day. Week 2, day 1, what happened? We started with which game? I'm going to throw you a curveball.
I was really excited for that game.
Yeah.
Finally, Astralis seemed to be in form. A little bit of a shaky week 1 where they won one game, they didn't win the second game, but they also didn't look that promising either. But in this one, they were going from the get-go really hard towards the bottom of the map. Kiba was everywhere on that Renata as well, and they actually look super promising to be like our second really strong academy in the league.
Yeah, and I think for Astralis in particular, after last split, right, it's so important for them to get these sort of clean early games in particular. Yes, it's only into SNG, but the point still stands. The more stage experience that these guys can get under Vandetto, having Kiba in the role as opposed to Wendelbo is so important for this lineup to me, because like you said, it's nice to finally potentially have a second academy team. Exactly. And the second game of the day was X7 versus Dusty, a game that eventually kind of just turned into a bit of a stomp, to be honest with you. X7, after a very, well, let's not really paint any other way, it was a poor week one.
There was a week 1?
It was a really poor week 1, and Dusty had, honestly, a very phenomenal one. I think probably meeting most of our expectations, but this game from X7 was, you know, a return to form for our Spring Slam champions, which we were probably expecting.
I think they finally looked pretty clean. It was a hard scaling late game composition, and even though it wasn't too bloody, I think they showed how good their macro was. And talking about bloody, that particular replay with FTG and diving into 4 members, that 4-man FTG all on the rail. We know the man getting disengaged is on his most prominent champion as well. And I think even though this game was 10,000 gold difference between the two teams, it felt like Riddle were still in it with the Kog'Maw Lulu down the bot lane, even though JDXL had a pretty heavy diving composition. With the durability patch, with the changes on how much tower damage now you receive in the early game, it was just difficult to close it out earlier.
Yeah, it's that classic Kog'Maw Lulu hostage game where like the whole map loses, but hey, Kog'Maw didn't fall like hundreds of CS
And your team is like, wait guys, we're scaling.
We scale. And all it took was one mistake from the bottom lane. And speaking of mistakes from the bottom lane, Eminem's bottom side of that didn't look too hot into Zaremba, as Zaremba was just hitting death sentence after death sentence. And this was for me where the game really just entirely went in Vanir's favor, and I felt like there was no comeback because Eminem, they just funnel in here. They're looking for Zaremba. I guess a bit of revenge for how he treated the early game bottom side. But then Merbs is just free hitting on Jinx like this for so long. A triple kill comes out of this team fight, and from here it just felt really unwinnable.
And mind you, this Vanir lineup is also a brand new lineup, 5 new players, and they're looking so good, gelling up together. That was a very promising game. Another very promising game. I'm gonna call for everyone to grab a blanket, grab a beverage, grab popcorn, grab candy, grab whatever you want, because that was a very, very long game. It took mine and Heatbrain's voice away to cast that, because it was a constant back and forth between Ricky and Bifrost. Everything was down to the details. There were plenty of team fights. There were souls going down. There were Elder Dragons. There were 2 Barons. Everything in the mix.
Yeah, if you're an analyst, this is maybe not the most entertaining game to watch in the sense of you want to see clean League of Legends. But if you're here for the entertainment this game provided, pretty much from 25 minutes on, it was just back and forth non-stop. And this was probably, you know, the true sort of turn of the game, because Nariki actually had control of the game for so long into Bifrost. We were thinking, are they really going to pull off the upset in a manner like this? But then Odie, Fury, and Highway, 3 versus 4 in the river after losing the team fight in the mid lane, managed to bring it home in this team fight, and this is when it really started to get hectic.
And I felt like in this game in particular, I want to sum it up to the fact that it was Fury versus Aero. If Fury found the taunt onto Aero and Lissandra was a non-factor, then yes, Bifrost will win the team fights. If Aero somehow assassinated Fury early on, then Nuriki could actually play the fights really well. But I think it all came down to how short range the Bifrost lineup was, the Bifrost composition versus a very long range front to back with a Jinx, Hypercarry, and a Renata right alongside her. And I think Nuriki's team fight looked better. Azita, one of our strongest Hypercarries in the league as well, and he shined through in this game.
We're talking about Bifrost, a team that if they get to the late game, they win 49 minutes.
Baby, you've lost.
How can this happen?
That was 49 minutes.
49 minutes.
That was 49 minutes. Wow.
12-10.
12-10, it's exactly that. That's the number, 12-10. Prepare yourselves, because maybe today we'll have one game that actually beats that one in terms of timing. I don't know, but I'm expecting that one. And I want to understand how the standings are nowadays, because things are moving across as we go. JDXL are still undefeated so far. 3 games uncontested, followed up by Astralis, Bifrost, alongside with Dusty and Vanir. Then we have the middle of the pack, which is Eminem, Nuriki, Riddle Esports, alongside with X7, and lowly at the bottom we have Team Singularity with 0-3.
Not going to bully them. But SNG do have the opportunity to pick up their win
about your
against
favorite
Nuriki.
team, Eminem, John.
I mean, Eminem, to be fair, have shown a very cool ceiling, a very interesting level of play, but also they've shown us games where they get absolutely words I can't say on broadcast if I want to keep my job, into teams like Dusty, where it was just a complete stomp. I think their drafts still need a little bit of work, but gameplay-wise, they've shown us that they can honestly, in my opinion, probably contest some of the higher-end teams like Bifrost, Astralis, potentially. I'm not going to put the name of JDXL in that sense.
But I'm going to put the name of Astralis in the mix and bring them to the table, because they've somehow clawed their way up to 2nd place. And even though I know it's alphabetical and it's only 2-1, we're only 3 games in, they look pretty convincing on the 3rd game of the split. Now, today, of course, is going to be the big matchup where they're going to actually test their guns. And I think if they pull the victory today, I think they can solidify themselves as a very strong academy team in our league.
Okay, Trouble is going for the spoiler alert, and we're jumping into the schedule. Hit it! Hit it, production. Give me that schedule to see what games are going to have today. X7 are going to open the plate alongside with Vanir. Then we have the Academy Showdown, JDXL versus Astralis Talent, followed up by Bifrost and Dusty. This is going to be looking good. Team Singularity said on Monday that they would defeat Nuriki, and Nuriki took down Bifrost. So I don't know what's going to happen, but at the end, it's M&M Gaming versus a full-on force Riddle Esports.
I mean, I said it on Monday in the post-game show that I was just kind of excited for this entire schedule. I mean, but even for like the lower end teams, SNG and Nurki, the smack talk going back and forth, X7 and Vanir are still kind of, to me, engaged. I mean, yeah, top to bottom, in theory, every game should actually be a banger today.
Yeah, but is that a game that you really want to...
Let me slap that
What is
in.
the cookie?
It's JDXL versus Astralis, baby. Make sure you tune in. Tell your dogs, your grandmas, your aunts, everyone you have, because this is going to be Astralis either solidifying themselves as one of the strongest teams that we have by taking down an undefeated JDXL, or JDXL just going to run away with it and solidify themselves as first place, because no one else can reach 4 wins at this point.
So until now, JDXL undefeated. Will Astralis be able to end that one? I don't know, but I do know that I want to understand how the news in League of Legends are nowadays. So I'm kind of scared to do this, but I'll toss it to Hiprain and Imera.
Much Akram, and welcome back to the news. I'm Big Mango, and I'm joined here by Rupert Pedalstep as we're getting ready to break down the news here in League of Legends.
Thank you, Mango. Of course, they look to entertain us, and we're going to entertain them with some more factual information from across the rift. We're going to start off with the newest changes, which are, of course, the new patch notes. One of the biggest changes we thought was going to come was those assassin changes. They've been stripped off the table, no more bang for their buck, but we are getting a new champion alongside them.
Yes, we are, who won't be in competitive play. And keep in mind, we're also playing on the current durability patch now for this week, but this will be next week's patch. So for you guys at home, get to grips with all of the changes and also a bit of a TFT action as the new set has come out.
That's the most important change in this patch.
Absolutely. I mean, we all like ourselves some dragons, hey?
That's the one, but...
There's a joke there, but you didn't take it, thank God.
No, I'm not going to go quite that badly into it. One of the reasons why everyone is so much more durable, though, is a champion that has been cropping up in that support role. It is Lulu. Lulu is a champion that has just gone crazy in the NLC. We've had it so many times, and it just seems to be this champion which is warping the bot lane meta.
Yeah, absolutely changing everything up in Lulu Cogmore, making sure that, you know, your hyper carries can indeed scale and
other things, which
case,
Lulu does.
Yes.
Making things very whimsical, high damage, and it turns out you can't do damage to any of your carries either. I believe we also had a quote from some regional rivals or some other people on the Lulu, and they said that they didn't
League. More like Prime Stinky.
Haha, you got them really good there, Mango.
Absolutely. Anyway, last up in the news, Singularity. Bit of a change going on that front, hey?
We saw some news from Dusty over in Iceland and trying to expand their own organization. Singularity are following suit, seeing that all of our organizations are trying to open up their doors and walk forward into a brighter tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. Walking single file into better stuff. Yes. But good job, Singularity. There's also a little bit of a bonus news, isn't there?
There is. The most important news of the day is actually the most handsome member of the NLC crew is actually going on the catwalk and is getting a new skin. Because Archerom, buddy, friend, how are you feeling about the Pantheon skin?
Oh, it's up to me? I didn't know that. I didn't know this one. I got surprised. Okay, I'm letting you know, in 11 years of playing League, I only used 8 heroes in League of Legends. It's time to pump those numbers up. It's on me. Can we take it back? I don't know. I got lost now.
Oh, that was the most important base in news that I've heard all today. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm enjoying the Pantheon skin, at least looking at it.
Yeah, well, we're going to pass it back over to the weatherman, Justin Sniffy Boys. Over to you.
But Katarina got a good new skin as well. Just saying.
Let me be happy.
Katarina got a new skin. I'm just saying.
You got
Kane as well. No, yeah, pretty good. I mean, he's looking really good in that skin. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, everybody back at home. We had to toss to the news segment. We got some news. We got also additional things. But we did get people coming over from Division 2 to Division 1, and they are running amok. Nobody can stop them.
Yeah. Ericsson, Herbs. really excited to see these guys come up. I think for me, especially like Merbs in particular, because Merbs on Munster for a majority of that split in spring was looking like the strongest AD carry. Munster played heavily around him. It was mid-jungle into bot, and he was consistently getting all the resources. And on Vanir, it seems like they can play this same style, allow Hesero to just kind of chill on the weak side, or on his carries if he really wants to, and they will give him the resources. And Ericsson is kind of the perfect mid laner, in a way, actually trading from Chimera's position from last split.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the fact that Merbs is such a big factor on Vanir's carry games. He's that big hyper carry. He's also putting his own stamp in this little race of who's the best AD carry that we have on the NLC. And we have such big names. We have Odi, we have Azito, we've got Attila coming in the NLC as well. And Merbs having his name up there with all of these huge names in the NLC as one of the best AD carries is going to be huge for his development as well, right? And I think paired up with Ericsson, who's more of a more laid-back, control mates player that offers a lot of CC and protection around his AD carry, I think they're match made in heaven.
That is not the only player we have popping up as well. We talked about Komet as well, coming in from M&M. He's also a really good player. So this is also a call to you guys back at home. If you believe that you have the skill, join Division 3 to 5 or even Division 2, because those guys are hungry. We need to remind ourselves that this split will have relegations. So Division 2 teams are looking hungry. They're looking at the last spot and they're like, that is looking good.
I was even saying it last night on the Division 2 broadcast.
Yeah.
These top end teams in Division 2 are looking up at the bottom end of Division 1 and rubbing their hands
Taking the
together.
ketchup and all. They're like, I'm going to have myself my spicy dinner. There's also another spicy player that did not came from Division 2, but Division 3.
Came all the way back from UKEL. Jamada, of course, you know the guy. We all know the guy. It's the one and only FGG. Played on Dusty together with Venza in the previous split, made a pretty deep run into these playoffs. And now, together again with the same AD carry Venza, they've joined JDXL, our top academy team in the league. I think the development of FGG has been out of this roof, and this guy right now is just speedrunning Masters.
Yeah, and I think in general, like, the development up until this point has been insane, but I think even in this split, right, the settings that he's now in, with a head coach like Torque, who seems to allow a lot of creative freedom, with a very experienced jungler like Dan as well alongside him, FGG is gonna probably just thrive for the remainder of the split, as he's already been thriving in the first 3 games.
And what I feel like is very important when you take such a young and inexperienced player and you put him in such a huge name of a team like JDXL is right now, is the fact that he has joined together with an AD carry that he has a split together underneath his belt. He's known to play with Venza in Dusty, as we mentioned last split. And I think the development of both and how they choose to play the game has been very impressive. We went all the way from like sort of funnily mocking Venza. I'm like, dude, take the assassin medallion off of your head when you're playing Aphelios, you know? You don't need to be in the backline of the opponent team. So we went from playing FGG playing with Aphelios and Jinxes into playing with Kaisas and Zayas, and now playing even with Sennas down the bot lane, which is a completely stylistic difference.
Yeah, and I think for FGG, whilst we do want to see him on these engaged tanks, 12-10 could change that. So I'm curious to see how he actually performs. We've seen a little bit of diversity, like the Caitlyn Lux lanes and such from Spring, but I think under Torque and under JDXL, we're going to see an even wider variety of that.
And I really enjoyed that you mentioned that, because I think FGG is just such a big red button when you need an engage for JDXL. It's like, you want an engage, FGG will find it for you. And yes, Dan can resort back into a more engage-heavy champions, such as maybe the Jarvan. But the thing is that Kryze has sort of gotten off of that track, especially now the durability pads. Tanks are kind of shoved in the corner to dry. So Kryze is on more aggressive champions. We've seen Dan on more aggressive champions. Mid lane and ADC have not changed much. So who's going to provide heavy engage? It's going to have to be the support, right? FGG. So if you put him onto this enchanters right now, I think that JDXL might lose a lot of that core power that they have in the early game.
And it's a team that everybody can carry. Everybody can step up into the game and show the opponents that can carry every single lane. Another team that has 5 carries on their roster is X7. So far, I mean, they won the game previously, but what can we expect from X7 moving on?
You want to take that ship, or shall I take that ship?
I'll take it for now.
Okay.
I think for X7, right, there's still a lot of development as a whole. I think when you swap out, you know, who seem to be the vocal point of a lot of their early game decision making in Haru, and then you bring in a much less experienced, but it's hard to stand up to that player in MC, who is an entirely different style of player to MC, a lot more mechanical, a lot more individualistic. he provides for himself, effectively. He doesn't really like
he's
to
a little
play
bit
for
more
his lane.
selfish,
Yes,
let's
you could say
say.
he's a little more selfish, right? So I think he's going to need time to adapt to, not only changing to a more Haru style of play to sort of fit this roster, but also, we're on 12-10. Maybe those kind of, fast-paced farming junglers can't really play in this patch as easily as the previous one. We'll have to wait and see. But I think it's more about time. He's in a familiar environment with Niaz, where he was with Niaz and Slowq on the bench. So it's not like he's around, an entirely new environment where he's going to struggle to develop.
On the other hand, I feel like the whole X7 as a team is a whole new environment for each other, right? Yeah. Because you're bringing in Chasey in the top lane, you still have Tempt in the mid lane, two Korean players. We don't necessarily know how the conversation is flowing through together with the jungler, and like having MC dive in a completely different jungler into a team that has been completely rebuilt. Attila now back in the bot lane together with Kasing. There's just so many things going on. Slap that patch right on top as well, where a lot of teams say, well, Taxa said it on Monday, he's like, we don't necessarily know exactly what's going on, but we're going to practice, and in a few weeks, maybe we have found it.
Yeah, and I also think the crucial thing is we had the quote from Niaz on the news segment on Monday, which said, we haven't really had that much time to prep from, from EUM, and then we had Chasey come in super late. They had like 1 week of prep, and we'll have to...
Tempt also joined on Tuesday.
On the second day, right? So they still need a lot of time to ramp up. I think we can expect to see X7 start to reach the heights that we expect from them, but realistically, they need more time together, and this is probably one of the worst times it could have happened because of such a huge change coming into the game.
It's a slow start, but eventually they'll find themselves some identity, or the new identity to X7 is we're trying to figure out who they are. But on this side, though, we're going to find out who I am, because we're going to play another game. So I'll ask of you two to go on the caster's desk and get those buzzers, because we are ready to kick this yet again. There you go. Trouble is back. So rules before we begin. It's quite easy. I'm going to say team item champion player, and that is the topic we're going to be following on that specific question. I'm going to give you a hint, and the first one to buzz in will try to give an answer. If you're wrong, we move on to the second tip, and we move on to the third one. The first one, you may get 5 points. If you guess it on the second one, it's 3 points. If you guess it on the third one, only 1 point. And at the end, Trouble is going to win. Spoiler. So, moving on to the first one. We ready to go?
Yep.
Okay.
It's done to lose.
It is going to
Sorry,
be...
buddy. I don't make the rules.
a team.
Oh.
In
this league.
In this league. I lead the league in KD ratio, plays per game, and gold at 15. Jamada.
It has to be XL.
Is that XL? Yes. You want to guess it XL?
Yes.
Dear Jamada, you are incorrect. Not even close. Second one. I've only ever had one top laner. There you go, Trouble. She knows. She knows. You don't?
Astralis.
Really?
Astralis have only ever had one top laner, Carlsen.
Trouble. It is Astralis with 3 points coming in. The third one. I didn't make playoffs last split, though. Yeah. That was the naughty one. I mean, they're doing really, really well. They're in first place in KDA ratio plates. And
he debated
the worst one is I was looking up stats prepping for this week.
Yeah.
And I think XL are second and Astralis are first. Yeah.
You knew it. You knew it.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So it's even more on you.
Yes.
There you go. Trouble leading with 3 points versus nothing so far. Second one, it's going to be a team.
Okay. You just sort yourself out, Jaman, on this one.
I average just 2.6 plates per game, but I'm the league leader in CS per minute.
What?
We don't get plates, but we farm really good.
I'll let you take it.
Yeah, trouble. Come in.
Okay.
Hit me.
It has to be a Kog'Maw Lulu lane. It has to be.
So which
I'm gonna
team
give
are we
it
looking into? Trouble in 3, 2, 1. Give me the answer.
I'll give it to Vanet.
Really?
Yeah.
Out of nowhere?
Yeah.
So close. But it's not. It's not. It's not.
I mean,
So this could be your chance.
So
well, you can't say.
No, but it's not.
You can't say.
I have to give
you
another
have to give
tip.
another hint.
Can't say.
You were kind of slow, though.
Okay.
Second tip. I achieved my best ever NLC finish in spring.
Dusty. Dusty.
Trouble with 3 points. Dusty coming in. Last one was Despite my success,
Jamada, come on.
I changed 4 players from Spring.
Come
Being
on.
only my mid laner. There you go. Trouble popping off with 6 points on the second
many more
question.
questions do we have?
We have 2 more questions, so you still can appear in the game, Jamada. At least with 1 point. Third one is going to be a player. It's no longer a team. I have the lowest kill participation in the league with 26%. The lowest so far. Really low.
Who found these things out? It wasn't you.
Me as well.
Probably. Anyway.
What do you mean? Everything is correct.
No, I know it's correct, but what?
Okay, Jamada.
S0?
Who?
S0.
No. I mean, but it's normal.
You tried.
You tried. Let's go into the next one. This is going to give you a little bit more of information. He's really low on KP, but I have the highest single game kill total this split with 12 kills in 1 game, Trouble. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. She's going for the 3rd time. 3 points and 3 and 2.
No, don't. Whoa. You didn't do this, Jamada. Don't stress me.
Okay, I'm not stressing you. I'm giving you 3 more seconds. And 3, 2, 1.
Is it Cries?
What?
Oh.
No,
Cries.
give me a name.
Cries.
Is that your final answer?
Cries.
You want to lock it in?
Cries.
No, it's Cries. Yeah, no, yeah, that's.
Is it?
It's gotta be.
There you go, my friend. You got it wrong again. It's not Cries. So, last
Please,
one.
man, please.
I am known for picking off-meta champions in the bot lane.
In the bot lane?
Even the music stopped.
It can't be Den Voxne.
No.
He picked Soraka.
Now I'm disappointed.
Off-meta champions.
Off-meta champions? Who played the off-meta champions in the bot lane previous split as well?
Mishigu.
Mishigu, 1 point for Trouble.
Mishigu has the lowest KP in the league.
2 games, he got 0 kills. But the second one, he popped off with 12 kills. So that's why it's kind of...
Samira.
So Trouble is popping with 7 points, and Jamada...
You can't reach me anymore. I won.
Unless you double up. 10 points, final.
What? No.
Yeah.
No.
If you get it on the first try, before Trouble, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. 4th question and last one to wrap up Who Am I? It's going to be a team. The first clue, it's going to be one of my players has over 90% KP. 90. Okay, Jamada, come on. Come on. You need this. You need this. Jamada.
No, don't do the noise. I'm gonna say...
Yes.
I'm gonna say
yes.
XL because FGG tends to have pretty high kill participation, but judging by your facial expressions, I'm wrong. So...
Yes, he is, and I love this. Not a single point so far. Second clue of the last one. I dominated my national leagues in 2021, winning in both spring and summer. Oh, there you go. Now confusion has taken the stage. That is a confused look, but so far you were right.
Is it a player or a team?
A team.
Okay.
No, but she buzzed.
Yeah, I know.
She buzzed.
Yeah.
Trouble. Look into my eyes. What are you thinking?
Why would it be a team? He says I dominated my national league.
The team dominated the national...
So the ERL.
Yeah.
Well, Fnatic is no longer here, buddy.
Do you want to go for the third one?
Yeah.
Okay, you give up on this one?
No, I actually think I know who it is.
Okay, go for it. Go for it. You can't beat me anyway. It would be 6 points.
My guess is technically Astralis talent when they were in the Telia leagues because they did win spring and summer. I'm pretty sure.
Is that a final answer?
Yeah, but I'm
cool. Third one. It's going to be. I have participated in both the shortest game and the longest. So in this split. Oh! Now she hit it first. She hit it first. It's going to be 8 points for Trouble and Jamada. I mean...
You tried.
I tried.
Can I just say, oh boy, that was rough on you, man. That was...
You know, I can't wait to
Where's
not
my
be
crown?
on the analyst desk so I can't lose these games.
Where's my crown?
Okay. The first game of today is going to be X7 versus Vanir. X7 are trying to climb the mountain to actually go back to the throne. It's a rough patch ahead of them, and Vanir are looking to take down X7 as they did in the previous split. But we do have a few words coming in from Ericsson about what he's expecting throughout the split. Take a look.
I mean, my expectations for the split is obviously making top 2, top 3, depending on how many EU Masters slots there are. I don't know yet, but obviously going to EU Masters and also trying to win the split is for sure our expectations, or like my expectations list. So yeah, just make it to EU Masters for the first time would be my individual goal. Probably the Korean mids, like MNS and Tempt, are like the ones I respect the most. So like I already played MNS, solo kill him, so let's see if I can play against Tempt and solo kill him as well. So he's the one I'm looking forward to play. I mean, we will definitely look to prove them wrong. I think we are much stronger than what we have shown so far. I think our our ceiling is pretty high, so I'm expecting us to ramp up throughout the split and be a contender for the title, I would say. I mean, for sure, I feel like I need to prove myself because not just for other Vanilla players, but like also for me. I feel like I have a lot of doubters, and I'm definitely looking to prove them wrong by just ramping up throughout the split. And well, my goal is towards the end of the split to be able to call myself, or like be perceived as one of the best, if not the best mid laner in the NLC. Yeah, I mean, MLM against X7 looked like a Scream 5 game for sure. Like, it just was bloodbath all over the place. I think X7 was like really griefing that game, but also I think MLM played with confidence and they actually showcased themselves decently. Well, they looked quite shaky in the first week, that's for sure fair to say. Like, honestly, they looked like they never played before. It was like really weird to see, but I think I'm looking forward to playing their mid laner Tempt, because I think I even watched him like in LCK like some years ago, and it's like crazy that I'm gonna be playing against him now. So I'm like looking forward to play against Tempt. I'm sad that Harry's not there anymore, but it is what it is. I'll just have to settle with Tempt and play him. I think on the new patch, it's gonna for sure be more slow kind of game, but I also think, as Riot wanted, like, you can't one-shot people anymore, and there's more room for outplay. So yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to outplay a bit more than usual. NLC, I'm back, and I'm here to prove that you can't play around with me anymore.
Well, I have a tip for Ericsson on how he can face Haru, because he said, I'm really sad that Haru left. Buddy, you said you want to go to EU Masters. That's how the trajectory works. ERLs, EU Masters, LEC, boom.
That seems like a simple path, but is it a simple path?
It's about setting goals, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the goal now for X7 though?
Beat X7.
No, what is the goal for X7 now?
For X7.
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about this earlier on in the pre-show as well. I think it's a really rough period for X7 because they haven't had a lot of practice together. Tempt came back after their official first day last Monday. Then they had to play with Slowq. Then MC steps into Haru's shoes, which is really difficult to fill because they're stylistically two completely different junglers. And then apart from that, you've got a new Korean top laner. You don't know how the communication there is going to be with MC. You've got a brand new bot lane as well. Kasink remains, but Attila has been added into the equation. So I think the team in general is trying to reinvent themselves and go back to the drawing board. But then also the patch that's brand new, and a lot of teams are very confused about it. It's just not making it very easy.
Yeah, no, I think realistically, I mean, it's too early to call, naturally, but I think this could be one of those splits, unfortunately for X7, where it's not going to be like
I mean, again, it's too early to call, but inherently they might not just reach for first place, and it's going to be more about reaching for top 2 for the like favorable playoffs positioning. So that they have the time to develop. But at the end of the day, such a strong roster, there's no doubt that they could still just...
I wonder if I have to do it. Do I have to do it?
On MC.
I was about to say, do I have to do it? Because, okay, I'm the biggest fan of MC right here. I love his AP champion pool, but so far in this particular patch, he seems to have been struggling. As you can see down below, JDXL even gave him his renowned Nidalee, and it was an L on the Nidalee. Then he fell back to the Zinzal, but we haven't seen in so long. It's kind of like a stale pick right now. That didn't work. On the Viego, he looked a little bit stronger, but Viego is like one of these lukewarm champions anyway, who's not necessarily too flashy until later on the team fight. You get some resets and you get to be, you know, a little bit more surprised. But I feel like from the Rumbles, the Dianas, the Nidalees, the carry potential, I think MC is kind of like struggling to find an identity for himself, but also for in the team and also for the patch.
Coming from a different team and coming to X7, there's a lot to take in. But now I want to look into the other side. For Vanir, we also have someone that came in from a different league and is showing up.
Yeah.
And it's his birthday, by the way.
It's his birthday.
Happy birthday!
Birthday. It's Merbs. Merbs' birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, Merbs. Again,
Oh,
always...
I thought it was Krayox.
It's Merbs.
Happy birthday, Merbs.
Happy birthday, Merbs. Krayox, of course, did come in from another league.
But not his birthday.
But it's not his birthday.
Sorry.
Unfortunately. So it's Merbs that gets the shout out. And yeah, had a very impressive performance against Eminem. And I think in general, this is a player that we should continue to watch just because, you know, relatively young, not a lot of experience. And again, the AD pool that he's against this split is, you know, very talented and in their own right as well, all very experienced too. And I think Vanir so far have done a great job of propping him up like he was propped up in his previous team in Division 2 on Monster RP Gaming.
It's a team that needs to adapt right now with a new composition, and a team that has a new composition and is popping off. It's X7 versus Vanir. It's champion select right across the screen, I hope. Immediately, like this. Yeah, yeah. There we go. 12.10. Where should we focus? We did Division 2 as well. Lulu.
Yeah, so I think like the previous patch and what we were starting to see on Monday was kind of like Lucio, Wukong, and Talia are still like the permabans on red side. But now we might start seeing some Lulu bans. If you're on blue side and you don't want to first pick it, it's probably going to get banned. And if you're on red side, expect to see more of that. But also the Gangplank is one of those champions which has started to continue to rise after 12-9 as one of those picks which continues to be super impressive.
Also, here comes the question, right? When Attila and Kasing pull out the Senna composition again, like the Senna Karma that they pulled out, Senna Seraphine could possibly come out now with the durability pads. These champions are actually pretty strong and not dying underneath a tower. Maybe we could see something like this again coming from X7 because we saw that they focused more on having a strong top side of the map and they're like, cool, later on our bot lane will come online as well and we will be unbeatable.
Yeah, and there's a lot of top lane focus here from Vanir. Gwen, Gangplank. I wonder if they're going to go for a...
Welcome to the NLC, JC.
There's the Talia, and welcome to the NLC, JC. But Lulu going to be left up. It's going to be the Viego priority for MC. And now I'm curious to see whether or not we're just going to see something like, you know, Lulu hyper carry just for the sake of, you know, Viego doesn't necessarily have the best backline access. He has to be enabled by other champions to get on top of people. So, you know, having to dive into Kog'Maw Lulu can be a little bit oppressive. I think it's an opening we saw on Monday, which was actually fairly successful. So I'm curious to see whether or not Vanir are willing to do something along those lines, right? Enchanter and Karma, and then a hyper carry from Ups.
Okay, so remembering Zaremba's performance onto that Thresh, I'd like to see possibly their bot lane onto something a little bit more aggressive, like a Tristana Thresh towards the bot side of the map, something that you can have pick potential with. Seeing now the Karma being locked in, this also opens potential for a Karma Senna down the bot lane. This opens a lot of potential for double melee on the top side of the map, with Karma actually pulling up shields. So this could even be Ericsson that's piloting the Karma at this point. But I really like, again, Krayox on his Lee Sin into the Viego. Viego a little bit more passive jungler. I'm not gonna say that I'm not disappointed to see MC like insta-locking B1 Viego, which makes sense in this patch, and it's also his only winning champion, but I was expecting maybe something a little bit more aggressive, you know?
Yeah, no, me too, but I think this is it.
Just deja vu?
Probably makes a little bit. Yeah, deja vu. And we're going to get the Gnar alongside it. So, X7 are holding onto their bottom lane. I think this is kind of smart because now I think Vanir are probably going to have to ban away Senna plus something else. Otherwise, they're going to deal with a very irritating bottom lane Ericsson. But will he have a Pantheon and will he have a Kayn? Those are the those are the ones. That's
Kane? Where's the Kane? Nobody knows. Nah.
Okay, listen now.
It's
I'm
Kane.
sick of the
It's Kane.
Havers. I'm sick of the Havers.
You need more.
Pick it into Talia. Stop banning Talia. Stop banning Talia. Pick it into Talia. Full stop. Ooh.
Right, so makes sense. I was actually expecting this Karma to go up towards Hesero because I'm pretty sure Hesero is one of the players that has done it in the past in other leagues. And when he was here last year, I believe on Granite. So seeing it now, probably being flexed either towards the bottom lane or mid lane into Ericsson's hands, kind of a surprise when you see the Gnar lane. You're probably happy to do it, but now Veneer, what they have a utility mage or an enchanter entirely. They have a hard engage and they have an early game jungler. So now I want to see, you know, something that can be something that can stand on top of that, right? You hyper carry for Merbs or something that Ericsson can use to carry the game to stand up to an Azir in the later stages.
I'm just so surprised that X7 banned Ezreal themselves, and I wonder if maybe their second ban will also be something like a Senna, because they might be afraid of Veneer bot lane pulling what they wanted to do with like the Senna Ezreal that has a perma push towards the bot side of the map, or a Senna Karma. My problem here would be that Lee Sin needs to be active in the early game. If these are your two solo lanes, the Ornn and the Karma, you need one lane to play through, and dives in this patch are quite unbearable unless you pick the Bear. See what I did there? Which turns off tower, so you don't care about the damage coming through. So right now I would like to see this Karma going all the way down the bot side of the map and maybe give something to Ericsson that you can play around together with the Lee Sin, something like a LeBlanc of some sort, something that you can have playmaking potential with.
They deviate themselves to look into the AD carry. They want to protect that mid lane, even though they already know who's going to be their mid laner. They're going to face off versus the Azir, but they're trying to hold that one for the last pick. So it may be a surprise coming in for X7. Coming in from X7, what are we expecting for the bot lane? Because Kog'Maw is
Senna
still
Seraphine,
available.
anyone? Senna Seraphine?
Wait, it's the same? We're going back?
Kog'Maw Lulu, anyone?
Senna could work here. They already have consistent damage from Tempt on Azir, so there's no reason not to. And I think, yeah, you probably just look at something like Tom, or you look at something like Sion, just provide yourself a true frontline. I think Sion would probably make the most sense here. I think you're running into the possibility of getting pretty like heavily poked out if Karma ends up in the bottom lane. Once they see that lane, then Ericsson will still get counterpick into Tempt either way. But I think it's probably what the composition needs. They need a little more guaranteed hard engage. You know, Veneer did a very good job of banning away the Leona and the Nautilus, but they need to find something else. Or they could go the route of Veigar, which, I mean, this is probably going to be fasting Senna with farming, with farming rather Veigar, and that can be a bit of a nuisance to the Xayah, because she does sometimes want to step up a little bit to get the feathers down, and she pretty much always has to use the ultimate to go over the event horizon. So that's actually a very potent tool. And I think some of the mobility champions now that have shown up, the LeBlanc now on top of that on the R5, next to the Lee Sin, can really be, no pun intended, caged down.
Okay, I'm going to look into you, the seer of the desk. What do you expect from this champion select? Who's going to take it? I know.
I think X7's competition looks very well-rounded, but I really have hopes. I know Ericsson has more of a, again, a laid-back control mates kind of player, and right now they've given him the tools to actually accelerate the game and carry. They've put Kraox on his Lee Sin, Ericsson onto LeBlanc, a very powerful duo, definitely can take down any kind of Azir-Viego combo, and I'd like to potentially see them like chase that mid-jungle duo from the side of X7, because again, bot lane dives are just not that possible
So
right now.
Vanir? You're going to take Vanir?
I'm going X7.
Going X7, okay. Jamara, looking to me. I know you've been wrong about every single question I've made to you so far, but come on, redemption arc.
Yeah, no, I think X7 should be okay here. My main concern is MC tracking Kraox. I think Kraox is a very fantastic Lee Sin player, and he has quite a bit of setup, particularly obviously Ericsson on this LeBlanc. So I need to see him specifically track this Lee Sin and ensure that there's not too much playmaking going on, and then they can scale into the later stages with the Veigar and with the Azir.
The desk is looking into X7. Vanir will try to take them down nonetheless, and it's time to send it to the casters for the first game of the day, week 2, day 4. Hiprain and Nameda are ready to take this one into the Summoner's Rift.
Thank you very much, and hello and welcome to the caster desk as we're getting ready to go into game number 1 of day 4 here at the NLC. We got some spicy drafts coming out. I'm quite happy to see the LeBlanc share the face. Obviously, you know, we are on the durability patch, so people are going, oh, maybe assassins aren't quite as strong. They're still capable of killing you. If LeBlanc gets ahead, she will still be able to one-shot someone.
And particularly with a LeBlanc, you can just play as a poker champion for a while too. If you don't have that 100-0 threat, so what? You're still going to take out people's HP. And particularly in this game, It's quite topical. We like to make sure we have some fanfare before we go live for every broadcast. We made a joke video about how bot lane's just dying to AP assassins heading bots. Like, you said you'd stay away. I lied, as I always did. And this LeBlanc this game, with the Lee Sin, has that winning mid-jungle duo, goes into a Karmazai, which is very good at chunking away HP. I think if Vanir are going to come out ahead and come ahead with their draft, it has to be through these giant movements, these migrations down towards the spot lane. That's where I'm looking first.
Yeah, but we also do have to kind of pull it back and go. They are playing versus X7. Sure.
Yeah, nameplates off, nameplates on.
Yeah, it's like week 1 for X7. Lackluster, we'll say, but they did look like they were starting to recover. Obviously, on day 1 of this week, I would say their game wasn't amazingly clean, but they still found a win. And I think that they were a little bit, you know, trying to shake the rust off because they hadn't quite fully kind of reset and recalibrated after the European Masters.
Particularly what they did in terms of that recalibration for me was the laning phase. Their laning phase was absolutely monstrous because you looked at particularly Chasey in that top side. We saw a Gangplank ban there. In fact, there were a couple of bans towards that top side between both teams, but particularly that Gangplank for Chasey was absolutely absurd, beating down even Kerberos, right, who we know to be a strong 1v1 top laner. Speaking of beating down, though, Kasing might be in for a bit of a beating as Ericsson.
Oh, no.
Seeing him.
They get the slows off. Ericsson only going to get a single auto attack in as doesn't quite go to plan.
So he actually didn't quite manage. It just actually misstepped on that sidestep rather that slow. But what we do see now is both of these teams looking for this level 1 information. This is something that we've seen be very important with higher end teams. So a lot of MSI, jungle tracking becomes very, very important. And what did we say immediately off the bat on our end of things? Saying, actually, this Lee Sin LeBlanc will be very important in how they manage to get things rolling. If Kriox and Sierra are not going to... Well, they're not going to be contended on this, but they're going to be seen. It's still, again, it just potentially forces Kriox's hands. He really wants to be unexpected and off a vision wherever he can help it.
Alrighty, well, we are into the game. You can see both junglers are starting on the top side of the map, which means they could be clearing down. I'm curious to see the interactions of this bot lane. Obviously, we know these fasting center lanes. We've seen them time and time again, but we haven't really seen too many of them. Obviously, we haven't had that much time on this patch. We've seen a couple of people whip out the fasting center of a couple of different things. It'll be interesting to see how this lane actually goes. You know, if it feels like there's going to be any major differences in it, or, you know, if it's kind of the fasting center we know and love. Maybe not love. Love.
Know and accept exists, unless you're really burying your head in the ground about that one. But Senna has really come up to the fore in this particular patch. It is a much slower early game, even if you do get lane control. Put it this way, last patch, you go against this duo lane of the Zyra and the Karma, you get shoved in, you get dove on that level 3, or you get forced off of waves. Your game becomes very hard to stabilize in the early game. It's a lot easier to survive under turret, not get dove, and make sure you're in the early game than compared to that last patch.
Well, there goes the cage by Attila to make sure not going to get too heavily traded onto. Obviously, this mid lane is one to watch as Ericsson feeling a little bit of those extra resistances from that electrocute trade onto Tempt. But, you know, we are only level 2. It is only early days, but I am going to keep my eyes on Ericsson because I think this isn't a lane you can just sit back in.
Well,
you do need to be very proactive on this LeBlanc here. Otherwise, you know, you're into a zip. He'll just mega shove you in, and you'll do nothing.
And, you know, I mean, we've both been playing for a long time at this point. We've both been LeBlanc players. You've probably got a little more experience than myself being a main of that champion, but particularly the Azir has sometimes fallen prey in the mid-game, again, when you can get very destructive mid-jungle combos. The question for me is not just Ericsson in the 1v1, it's what happens with comboed up damage.
Well, Murph's going to take a fair amount of damage. Good cage comes out from Attila. So Ember not going to be in too much trouble here, and this is that proactivity we were looking for. Ericsson does miss out on the chains, and the kick also goes wide. So Tempt doesn't have to burn anything. Wave will push into Ericsson, but Ericsson, you know, running low on pots, only really has that biscuit. So this is actually a pretty good time for Tempt now just to kind of bully Ericsson as much as possible.
That was really good. That was actually really well played, because when you gank Azir, often what you actually end up doing is taking away his mana pool. You're getting your WEQ combo, actually very high mana. Can he do it a second time at this point? You can see he's very low, can't even Q away.
Yeah, they do miss the chains, though, again from Ericsson. So again, burning through that mana pool, like you said, but Ericsson not really able to achieve too much. And this also now means that Mervs has to play way more careful in this lane because he's on his lonesome. And X7, luckily, are going to be slowly pushing this wave into him so you can get the scraps of what gets forced towards him. But you can already see, looking at the farm leads, it's starting to build up in X7's favor bot side.
It's not often we return to things that we've said at 4 minutes into the game, because we're talking about, okay, they probably need to start making these big map movements, use their winning mid-jungle 2v2, that pushing bot lane, they have to make plays happen around the map. They tried to make something happen in mid. They're trying to go towards bot now again. Kriox trying to use this window of time.
Look for the kick, not going to land it. It's just it's a comedy of errors, unfortunately, from Veneer. Every time they go for these ganks, the move itself isn't wrong. It's just
the right play.
Little plays going wrong. They miss out on those key abilities, and then that's it. They burn maybe some mana from the enemy team, but that's going to be all they're going to be able to get. On the other side, MC's recognizing this constant action from Kriox and is moving in, stealing away camps. Has been spotted out by that ward. Ericsson has plays down, but there is a lead building up between the junglers.
So there are so many implications from this, because I look at this composition, I say, actually, if you don't do anything early as Veneer, and they have tried but have failed, you are falling behind in your immediate power that you can really put out. And there's an opportunity cost. As you're saying, you're losing waves bot when your support roams away. You're losing camps when your jungler moves out from his own jungle too. X7 picking up the pieces. And honestly, this is something of a hallmark we saw from the spring iteration of this team. I'm thinking about some of the games that they played against even their first game versus Karmine Core in the group stage at EU Masters. Played very well on the defensive. Having to play on the defensive again. Blowing summoners this time.
Good flash coming out from Attila, make sure they're not going to get caught into Merbs. He just eats the snare, and that's kind of going to be it. It's Kriox just going to jump over to the dragon and actually look to start it up here, but interesting choice considering the pressure that is actually being kind of not really gained for Veneer. So it's not like they're working too hard of a pushing lane here. Wave will shove in, but Merbs realistically just wants to reset here. So Kriox gonna finish this dragon up, and MC didn't really have a good read on the players. Merbs almost gets snared up. Dragon will be secured for the side of Veneer, so at the end of the day, they're gonna be okay with that.
But you look at the side of X7, and even at this point into the game, where you look at, okay, again, this bot side of the map, which typically you're expecting to make plays, you're losing something. To only lose one dragon, X7 are actually very happy with how this game is going right now. I mean, have to see, of course, what happens around, particularly the Herald. I think that feels like it's not the last chance for Veneer to do something. It's not like this team comp completely falls off a cliff. But once you allow Veigar to get out of early lane, and they're already ahead in CS, when you let this Azir set up around an objective, Veneer's options and their strengths aren't really on the same level of power as they are in this early game, which they're currently not capitalizing on.
Yeah, I think you got to keep in mind is LeBlanc can be strong late game, but that requires LeBlanc to actually, be ahead to be able to translate that lead from lane into the rest of the map and kind of set a team up and then be relevant. But hasn't really been able to do too much there. Bot lane, like you said, CS lead is starting to build up, and Attila relatively unchallenged. Kasing just collecting souls left, right, and center as well. I do have my worries because you're playing to the likes of Veigar, infinitely scaling. You're playing into Azir, not infinitely scaling, but a scaling champion.
Not as close as it gets for people who don't actually have a stacking mechanic.
Exactly.
That's actually going to be a big problem for LeBlanc as well, because LeBlanc, yes, does poke out. I'm actually wondering when you have the Aerie likely going towards something like a Leandries, that tends to be what Azir goes towards now. If you actually jump into the Azir and he gets a Q off on you, even that play pattern, which in mid-game is probably what you're waiting for, gets a little bit dangerous to play around. And at that point, you start to have to think about, okay, if poke's not going to work, we can't play it slow. What do we do after that point? Do we have to find the Miracle Lee Sin on combos onto the backline? Again, we're already thinking about these extra modes of play that Veneer have to think about because they're not getting these early game leads to play through what the comp would really like to do.
I see a rotation here from Veneer. Being Zaremba up into the mid lane once again to see if they can find something onto Tempt. Temp's still got both those summoner spells though, and actually it looks like the rotation is to try and get some pressure here for this Rift Herald. Kriox will spot it out. Zambera looking just to take out this ward for now, and feels like Veneer threatening is enough for X7 to just play respect there. Ericsson gets a cheeky electrocute trade-off onto Tempt as well. And Veneer, actually lovely rotations here because they've been able to force this wave in bot side, and Merb's now making his way up, so Veneer should have the man advantage.
Okay, no teleport on Attila. Look at the Xayah, look at these fights.
Intake coming in from Kriox. They get the slowdown. MC's going to have to Heartbreaker away for the moment as the kick gets eaten up by Kasing. And that should just be it for now. Merbs has made his way over. Wave shoving in, and Kasing actually going to get slowed down. Ericsson going to force the flash out. He's going to flash in himself and almost finds the kill. Ericsson Ericsson finds first blood.
Last tick of the Ignite. Damage calculations working out in favor of Veneer. And we did say, hey, honestly, this Herald looking quite important for Veneer. They need to find something around it. Is it an explosive fight? No, not quite yet. But a kill onto that LeBlanc. Already talked about that being a very important play pattern for Veneer as this game goes on. And also getting into Herald as a result of that one skirmish just allows that door to be open just a little bit longer, allowed him to play around this point of power. And of course, this starts off with Creox really making his way onto MC. And Creox has been one of the best individual performers in the NLC so far. Stunning first couple of games, even though it wasn't a win for Veneer versus JDXL. Creox made it a question to be asked, even though, of course, JDXL are currently undefeated, looking like the best team in our league. And see again that Veneer, no slouches when it comes to taking on these top-tier teams.
I love that. It was actually just a QR Ignite auto from Ericsson just to get the Electrocute proc and also just to guarantee you proc the Sigil. Really nice there from Ericsson, understanding the damage, even through the heal and the Q from Kasing. And that is that kill we were talking about. Ericsson does kind of need to be active, does need to be able to set up, and so far has been just kind of subjugated to dealing with this mid lane, and Azir going to be pretty comfortable constantly shoving the lanes in. Got the Merc Treads as well, so Temp should be pretty comfortable versus Ericsson here.
Yeah, it should be comfortable, but question is now, and with that extra kill, does that allow Ericsson an extra degree of freedom to start getting away from the map of his own regard? Desk was actually saying that Ericsson, much more of a control mage player. In fact, I remember Ericsson's Orianna and champions like that was playing down in Div 2 in this last split. Even with that, does seem familiar and comfortable with that role right now. Playing on this LeBlanc, it is different from Orianna, it is different from those class of champions, and now being one of the big centerpieces of what Veneer wants to be doing with this composition. Eyes will inevitably still be on them, where some eyes have just not been, is that top lane. Just keeps coming around towards this mid.
That was big. He's going to have to get caught out by the chains. They land the kick as well. They'll get a little bit additional damage out, but not feeling it thanks to MC. Probably just saves Temp's life there. That was a very aggressive Q. Temp was punished instantly for it.
There are a lot of things that Azir laners have picked up over the period of time since he's been released. You can't always put all your W's down, even though that's a lot of your damage. You can't always Q aggressively. Temp's been getting away with it, is up in farm by a decent amount at this point, and is still in lane for all of these big fights, even though, of course, they lost that first blood and until forcing the issue. Again, the only reason X7 can look for those kind of plays is because Temp has actually been rock solid in lane and hasn't given anything. Veneer have looked for him.
This dragon could be big here. Temp's actually going to get a little bit of damage from the chains and the sigil from Ericsson. Ericsson about to get ultimate up, but you can see everybody is on the bottom side. Everybody is fighting for this dragon.
Just a lot of damage.
Doing so much damage to everybody. His actually gets chunked out by Chasey and Tempt a little bit. And Veneer, they are working on lowered health bar, so they may just look to give this up. But here comes the Ornhorn. The knockup's going to land only onto Kasing, into the railgun as well. Zambera is on the front line and is going to tank everything. No flash available. Will just lose their life to Chasey. Dragon secured in the meanwhile, and Mervs has to throw out the Featherstorm to get away. Veneer just not playing respect and looking not to back out as Ericsson gets the Ignite off. He finds the kill. Ericsson does it again. Perfect play on the LeBlanc here.
It'd just been lovely if that had happened 30 seconds earlier, because Veneer, they're getting to this point where we said they'd be in trouble. When X7 can set up at an objective, play around choke points, play around terrain, get that Veigar forcing flashes, Azir doing damage, and while Veneer walk away with a kill, they lose one of their own, they lose the dragon, so they're not even stacking that early into the game. X7, again, feels like they're just very happy with the pace of this game and where the objectives and gold is falling.
It's really big they got the dragon as well, because it denies the potential for an early soul from Veneer. It's going to be an Ocean Soul as well, so on a patch like this, on the durability patch, on a team that wants to be scaling, the Ocean Soul is going to be super impactful. The amount of sustain they're going to be able to get, and you were talking about it earlier, if LeBlanc doesn't become the assassin, you can kind of default to the poke.
What happens when you have Ocean?
You have Ocean, yeah, you can't poke, as Zambera just also getting poked out by Attila in the meanwhile, as Richard's going to go down mid, trying to catch Tempt out on the reset, but Tempt's got teleport, so this is going to be a very, very hard force here for Veneer. Just a couple of plays.
A little bit like a dead karma, that.
Yeah, that might just be a dead karma, unfortunately. Does look for the tether, has got a form to steal away. Here's Mervs, misses out on the feathers, and MC jumped over the wall. The flash there on the two Mervs. It looks like Mervs just flashed over the wall to safety. Meanwhile, the charge goes off, and now Creox and Ericsson looking to see if they can find a little cheeky assassination for themselves, but spotted out by the Scryer. Veneer, all they really gain is a dead support and a couple of plates.
What were they even aiming for, though? That's what you have to go back to. And they were trying to, again, maybe use that Herald in mid, but also trying to secure vision. They're starting to lose that now. Again, I don't think it's the wrong instinct to say, we need these wards. We need to be able to jump into river. Honestly, we need to be jumping over river, getting behind this enemy formation, which can zone control so well. The X7, they're very on it. They don't let them do that. And again, X7, they're sad at 1 and 2, had a poor first week, but this is a team which we do rate very highly. These are our current champions. Yes, they had a bit of a tough week 1. They were dealing with players flying back and forth from career, but this is why we were saying they're still dangerous. They're still this team which feels like could really take down so many of these top contenders in the league and be up there themselves.
I do worry looking at the items as we're approaching that 15-minute mark. You can see the Triforce, the Divine Sunderer, the Everfrost already in. Yeah, you've got the Gale Force. Yes, you've got the Frozen Fist as well available to Hizero, but like other than that, they're not really working with too much here. You can see there's a big deficit between the junglers and MC having a level on Kriox. Remember, on this patch, all those extra resistances go with levels. So levels are very valuable, more so than, you know, previous patches, just because of how much tankier every level makes you.
And again, if we're going to bring this back to certain people's perspectives, it stops your big burst combos from your big engages, from the Ornn, the Lee Sin, the LeBlanc jumping forward. LeBlanc on her own, not going to have that assassination potential. X7 have a very stable position on the map right now. They're going to have a point where they can just be very happy with their individual lanes. When they start grouping up, they actually don't feel like that under that much threat. And even if they are, they have the center to bail them out if worst comes to worst. So Vanir, now you have to start playing around with some more unconventional approaches to these. I don't think it works for Vanir if they go towards a grouped up X7. I think that's where they end up losing a lot of these players. But what other options do they have right now? Looks like X7 are going to get themselves a free Herald, which is something which Vanir don't really want them to have.
No, it looks like they're not even going to attempt to try and
have a choice.
They
don't want to have it.
They were caught, you know, on a bad reset there for Vanir, and that means X7 are going to be able to pick up this dragon. And it does feel a little bit like, you know, our previous champions, well, our defending champions, have kind of got over that slump, have recovered and looking a lot clean. This game so far looks cleaner than what we saw in game 1 of this week.
And the cleanness for me from that last game was on laning phase. I think that was a huge factor in this game too, because it might not always look like the flashiest thing when you're playing effectively a nullifying style of League of Legends, where you think, okay, a lot of the big plays from X7 were Temp, surviving so much pressure. It has been Chasey, winning out in that 1v1 very heavily, taking the solo turret. Bot lane, getting themselves up to CS advantages in a lane which should be pushed in early. It feels like X7 just very happy to play around their individual strengths and just be so stable, which allows them to unlock this composition later on. So that laning phase for me really has led to so many bonuses for what we know to be such a high-level team in the NLC.
You see Merp have to pop the Gale Force. Dragon spawning up in 9 seconds, and Vanir, they still have this on. They still have this team fight capability, but the scary thing is Chasey's gnarred out, so they have to be super careful about just getting slammed into a wall. Will run out soon as Merv's still trying to collect this farm underneath the tower. Has the cage thrown down by Attila, so basically free poke as well to follow up. This Dragon, they're trying to deny it. They find a cheeky knock-up onto Kasing. Kasing loses a lot of health. Ericsson is on him. The Ornhorn going to do a lot of work as he jumps into the double shift. Ericsson finds himself one already, and they're continuing the fight off. Merv puts down the Featherstorm. Attila's taking a lot of damage, but what the divide by Thames? He's ripping through everyone. Kriox is looking for MC, but he's unable to do so. Double kill picked up for Attila. Make that a triple kill. It's Chasey. Chase down Zambera and secures another one for himself.
What started off as what seemed to be a great position for Vanir is just going from bad to worse.
Ericsson, he's in so much trouble. Able to use a little bit of the movement to get away. Attila can't quite catch him out as Ericsson is going to jump over the wall. Getting out with a sliver of health, but it doesn't matter. X7 will take the second dragon for themselves.
And Hero plays on the defense again. It's not in the same situation of trying to deal with, you know, the laning advantages that Vanir were trying to garner for themselves. It's in the big team fights, and this is so good an example of how difficult it is to deal with all the zone control, all of the peel back mechanics that X7 have to play with, get themselves everything they want in that. I'm gonna go back into the replay to see how all of this came out again. It looks initially fairly bad for X7. Kasing, not really meant to be up that far. Gets removed from the playing field. Not too much of a second thought, but at this point you think, okay, take it down the center, that's awesome. Yeah, well, Temp still has a massive amount of damage. Attila gets a second cage down, gets to peel off that Lee Sin from cleaning up the back end of the fight, and X7, really, really impressive stuff on the defensive foot again.
Yeah, really nice. We are seeing, you know, Ericsson have his glimmer of hope. This is the star player right now for the side of Veneer on this LeBlanc. Able to do a lot of work, but I think it was a bit of scattered calls there. I think if they decided to focus MC and take him out and then continue the fight, that might have gone a bit differently. But Ericsson decided the easiest path, one-shot Kasing, take him out. But unfortunately, Temp, just really, really good flank. And I think more than anything, it comes down to just the vision. They weren't aware of where Temp was. They were caught off guard because of the vision. And X7 just punished them for it beautifully.
And it feels like there's a hint of desperation in there too, right?
Yeah.
Where they're like, oh, we've caught the center. We have to take this. This is our one winning fight. There was no real other option for Veneer to say, yeah, we'll try and have a second go of it. They didn't have the cooldowns to continue it at that point. And if you look up towards that lovely momentum meter, it looked like the analysts in the back room also agreeing with the state of the game after this point. Desperation from Veneer, culminating in a side lane play. But as we have seen the entire game, Tempt just always in a position to quickly slide out to safety.
It's very hard to catch this Azir. The Herald's actually
playing that well, certainly.
In the top lane as well. And X7 looking at the pressure up here. Veneer, though, is on them to try and defend. Obviously, this tower has already fallen to Chasey. So this is that tier 2, you know, that one with that extra gold in the pocket. Zero not quite close enough, does have teleport if they decide they want to throw them down. It looks like Veneer, they're gonna stick their feet down here. They're gonna try and look for a defense. Zero closing in with that Ornhorn available, but it looks like the charge is coming out no matter what. The tower, though, will hold as the railgun comes out. The tower gonna be able to survive another day, but here comes the Ornhorn from Hazira. Gonna get the knock up onto just MC. MC being chased, Heartbreak away, chains are on, loses a lot of health, but Temp's able to come over the wall to make sure his jungler is out scot-free. And Veneer, that's going to be all they're going to be able to do while their mid lane tower falls.
Because that was potentially a moment where they could pounce. Because when you push in very far across the map, where you say, okay, the first tier turret's down in that top lane, but the second one's fairly deep in, you're actually walking over areas of the map as X7 at that point, but you don't have wards. We talked about where that vision was so important in that dragon fight. Potentially, Veneer could have picked someone off or get themselves an engage as X7 pushed too far. Veneer couldn't find that answer. They committed to it, and they lose 2 turrets. Well, not the 2 turrets, actually. The top one didn't fall, but they managed to lose that mid lane and turret. Still got the Herald charge on the top side. And Veneer, again, feels like they are just running out of options. It seems so inevitable after those early ganks and those early roams didn't work out for them, and they're struggling to piece together those unorthodox, more smoke and mirrors plays to catch X7 off guard. They've been so poised this game so far.
Yeah, X7 definitely playing very crisp. And Veneer, you know, they did draft into this. I think there is that to say. It seemed like they understood their win conditions.
Well, they tried to play through it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just, you know, little misplays. And once again, Tempt, honestly eating up so much attention of Veneer and not really being punished for it at all. There's that pink ward down there. Tempt's going to step up, and it looks like maybe now's the time for them to pounce, but they're not completely content on contesting anymore as MC making his way over, spotted out on the vision, but Veneer, they're just gonna have to back off because they are now the ones being hunted. Ericsson overstaying a little bit
about that vision.
And oh no, Creox has to jump away. MC misses out on the tether. Teleport's coming in. So they bring in Chasey, catching on to Hazira, who's able to move away for now, and it looks like X7, they actually want to turn the tempo up a little bit here in this top side. They don't really have the wave to work with, though. So it looks like that's just going to be it. A bunch of teleports used and nothing gained.
I mean, at that point, X7 are just out there saying, well, you've used your teleports. You've used your one real X factor to try and, again, break open these formations. But what's going to happen after this point? Got a dragon coming up in 30 seconds. We have vision control established by X7, actually on both sides of the river at this point. They've returned to that top lane after the earlier Herald charge, put down wards at that point. That allows Chasey to push in, control that side of the map. Then they go in, go towards this bot side, and Veneer really don't have many options left.
Oh, Creox just about dodging out there, but he's lost so much health already. Shield's coming in from Zambera just to make sure, but the Ornhorn's coming down. They've used the chase, they've used the knock-up. The CC chain's big, and Attila has to flash away. Creox not going to follow up for now, but Ericsson coming in on the flank. The cage is down, that's big. There's Chasey also coming in, but his Narbar's almost filled up. And it is going to make life super hard for Veneer to step into this Gnar
they're
here.
into a choke now. Look at this, they just cannot enter this river. The soldiers are there. That's going to be the garrison of the river. X7 putting down. Looks like they're still wanting to commit to this.
I don't know how they can't. There's no way Dragon goes down, and Veneer, it just feels like they're rolling over because they can't deal with the zone control X7 have put together.
And X7, I mean, we've talked about Tempt a lot, but that's also Attila putting down the cages. It's Kasing making sure that the roots are on target, and there's Qs are keeping people topped up, and they just shut the gates on Veneer. It's not an explosive game, but it is still dominant. It's still actually very high level. X7 not giving options to Veneer. We're talking about this at a couple of objectives now, saying, oh, they don't really want to give this up, but how the heck do they contest? Looking at this Baron now, Veneer don't have those teleports, they don't have a Call of the Forge God, and they don't even look like they know it's going down.
Well, it feels they have an inkling, but they're too slow. They're too scared to step up. And there it goes. Baron, Nasher taken down. Chasey comes in with a Gnar. Not going to land it. And Veneer just left scratching their heads going, how do we come back to this game?
They've been asking that for quite a long time at this point. In X7, they get themselves that last dragon in this phase of play. This comes from that vision control they set up. They get one kick, looking towards Kasing.
Creox has to flash out. He can't even get the insect. The CC chain's too big. Ericsson comes over the wall. Tempt has to use the stopwatch. The Ornhorn comes down as well. Creox able to survive for now. MC gets knocked up. Ericsson's back in the wall. Flashes over. Mervs has only just joined into the fray as Ericsson jumps back into the wall again. Big old jump coming in. But Attila comes and brings the damage as Ericsson's just about able to survive for a little longer, but Attila will still take him down. And X7 continue the chase. The cage doesn't quite hit. Mervs full HP though as Tempt is coming in on the flank. This could be huge. That divide may just end the game. Tempt's coming in. Already used it. Gets the Tempt. Gets one for the moment as Mervs gets the feathers. He gets himself another kill as Mervs is going so low. Zero's able to survive thanks to Creox. They get the knock up onto MC, but his Heartbreaker is doing too much work. Creox being chased down. The Spectral Maw into the cage. Into another kill as Chasey takes him down. Railgun will not finish off Mervs as the inhibitor will fall down.
It's not just going to be the end of the game quite yet, but X7, so clean, so poised and Veneer. They actually gave it a good shot in that last fight, but again, the weight is just so hard to carry from this kind of disadvantage. X7 don't even feel the need to reset. They get to push in yet another wave with that hard-earned Baron buff and get to turn onto the map. It does feel like that last phase of play seems to be the last gasp from Veneer. Really not sure how you can last out Baron buff from it's already such a oppressive team.
There was a moment from Mervs there, but Mervs just wasn't here in the fight. Look at him on the map. He doesn't get here until it's way too late, and by that point, his team are chunked. There's nothing they can do.
And that's a really good point to bring up, because they could have probably stopped and taken that mid lane out of turret. They maybe could have left on to push in on the top side too. We talked about X7 kind of forgoing those resets after this play happened. Well, what happens actually if you give up 2 outer turrets on this side? Probably wouldn't be that much from Veneer, but it's still a little bit of golden pocket. They try and go for a high roll, and they get punished for it. That feels like the story of Veneer's game. They've gone for the more aggressive early plays, but X7 playing so well on the defense, and even with Mervs having one of those. We haven't seen the Gale Force Sire for a little while. It's good to see it back, being able to reposition those feathers. Nearly comes out with that great end to a team fight, but just can't quite do the heavy lifting with the amount of gold he's got in pocket.
Maybe if that had worked, there was a world where Mervs could have come back, but maybe it just wasn't quite close enough. Has now got the Typhoon upgraded.
Oh yes, the ornaments.
So the ornament is an area, but I mean, would you take half an item over infinite scaling?
I think I would probably take, you know, the gold lead, soul point, Baron, but that seems to be a little bit better for me, particularly because it's all well and good. Xayah has items, has Ornn stats, but how do you hit targets between the cage, between the Azir soldiers? Mervs has only really had one chance to do damage in this game, and credit to him, he actually ended up doing that. But again, it feels like every fight has been X7 just taking advantages without it needing to be explosive.
Yeah, it just feels like, you know, this game is coming down to just execution. It's not, oh, assassins are useless because the damage, like, because of the
played better.
ability. It's just
the angle.
Playing it very smart. Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to hold on for as long as possible, but you are dealing with a team who have so much zone control and a pretty serious amount of siege capability. As the Call of the Forge God's coming down, this might be their moment. They find the knock-up. Ericsson's instantly rooted out. Kasing going very low. Ericsson's going to have to be able to jump away to safety, shield him from Crocs as they're going on for Mervs now. Mervs is all on him, putting the feathers down. MC's losing a lot of health, but the soldiers just answer back from Tempt, and another inhibitor will fall down in the meanwhile. X7, it is just crisp, it is controlled, it is not flashy. It is just superior play, but it's getting them ahead in this game.
And it's actually very impressive to me that they're doing this with a new top laner. Chasey coming in, wasn't here in spring, comes in for this split, and already has been left alone on those side lanes, which can be notoriously hard to play towards. Has that now, has the winning lane matchup, and has now a Flame Horizon over Hesera. Hesera, of course, been in the NLC for such a long time. Chasey making his debut with just a few games in this split. But X7, really playing as though they've been playing together for such a long time.
Yeah, very, very good stuff. Merp's closing in on that Infinity Edge. Still got about 1,500 gold until it's done, so maybe there's a world where that could make some level of a difference for Merbs, but I'm not going to hold my breath. You've got the Shadow Flame and the Luden's Echo onto Ericsson, but on the other side, Death Cap, Everfrost, 13 stacks on the Medjais, Void Staff, Fiendish Codex. I mean, Attila is just enormous right now.
And, you know, credit to him as a librarian of Medjais myself. I very much like that item. This Veigar has been so oppressive. It's walking at him with the move speed advantage. That's actually really clever from Attila. Just like, I will run you down if you don't use your ult. Let's see what you got. Now, you actually don't have that sigil to, or rather the mimic, to get the big trades off on this next wave, and it allows them to approach with just a little bit more safety.
Just absolutely no damage coming out, as well as the last inhibitor tower shall crumble here to X7. It's going to be on Vanir to pull off a bloody miracle. Inhibitor number 3 will fall, and the Nexus towers will be the target here for the side of X7. Here comes the call of the Forge God. Hesera needs to make it land. Only onto one they go. They get a little bit of damage off onto MZ. A kick comes back, but the cage goes down, and X7 holding on fast right now. Hesera taking a bunch more damage himself, and they all need to just top back up on the health bars, but the towers will pay in the meanwhile. Look at the damage coming out from X7. Mercs has been caught, has to throw the Featherstorm not to get caught as the railgun comes down. There's a lot of feathers on the ground, but they don't connect onto anyone. Attempt to send the soldiers forwards. Another cage, another tower, another Nexus will fall to X7 as Vanir, they just fell apart in this game. They had nothing in the tank. Completely clean, completely crisp. The first Gnar we've seen actually land all game. There's 30 minutes on the clock, and it's just padding the stats. A horrific week 1 for X7. Week 2, they come back with a 2-0. X7 just, it wasn't flashy. It was just better.
It was better, and that's... You hate to see kind of games like that as a team like Vanir, who actually are a solid team. We've seen them change out their roster coming into this split, try and have a bit of that momentum from spring either way, but they just weren't given a fair fight. That fight at the Fountain, which they dragged out, that's probably the largest fight they had in the entire game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I said it on the cast. Well, I did say it on the cast. I know I did. It wasn't, oh, they have LeBlanc, and LeBlanc is just useless because she's an assassin, and the durability patch makes assassins useless. Ericsson was the star player. It was just, they were playing into a team that had tools to shut down everything Vanir wanted to do and were capable of doing, and I think they just looked a little scattered, a little lost in that game.
And for me, the reason they looked lost is because X7 just knew what Vanir had to do to win, and that was they had to blow up in early lanes, and they didn't let that happen. Tempt, time and time again, was dashing backwards, still maintaining lane push even with that, using his champion to the max and understanding when he was safe and when he wasn't. They managed to survive through to those objectives where the comp came online. Chasey played an absolute blinder again with an R2, even though he was barely on screen. Yeah. X7, again, just seemed like pound for pound, understood what they were doing and played better.
Yeah, they did. Well, we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break that game down. So, Akaram, over to you.
Thank you so much. And perfect week coming in for X7, but also they had the perfect execution of their composition. Vanir's composition was really hard to execute. It's really hard to look into this game and say Vanir had a shot.
Okay, I don't necessarily think it was hard to execute. I just think they had very, very small windows where like this LeBlanc needed to be 10 or 15-0 by minute 20 and just run everyone down. Yeah, exactly. I think they gave them very small windows to try and snowball that game, which was pretty much just LeBlanc Lee Sin. If you don't snowball that mid-jungle duo, nothing's going to happen because Senna Veigar are two ever-scaling champions, the souls plus the AP from the Veigar. Like, the later the game goes, you're just going to choke from all the damage that they're going to be throwing your way. And then the rest top of the map for X7 was pretty solid. The Gnar, the Viego, the Azir. You've got all the peeling and all of the crowd control in front of you. You've got the Gnar for disengage together with the Azir. I just think it was just a better draft, and Vanir sort of choked themselves into this very small window of if mid-jungle duo doesn't snowball, whoops.
Yeah, I think realistically it was just about the responses that came out from X7, like you said. I think the Veigar was just the biggest one. You already saw the Xayah. You saw, of course, the Lee Sin, and very great way to shut down the Lee Sin with the cage. And then the LeBlanc comes in, and the LeBlanc is obviously into the Azir. Yes, it can be a lane counter, but if you don't
have a third party there with LeBlanc and Lee Sin to lock down the Azir, or Azir is just consistently dashing away super early, then yeah, there's no way to really get a snowball going. Like Trouble said, the window was just honestly too small. And once we'd kind of already passed that window and we started to see Vanir get a little bit desperate, this was kind of the fight where I thought, okay, maybe things can start to look good for Vanir. After they get this pick on Kasing, everything looks great, but look at where Tempt is on this flank. He just gets everybody with the scoop. The feathers are no longer as effective for Merbs any longer, and the fight is effectively a wash from this point on. And I mean, Attila picks up a triple kill. He's the biggest benefactor from this team fight, and from this point onwards, it was all about those Veigar cages, all of the massive chunks. And as well, again, Tempt, I said it on Monday, he's no longer jet-lagged from his trip, and he's back and playing on top form.
Everybody has said that. I think you were the first one saying, let my boy Tempt rest a little bit, and we'll talk about that next week. And there we go.
I mean, the dude comes back completely jet-lagged, comes back to Europe on Tuesday, plays on Wednesday. He's their best performing member, even when they don't win, and now comes to play back-to-back Azir games and absolutely stomp. I think still this is not the final fall from X7, as is still a lot of comfort with a more laid-back utility bot lanes, with Tempt on his Azir, MC on the Viego. Yes, they have the winning formula, but I'm only seeing 3 very key components right here that could be taken away from them in other drafts. I want to see more from them.
It's a baby X7
It's growing.
It's growing. It's the small one so far. Let's see what they grow into. But I want to know more about this game with our interviewer, which is Attila. He's back in business. Hello, welcome back. Now with the W, how you feeling?
Better, yeah. Like as I said last week, we had to improve, and so we did so far. Like we still need to close out games faster, I will say. Like I'd say like the teams, as I said as well last week, when we were O2 are not as good as they should be on IRL. So like I believe we can actually still improve a lot and make it faster.
And tell me something, we were talking about this is still a baby X7. New roster, new composition, people need to adapt to each other, new patch as well. Do you believe this roster has what it takes to not only take NLC, go to EU Masters and slap them?
I hope so, yes. That's literally the only reason why I joined. Like, I had like some good offers as well on other RLs, which I think level-wise are better, and I always aspire to win the most difficult league possible. No disrespect to NLC or anything like this. Just I think like this team is really stacked, and once I've got told the roster that I will have and see myself on that roster, I'm like, okay, if these guys went to quarterfinals with a worse roster than we have right now, then what are we capable of achieving, right? Like I just don't want to see France winning again, so we'll make it possible.
Talking about the roster, obviously you've had like a lot of changes, and I'm seeing just a lot of comfort still, right? The Senna Karma now became a Senna Veigar down the bot lane. You guys play more utility together with Kasing. Mid lane for Temp, still the Azir that was huge for him in EU Masters as well. And MC falling back into the Viego. Is it still that you guys are going for comfort until you feel more comfortable in playing like different team comps?
If I have to be honest, I first time Veigar today, so I don't know if you call that
There you go.
Like literally, my coach just said, "Okay, I pick Senna," and then we flipped the coin, and we said, "Who's taking the Senna?" Right? And then I lost the flip, so I had to pick something. I had like a couple of mages prepared, since like yeah, I can play mages as well, right? Like 2018 summer split, mages meta on 80 carries. So yeah, this time was Veigar. It was fun. Like I had to go to World Pros to know how to build it. But it was nice, you know. Like I think so far we haven't shown many stuff. Like we kept repeating a little bit of picks, but we're actually think capable of actually expanding a lot of our champion pools and doing like some crazy stuff, and we're not scared of doing it. So.
Attila, if I may, like, new patch, new life, it's a different breath of fresh air for the 80 carries, or even to adapt to new champions as you just showed with the Veigar. And when I think of you, obviously, like, there's the Ezreal, there's the Varus as well. I watch your stream constantly, and I know you like to poke from afar. When I think about Attila, I think about the Draven, I think about aggressiveness. Yeah. Do you believe that's something that we could see in this new patch? Or you have to poke from afar, and the Attila of smacking with the X is long gone by now?
No, I think like this meta is really fun because you actually, as long as you know how to play the champions, you have a lot of situations where you can pull out like really different style of champions. So like a lot of champions like Semira Draven are perfectly viable. Just you need like to build around them, like right. Like you don't want like I don't know. You don't want some Azir and Ivern and then pick Draven into it. You know, like you want to actually play aggressive when you have those type of champs. But you can probably expect me to play a lot of different styles. Like I'll just play what's good, right? Like if they keep leaving Senna open every game, we pick it, we flex it, we just do whatever it takes to win. But you can really expect some aggressiveness. But I don't know, Archer, is it not enough picking control mage bot lane and being 40 CS ahead?
No, it is. It is.
Yeah, you replied to that. No,
Yeah,
you
Archer.
replied to him. Tell him, Asheron.
Nah, this guy actually killed the Blanc and the clone as well. Like he took both of them. Like I killed the clone and I'm going for you now.
Yes. You get the extra AP, you know. You
Exactly. I told that to her. Like it's more stacks for you, man. So I'm just stacking it up. Thank you so much, Until. I'll see you soon. You know it's a pleasure to talk with you, Abras. I'll see you soon, man.
Bye.
There you go. More stacks. I love it.
Actually just threw you on the bus. I love that.
I love this guy. I love this guy. Brings me back. But they're feeling comfortable now. They know they're adapting. They just need to play what the team needs. It seems like the coach is providing more options as well. Tempt is back. Top lane is working wonders as well. And now without the Haru effect, because every single time we look into X7, it was Haru. But now Tempt has more windows.
I'm not convinced. I know they're winning clean, but the team comps are created to success. I think the drafts are stellar. They're playing a lot of comfort again, and see back on the Viego back-to-back. Attila mentioned as well, you keep giving us free low Senna, we'll take it and take the W, you know? So I'm seeing a lot of comfort, a lot of the same picks. I want to see versatility. Until I see versatility from X7, I'm not 100% convinced. I'm about like 70 to 80%.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good margin, I would say. On the other side, though, for Vanir, it didn't quite work out for them today. So that's why we're going to jump into an interview with Zaremba, the support coming in from Vanir. Hello. So,
Hello.
It didn't work out in the end versus X7. It seemed like it was really hard to play with the specific composition versus what X7 drafted. How did you feel jumping into the game?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Overall, yeah, draft was kind of unplayable. I mean, we drafted it by ourselves. Also, like, I played super bad today, so maybe it could be playable if I play better. But yeah, it was pretty tough. Like, after like the first recall, when the Veigar got the lost chapter, like legit, I won't be able to do anything on the lane, so I just have to like dance around the whole jungle like a monkey, run around, and pray to the god they will fail, you know? Like.
That's something specifically that I was looking into this game and I knew that I was going to talk with you. I'm like, this guy is a menace when he's playing Thresh. You danced on the enemies on Monday, and now you played the Karma. How are you feeling like as an animal, as an engager, and now you're playing as a support with shields and all that? Do you feel like it's difficult to adapt to that, or are you feeling comfortable?
I mean, on the solo queue, I'm spamming only like mages and casters, so for me, it's like doesn't make like sense. I mean, it's not making like any difference.
Okay.
But team-wise, it makes because like the whole playstyle is changing. I can't face check the bushes. I can't be like the tanky guy, just like getting all the CCs. Like for me, it doesn't make like it does not make like a difference. But for a team, it's like harder to play because everyone is used to playing like Leona, Nautilus, and Uga Buga. Let's go, you know?
Yeah.
I love the very vocal iterations of what's happening. Yeah, exactly. I want to ask, of course, you jumped into a brand new roster with Vanir. Yes, they're coming from a pretty successful spring split, I would say, but like jumping into a completely new 5-man. How is the atmosphere? Because I know you guys are winning, you guys are losing, you look pretty competitive as well. So how's the atmosphere, let's say, in losses like today?
The atmosphere is good. Like, we are learning from this. We are not like mad at each other. Of course, there's like moments where we like start arguing, but it's like a good way, you know, like discussing like the bad things and the good ones. And from the scrims, like if we are like speedrunning the scrims, you know, 5 games go solo queue type of block, it's like we are still like trying to learn something. Of course, like not everyone will have like the greatest day, so you can't like blame him, you know, but we are like friends right now, I can say. For sure, we are like not fighting yet, so everything is good.
Okay, it's a team that is adapting still now, and thank you so much for this interview, I would say, and best of luck throughout the rest of the patch. Obviously, it's a lot to take in. I would like to address more of you did the champion select by yourselves in the future. Let's see if we have time for that as well in the future. So thank you so much for the interview, and happy birthday to your partner, your team.
Yeah, thanks for the interview, guys. Bye-bye.
See you, mate. I want to address that one. I'm
Didn't win for the birthday. That's sad.
Yeah, you wanted to talk with Mertz.
On your birthday, it's the worst.
It's a gift.
X7 was like, surprise, Senna Vega, happy birthday.
And he's like, well, at least are not socks. So, hey, it's different.
I guess.
I guess.
What's worse? Socks on Christmas or your birthday, losing comparably.
Okay, I'll take the socks for Christmas. I think that's good. No. Okay, it's worse if you lose. Sorry, yeah. I'll take the socks happily for Christmas.
I know what to buy for us, for you for Christmas. Now, how are the standings right now after this game? Did a lot change? Let's take a peek. Team Singularity down there. The next 7, booyah, going to the first part of Group B at this point. Tied up with Vanir and looking into Dusty, Bifrost, and Astralis. One more win, and they might jump into the left side of the screen. So they're looking good.
Yeah, no, I think they are. We'll see. I mean, for me, X7, like we kind of got from Attila, and it just seems more about time. Right? I need more time for them, and I think, like you said, not fully convinced, right? But I think we just need to see them truly tested again. Yeah. I think because we got not an unfortunate schedule, but seeing JDXL's
JDXL rematch,
game, so. You know, we have to see them play against, you know, your Bifrost, Astralis, the teams that we're expecting to be towards the top side of the table before we can start to draw a more finite conclusion.
And you had to talk about JDXL. We needed to talk about that because this is the game we're going to get next. JDXL versus Astralis. We're talking about the Academy teams looking at each other, and one of them is undefeated. But if Astralis take them down, they will jump into first place. But before we talk more about this match, we're going to meet the fan on the street for JDXL.
So what makes you the super fan for JDXL?
Well, I love the NLC, and you know, especially when XL and JDXL now got involved. I was like, this is really...
Yo, big man.
This is really good.
Acquisition, interview, convened. June, listen, let's go, boy. What are we saying? What's going on here, bro?
This is a fan on the street segment for JDXL.
For JDXL, spreadsheets, Bill Gates, them man, love it. PowerPoint, big fan. Anyway, look at my creps though. Little pan down. These are the mobility boosts. I use this to run man down in the op block jungle when I'm trying to equalize no rumble. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
No.
Who do you play against this week?
Astralis.
Astralis. Listen, I've got some bars for you. This track has been supplied. Let's get inside. Let's do so. I'm repping XL. And when we beat Astralis, I'm going to do the running man. These Danes are going to spam Fs and GGs like a requiem. That's a Carthus ulti coming, man. You brought back Vendetto, but without them Voxnay, I won't be tricked. That's a chessboard without a king, aka a disaster. No wonder you guys have Carlson, because you're all stuck in Grandmaster and won't make EU Masters. And I'm simply the best in the mid the way I've got MNS. That's Marks, not Venza. Now just remember that you can't censor. We ain't friends. I've got a Matt LeBlanc to dish out chains, and now Cress is crying because he can't cleanse her. Astralis talent. I should laugh, but I'm not able. You man should just rename to legs, the way you're always at the bottom of the table.
Get me out.
I love Jay.
How can I?
I love him. He's
That
great.
was so good.
That was so...
We are back at NLC.
It's JDXL versus legs, apparently.
Oh, man. Nah. Okay. JDXL versus Astralis. The undefeated team so far are going to meet up versus Astralis. Apparently the legs. How can we look into this match after this?
All right, so this is the battle.
Bring him back, bring him back, bring him back.
Bring you back, I'm bringing you back as well. Okay, this is the battle of the two academy teams. Astralis back in spring replaced Fnatic, who left us for Superliga. We also how this went for them. And now they're our second academy team right next to JDXL, and their spring split. kind of disappointing. They didn't necessarily do much. We didn't see them being extremely proactive in the early game. Unless their draft was like completely superior, they couldn't necessarily execute. Their macro didn't look good. Their communication didn't look good. It's a completely different Astralis right now in summer. They replaced the support. They have Kiba in. I think Crispec and Kiba look extremely strong down the bot lane, and then the rest of the map is finally falling into place as well.
In terms of stats...
Are you crying?
Kinda. I'm trying to keep my cool.
I'm sorry,
but,
I didn't know what I was saying. Was that sad?
No, because I'm
Fnatic,
trying not to laugh more.
I get it. We lost Fnatic, but it's not that tragic, okay?
No, it's about, okay, Astralis is also at first place in almost every single stat. Okay, they had a shaky start on the summer split, but they're looking really, really good. And JDXL do show some windows where teams can get in and shake the game. Is this something Astralis can explore?
Yeah, no, honestly, I think so. I feel like under Vendetta as well, if you remember Tricked from last year, that was kind of their style. They were very much on the map looking to punish like map movements things, like macro mistakes, incorrect lane assignments, things like that. So if JDXL aren't on top of their game in things like that, ensuring that, you know, they're having Eminez or Venza on the correct sides of the map so they can get their resources, Astralis will, I expect, to be very quick to pounce on that under this sort of new philosophy that we're seeing from them, from Vendetta. And I think in general, Taxa and Senkox have looked a lot sharper than we saw from Spring as a duo.
I think if anything, even though the partners from Dusty and they're coming into JDXL, I think the bot lane for JDXL is the most vulnerable part. We've seen Venza and FTG have multiple deaths at that level 3 to level 4 mark, where they overextend, where they overchase, where they don't respect the wave pushing against them, and they get instantly punished. And if Taxa is in a day where he's very, very, very active, like we've seen him, potentially on something like a Viego or a Lee Sin in the early stages, it could be something that they could potentially punish later on towards the bot side of the map, and especially if all the kills land onto Crispec, then ding, 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 you've got a recipe for success.
That's exactly what I want to focus in as soon as we jump into Champion Select. It's ready to go. Both teams, the Academy teams, are fighting it off. One team to stay undefeated, the other one to jump into the top of the standings. We have coaches ready as well. As we know, Tara can be a little unconventional as well, but Astralis are looking to dispatch, and I want to know what they're going to pick.
He really does like to.
He's a free man.
He's a free man.
He's a free spirit.
He's a free spirit. We've seen some very bonkers things. We even got really out of him.
Sometimes the drafts are free as well, you know.
Yeah,
free.
Free from the opposite point of view.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I think we'll see what we get out of XL today, how standard they want to play. I'm actually kind of curious, whilst there's like loads of matchups to look at, right? Whether it's Crispberg into Venza, or the mid lane, you know, Senkox looking a little bit sharper into Eminez. I'm kind of curious how Carlson versus Kryze will go, because I think Kryze has really been on fire so far. And Carlson, from last split, it was either he was on fire, as in literally his lane was going down in flames, or he was actually, you know, looking really insane.
The fire,
I'm gonna pull you both down all the way to the bot side of the map, because I feel JDXL's game from Monday really haunted them. The Renata and the Lulu down the bot lane completely untiable, but this also means to me Tristana. It could possibly be a B1. Tristana flex towards mid lane for Eminez. Give it to Venza. He was really successful with Tristana back then. And then you've taken two of the key enchanters that could potentially go down the bot lane and completely block Tristana out of teamfights later on. The second she dashes in, never mind. Snip, snip is up and available. Kryze is going to yoink that one.
Yeah, all right. So Kryze on the Gwen. Carlson could snap up GP in the first 3. Whether he wants to do it super early is definitely kind of just up to Astralis and whether or not they're going to prioritize anything else. The Lulu's down. Will Astralis look maybe towards the Karma? That seems to be like sort of that secondary enchantment on the patch right now. We'll just see a hyper carry. We'll even maybe see Tristana take away on Crispberg's side. Senna as well. Plenty of options. They will take the answer into Gwen, but it's going to actually be the Nana instead for Carlson. So curious to see how Astralis will want to draft either. I'm expecting now away from the top side. When you pick Gnar, typically, unless it's a lane bully lane, you're not really going to look to play towards it frequently.
This kind of screams to me that Astralis is ready for potentially down picking Nocturne here. He picked it on the first week as well. Wukong is banned, Viego is banned. All of these sort of more pure junglers still exist in the game, but they're not as strong into Nocturne. And especially if you have lights out, it would pair up really well with the Senna as well. You dive into the back, you've got the Senna ultimate to come your way. Venza has played a lot of that Senna as well. You could potentially expect something like the Nocturne.
Yeah, and I don't feel like that read from Astralis is too far off because they even took the Desire after the Gnar.
Exactly.
I think they were really buying into, we feel like Dan is going to take up the Nocturne. They've got one part of that puzzle with the Senna. Will they want to go for it? It seems like with the Hover, I expected to get Nocturne after the call out, to be honest. And they're still going to be willing to take it into what is a pretty strong sort of foundation for anti-dive. I think Taxa now, I would expect maybe something like Lee just on top of that, to be honest, to try and just match that. Or, ooh, I mean, Diana's a risky one. I don't like to talk about hovers too frequently, but I think especially on 12-10, Diana was one of the harder hit champs. Trundle could be pretty interesting, but I would expect something that is super anti-pill. Lee does lean into that more for Taxa, but instead actually securing, I think, the mid lane pool here, very important for Senkox, because now he gets the opportunity to ban away some of Eminez's more prominent mid-game or early to mid-game champions, maybe something like LeBlanc or even maybe the Vex on top of the dive.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Eminez, you're like, we're just going to have to pray that the champion that we pick mid lane is not going to be too diveable, is not going to be too exploitable, because this guy can bring anything under the sun. It's obviously going to be an AP champion that Eminez is going to be piloting in the mid lane, especially since you have Nocturne in the jungle and your Senna already locked in. So we could potentially be looking at something like the LeBlanc that could get banned out. It's really good with the Nocturne, lights out, you don't know where this assassin is jumping in, but as well as something like the Akali, also really good at jumping at the back, because right now, yes, I'm seeing a Nocturne, yes, I'm seeing a Senna ult, but I'm just missing one more component that will dive into the backline together with the Nocturne, and yes, you'll take the first ultimate from Xayah, but then somebody has to pull down the execution.
We saw the Akali on the first day. He popped it off. He can play the Vex as well. It's kind of hard to ban Eminez, so let's see what is the answer
X
coming
pretty
in
good here
the
too.
last one.
X pretty good here too.
Yeah.
Lights out again, Vex flying in. I think in general, we talked to Finn as well. Nocturne is such a powerful weapon because a lot of people either forget or don't respect it enough on a side lane. And we saw Carlsen in spring that a lot of the times when he was left alone in his own devices, if a Nocturne is there, they're gonna instant punish you on that.
Last ban coming in for JDXL, looking to take. Olaf is gone as well. Let's see what's the last one from Torak. I'm so sad that the blob is not showing up more. I really want to see the Zac jumping into the Summer's Rift. I feel like it's a good patch for them. I feel eventually.
It's an okay patch. I think it's
12-11 is going to be even better for him.
Yes.
11 is going to be even better, exactly. Rakan Banaway, pretty smart in my opinion, just because it can work as like peel as well as re-engage. When you've already got the Xayah there, you're just always going to be having a strong duo lane. So I understand from JDXL's point of view. I'm still expecting that Lee or that Trundle to come in for Taxa. I think those are the ones that make the most sense, unless there's something else you really want to deal with. Because right now, I feel like JDXL's theme as a composition is kind of just set in stone. They're likely just going to be diving forward, and something like the Trundle to try and sort of, you know, pressure early, I think is what they want the most. And Senna really can get heavily affected by that pillar, and I think that's likely where they're going to look. Now that they have the support R5 counter pick, they're going to have something that's going to have a little bit of engage, sort of Leona, Nautilus, and that will probably be where Astralis look to focus.
So I'm looking at Nocturne again, and I'm like, give priority lanes. Like, Nocturne really needs priority lanes because he wants to speedrun level 6, but Nocturne also wants to speedrun Nocturne in his own jungle, right? So making sure that both your mid and your top lane are going to be shoving in. I'm expecting a really hard shove in mid lane right here. You could potentially see the Vex coming out again from Eminez. It's really hard pushing. You can play that into Azir as well. The Syndra got very cleverly banned away from Astralis right here. The Lux could also do the trick because you can stay from really far away, snipe people down when the Paranoia comes in as well.
It's in?
It's in, yeah.
That's a cool take from JDXL, honestly. I think, you know, you can outrange the Azir in lane. I don't know what the, you know, the discrepancies are when which champion will take priority, but I'm pretty sure Lux probably around level 5 is going to start to pressure Azir from that distance, where she can just start to chunk him out, always use the ultimate so that he can't really contest priority safely anymore. And yeah, Karma slipped all the way through the draft, and I'm not too surprised to see it come in. I wouldn't have minded some sort of setup so that they can try and play around the bottom side of the pillar to try and, you know, bully the center Sion lane, but I think it's going to provide a lot of late game utility in terms of they're looking at dive, give us all of that, or give us all the Mantra Shield, and we can very easily survive and try and turn it around with things like the shuffle.
Last predictions, and give me those
I'm a little
numbers.
bit scared for Astralis because that looks to be like a very passive draft. You kind of want to scale into the late game, maybe get some kills onto Crispec if they're given to him magically. Like if JDXL misstep and overchase and overdive, yeah, sure enough. But like, usually the teams that have a lot of activity in the early game versus Astralis. Astralis usually just put their hands up and they're like, it's cool, we're scaling. And yes, they are scaling. But again, I'm asking the same question every single time I see scaling teams. How much are you willing to give up to then start playing the game? Because sometimes it's just way too late.
For you?
Yeah, I feel like XL's composition, Azir and Senna as a duo on this patch just seem kind of too strong.
Yes.
I think Astralis don't, right now, I don't think they have the tools to deal with that. I think, yeah, like Trouble said, passive early lanes, too passive in the early stages. I think their draft can thematically deal with what XL have brought to the table, but XL have been very good at playing around those win conditions, and I think they're going to be very good at playing around those.
Astralis takes this one. They can jump into the top of the standing, showing themselves an academy team and looking for the first place. JDXL are playing with the lights. One can turn it off, one can turn it on. Let's see Lux and Nocturne shining on the Rift as we jump to the casters, Hiprain and Nymera.
It's time to get on Gromp and on the Rift for our second game of the day. And this is the big one. This is our two academy teams going toe-to-toe, seeing how they're going to trade up. Because, you know, not particularly the performance we expected out of either of these teams last split. So it's a real statement game for them going, okay, that was a fluke. That was a flash in the pan. It's time for us to really prove that we are the best teams in the league because we have high expectations. XL have dominated the NLC and the UK scene previously before that. You know, Astralis, they're newer to this league, but they're still such a phenomenally big name.
That's a really good
in
call
esports. Yeah, this for me is actually an incredibly important game because they need to show us that they're good.
That is actually a really good call out, like saying that, because I mean, I just assumed, you know, that, oh, you know, JDXL, they're just continuing on this run of form. And they were great for like 80% of spring, but then that matchup happened in those playoffs. They got dumped out by Riddle, something that they've actually done quite a lot in the NLC. Riddle have played against the BTXL iteration, JDXL, beaten them both in playoffs. And now you have to see, okay, you're back at the top of the table for now. Where does that end? Do we actually see the upper ceiling realized yet again, or is this going to be much like that last split where they couldn't capitalize?
Well, we'll have to find out as we're heading to the Rift for game number 2. Our two academy teams, JDXL versus Astralis. Comps are locked in. Lights can go on and off, as Arkaram said, with the Nocturne Lux.
A light switch combo.
I'm happy to see a Lux. I know most people are like, ugh, Lux, but back in the day, I was a Lux mid lane main. I mean, things haven't got much better for me. I'm a LeBlanc and GP player mid, so most people sigh heavily when they hear that. So, you know, I've always been that guy in the mid lane.
But speaking of that Lux, because we should probably just spend some time talking about the bit of the off-ball pick. I feel like this is actually a really good game for Lux if you don't die early. I mean, M&S going to very, very easily step away from that Karma Q. We saw that last game too. Karma's trying to go for that early poke and not finding much from it. But you look at the composition which Astralis has, and there is a distinct lack of engage. What you are looking for is for Trundle to catch someone so horribly out of position that it doesn't matter that you have less engage, that it can set up for the more conditional engage of an Azir Shuffle or a Mega Gnar. You have to be very, very careful about how you approach those engages, though, as the solo laners of Astralis talent, though, because they're not easy to set up into the likes of a comp which can catch you out over a wall with Lux bindings, with the ability to close you down with the Nocturne ult, so many other things. So for me, I look at this Lux and I feel like it's actually in a pretty safe position to play a range, be that artillery bot, and just join in on the big flanking engages and dive combos that you can get from JDXL. Of course, M&S did play it once last split to great effect, so it's not even a unique champion for him.
And interestingly enough, it's pretty much the same bot lanes we had. Obviously, instead of that mage in the bot lane to go with the Senna, it is going to be FGG on the Scion, but still that fasting Senna versus the Karma and the Xayah. And what we saw from Mervs was, you know, a moment of a glimmer of what this actually should be able to do. So kind of eyes on Chris Berg. Chris Berg is a player who's been on the scene for an incredibly long time. You know, earned that veteran status in the UK scene. So the question is Chris Berg going to be able to pilot this better than Mervs? I'm going to say probably so, but to what degree is a real question for me.
And I do look at this and I think, okay, this is the good part of the comp from Astralis, where actually, if you're not playing around your ranged Senna Lux hyper artillery combo with railguns and light beams afoot, I mean, if you're diving onto the Xayah with Karma Shields, with Trundle Pillars, with the Azir ults helping buy you space, that's a great place to do damage. So I think just in terms of the champions on the page right now and on the Rift, feels like Chrisberg is going to be much easier at time things than we saw of the Zyre in the last game.
Do you remember when Lux had a couple of changes?
Which ones?
Well, the ones where hopefully she survives is MNS has had to pop the flash and the ghost to get away, is going to be able to do so. And Venza also loses a little bit of health, but going back to Lux, do you remember when her ult used to have like a micro reset on it?
Well, it was more than a micro reset for a little while.
Percentage, wasn't it?
It was a percentage reset. And when you got to 3rd rank on it, it was like a 10-second cooldown. It was absolutely ridiculous.
It's already like, I think it's like 32 seconds at like rank 3 now, so it's already quite a short cooldown ability. So it was a bit of an odd one to give a champion who really didn't struggle to get their ult up. Just more uses of their ultimate.
I think it was just because the main play pattern of a Lux is to look for bind into you lose in Singularity, final combo, right? Yes. Okay, I'm going to try to show off. Remember the names. Failed at the last one. But either way, you're looking for these big, full, press all your button one-shots. And it's very, very important for Lux to keep doing that as... well, durability patch, thank you very much there. Kiba's going to take a fair amount of damage. We're not going to go down on that one. But yeah, I do think that this Lux is going to be a very key part of this composition from JDXL. We talked about poke champions in the form of the LeBlanc last game, being in a position to do similar things. I feel like Lux does that in a similar role in this one. Actually, doesn't matter if you one-shot, even if you are just poking people out, you're getting large value in this game.
Looks like they're potentially looking for something here. Keeper has to flash over the knock-up, and the snare lands onto Chrisberg, so there's nothing they can do. They try to get a little bit tail-up damage, but that was just sad.
It was sad.
That was sad.
Because I actually appreciate the attempt, because you're like, okay, flash over the Q, great. And then what happens with the Setter W is it hits a low-health minion, and then the minion dies, instantly proccing it, and then getting the snare and the AoE onto Chrisberg behind it. Really awkward 2v2.
I think Keeper shielded himself as the Q went out, and he went forward and went, oh, I have to flash here. And then he just flashes over, and he's like, you're following Chrisberg? Chrisberg is not following.
It's like, I ran my way into this mess, I'm going to run out of it. Now has less summoners to their name to attempt the same at a later date. Of course, opposite side of the map, we see this champion, which I honestly didn't expect to see on the Rift at all in this patch, because Gwen is so absurdly strong. Now, Carlson has been, actually, in terms of laning phase, one of the better individual top laners that the NLC has had to offer, even as a younger player in this league. But Kryze has probably been the best one of that. And giving Kryze the best champion on the patch, probably, I would say, out of all roles combined. That is how strong Gwen is. With a player with such a prestigious name tag on top of it, it feels like this is going to have to be a statement game from the top laner of Astralis talent to really justify doing this.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's a bit of an uphill battle in that sense. But, you know, Astralis, they might leave this Rift for some groovy new haircuts. We'll see.
Well, I'm kind of more concerned if that Scissors ends up around somewhere a little bit more vital in this game, because Gwen does damage. And one of the big problems with not having a huge amount of engage is that what's really going to pop Gwen W when you're not wanting to? Because I'm looking at the way these fights are going to transform later into the game. If Kryze gets to be in a position that they want to be with the W in place, Astralis is going to really, really struggle between that and the Scion to reach the targets that they want.
Yeah. Oh, well, Dan's coming in, looking for Carlson. Does catch him with the Q, but not going to be able to achieve too much more. Meanwhile, the pressure they have been able to get for himself in the bot lane, Astralis can now turn into that dragon. Going to get him crab. That's not as important. Going to be a Cloud Drake as well, so looking like we might get a pretty interesting soul here. Going to either be that ocean, that mountain, which is the least interesting, or the Hex Tech Soul. And I think in this patch, the Hex Tech Soul actually might be my favorite, because the ability to stick to people and chase them down,
in terms of the
people
soul,
are harder to kill. It's so good for like continuing a chase.
And the map is also just really intriguing, because what we saw last game was an example of a top laner knowing how to play side lanes, just kind of instinctively, right? Knowing that this is when I back off, this is when I push. And having Hex Gates really messes with those inbuilt, those honed instincts which you've had for so many seasons at this point in the case of all the players. I actually think Mountain Rift is going to be really interesting in this game if we end up rolling that too, because you look at the amount of champions which Astrology can play through choke points, you look at so many champions inside of JDXL that can do the same. That would actually change the way this game plays out in fairly important ways too, even if the Soul, as you're rightfully saying, maybe tones down the action just a little bit too much.
Well, yeah, I just... No mountain, no mountain. We've got enough resistances. We don't need more.
This man does not want to go on a hike.
No, I don't. Actually, I quite like a walk. We had a
It's
walk.
not too far uphill. Maybe like hill dragon.
Actually,
not a mountain dragon.
I lived at top of a hill. I lived on top of a hill when growing up, so I'm pretty used to climbing up and down hills. So I don't really mind it. What are you guys doing at home? Let's find out, shall we? Oh, no, we're looking at a duck.
I appreciate
away, duck.
that.
Let's see what's going on.
Well, you can be...
That's my button. You gonna work?
You see,
all right, don't worry. The button
you're not the person that decides that, because the duck, for those of you that don't know our resident duck here, that is actually an eldritch being, a soft luxury. You look into those eyes, and it ain't normal. I'm telling you, that duck's up to something. And he's decided today that you're not pressing that button. It's not going to do anything right now. Instead, we're going to see Herald go down. Is that interesting enough for you?
Yeah, actually, that is interesting because Astralis have been very proactive on the map. They've been able to accrue themselves, you know, the Dragon, the Herald, and this can lead into these gold leads. They've only got a 100 gold lead right now, so it's nothing significant at the moment, but where they go to use this could set them up into the next Dragon coming up in 3 minutes' time. This is something that could snowball away from XL unless they find some kind of an answer. Now, Dan is level 6. That's the big thing for me. Paranoia is available.
Okay, that is huge, because of course that's one of the big power points for JDXL when you are playing around that semi-global ultimate, diving onto those side lanes, see if Carlson can end up surviving to a certain point. But I do want to quickly jump back to what you're talking about, those objectives, because actually that's very important for what's going to happen a little later into this game, because you talk about, okay, getting that Herald, getting the Dragon. What does that mean about gold advantages? Gold advantages is one thing. Actually just getting up to potentially forcing JDXL to fight over Dragons and come into them, that fixes their issue of having less engage, and they can play around their stronger part of the composition, which is their disengage. It doesn't work if you're getting to on side lanes.
Yeah, gonna get the fear off, but it doesn't actually quite pop as jumping away. The needlework is starting to do some work here. Carlson about to gnaw out, and Carlson survives! No! A double rainbow!
Oh, they're both on the other side of him. They're just the 2 rainbows, 0 hits, and M&S came up there with the ult because it seemed to be just that huge side lane pylon. You had that center ult too, and that didn't end up landing, and Carlson getting maximum value out of the hop, getting the double hop range, flashing out of that fist. Seriously well played under turret by Carlson, actually.
And this needs to be careful because Tax is coming in, does have the flash, good binding, gonna shield himself, pop the ghost, doesn't need to burn the flash, actually gets the Lumen Spark off, just for a little bit of damage. Kiba also eats a Q from down there, and MNES now flashless, so does have a world where they can be punished, but you also do have to keep in mind, has still got the flash available. So looks like Astralis now rotating members towards his bot side. Venza and FGG need to be careful as Venza actually stayed a little longer. FGG gonna try and zone him away. They get the slow, Venza flashes out, they get the root off as well. FGG gets caught up for the moment, doesn't quite land the knock-up. And Astralis, again, these ganks might not be resulting in kills, but they're resulting in summoner spells burnt, and they've got the Rift Herald. JDXL can't really do too much here because Dan doesn't have the paranoia. They do get a little bit of damage in return. Chris Berg has to be quite careful because Venza starting to stack up a little bit. Keeper gets the shield off and a bunch of plates over to Astralis' bot lane. And that's just going to do a little bit of pressure. This tower is now something that could fall in another kind of potential dive here. But the resets are coming in and Dragon's up.
Dragon's up. Looking at these resets and what's happening with that reset, get a Kraken Slayer in. That's where that gold's come to. You were talking about, okay, Astralis, they don't really get much in terms of kills. They get a couple of flashes showing that they really just were Marvel over DC. And Chris, but the thing is, you get that gold and you get that extra advantage onto one of the key members of your composition in this side, who is going to be key for peeling back the later these objectives go. Actually, even with those resets, JDXL weren't in a position to contest for that Dragon themselves, so continuing to stack these up. Astralis, it's a slower early game in terms of, again, the explosive kill-heavy skirmishes as we've come to expect in this patch. They're starting to get themselves up to actually quite a worrying point, JDXL. If you do give up too many of these Dragons, then, again, you might be forced into fighting for a stronger soul. Of course, we're going to go find out what that is in just 1 second, and it will be X-Tech.
Oh,
that changes
baby.
things quite a lot.
That is going to be very impactful, that soul. Like I said, the ability to, first of all, slow people down from getting towards you, but also, if you're in a winning scenario, using it to chase down. Chris Berg, very happy with the extra attack speed. Senkug's also very happy with the extra attack speed. Same for Carlson, being able to proc that W.
Sure. Oh, I mean, the individual Hex-Tech Dragon, insanely valuable for Azir, because it gives you some attack speed, also gives you a little bit of ability haste too. Azir uses both of those stats incredibly well. Remember, this is a champion that used to build Nash's Tooth first for attack speed, for AP, and then also back in that iteration of Nash's Tooth for that ability, I guess, for that cooldown reduction back then. So just getting those individual dragons, very strong for them. And that's without, as you were saying, that extra slowing static shiv-like effect from the Soul itself. And that, again, has been maybe one of the larger overarching stories for what we should expect in this game in terms of how do Astralis kind of not make their lack of engage come to the fore. So you see they're playing around disengage right now.
Yeah, they are actually going to throw the Subjugate out here. In comes the Paranoia. Taxa doesn't really want to stick around anymore, and our potential for a first blood doesn't go down. So, that's what you guys are doing at home while we got a moment. It's working now.
Hey!
Hey! Wait.
Veneer owner fixing up the place so I can watch NLC at home. Yes, Veneer owner not pictured has put girlfriend and in-laws to work. Delegation, I tell you.
I genuinely thought that was someone accidentally using the NLC hashtag and just like some home renovation company. I was like, oh, did we not check this one?
It's like, wow, we had some great double glazing put into it. Like, that's
thanks to NLC Windows.
Oh gosh, but yeah, no, it is great to again check in with all of you out there in chat and other places, checking in with our own ERL and seeing how you get to partake of this product.
I get to stand in a room
with me.
Isn't
that great? Yeah.
Would help if you weren't so stinky.
It's like I even took a shower before this work today.
I know you're not smelly at all. Don't worry. Not to ruin the facade. Anyway, we're back onto the map. Blue buff's going to get picked up. We are 14 minutes in. Plates have fallen off. Kraken Slayer was picked up quite a while ago. Venza has just finished up that Umbral Glaive. And it looks like both these teams are threatening to try and start something over this Rift Herald. First one went over to Astralis. XL need this one.
So, key things. JDXL cannot get baited into awkward engages. If they can split the fight, that's good. You see that M&S potentially catching out Senkux if he would to go towards this objective. And Astralis, again, I think this is the correct decision by them. They see this going down. They say, look, we are at our best when they're engaging into us. Let's not flip those tables just yet. Let's just keep this away.
Dan's got ultimate. They might think about jumping on Crispberg here, although Featherstorm actually still down for a little bit, so if FGG can't line up anything more than a slow, unfortunately, and looks like just going to step away. 15 minutes.
Oh boy, are we going to say that a lot in this game? And this patch, welcome to durability, folks. Hope you enjoy the lack of damage.
I wonder if we have a stat on when the longest first blood has been in this league.
This league? Well, see if it happens in the next couple of seconds. Taxa. Oh, it's not doing anything.
Don't curse
man! What am I saying? Again, like, I've done so much casting in this last split, as we all have, just sitting here and watching this game. I'm sure that many people who have been watching since, you know, probably season 8 and 9 where it started to change around, where things just became more fast-paced, with turret plates, with the ability to burst out from jungle rolls and everything like that. We saw Lee Sin's one-shotting people across the game. This is actually not something we've seen in League of Legends for quite a long time in terms of this level of passive play.
Are you happy, AD Carries? This is what you brought. This is your fault. This is your doing.
This really was the monkey paw wish. You know it's going to be a slow day in the office when we've got all of these pictures of wildlife.
I don't know if we've turned into like some David Attenborough show.
How extraordinary.
I can't attempt it. I'm not going to attempt it. He is an icon.
He is. And took a lot of inspiration from his own dramatic voicing. And speaking of trying to make something, well, I'm not going to say boring, but less active to something incredibly dramatic.
Okay.
He is very much the king of that. We've seen many Animal Kingdom tussle through the guise of that man.
Animal Kingdom tussle. I love it.
That's the best I could think of.
That is honestly amazing. Absolutely love it. Right. Dragon spawning up in 15 seconds, so action probably going to be coming in. Dan's going to put the Rift Herald down to get some pressure for the side of JDXL. Everybody is mid lane. Please, can we have a kill?
Hippo on one side, Alligator on the other.
I'm begging you, it's going to be a final spark to go down, but not enough to get a kill. Everybody's running away. Crisis jumping over the needlework. The Paranoia is going down, and Crispberg actually throws the Featherstorm out, gets the blast gun over the wall. They've got the Gnar, they've got the turnaround. They might be able to find the kill. Kiva finds the kill. Everything thrown down to kill Venza.
It takes us 17 minutes. It takes pretty much every ultimate on the table to achieve it, and about 30 seconds of fighting. Even after that, Astralis don't feel particularly engaged to go elsewhere. But again, Astralis are playing to their comp. They don't want to engage. They want JDXL to come into them. That's where they want to play. They're continuing on those lines.
Look at the health bar though. MNES has his ultimate back up already. FGG going to get caught out for the moment. Dragon going low. And there it is. Looking for the final spark. It's going to land. Almost kills Taxa. God damn these resistances.
Someone's going to have to call up the Grim Reaper and say he's out of a job. No one's dying. The mortality rate of Summoner's Rift is it's only on jungle camps and minions. Champions are apparently no longer allowed to be picked up by the dark hooded guy inside them. But we can see, again, this is the combo you're meant to be playing towards. And this is the one carry you're meant to be seriously hitting. This is it. This is it. Didn't have a stopwatch at that point, and they land a lot of damage onto them. But it's just not enough through Karma Shields. Through, again, the increased durability we've seen from patch 12.10 just recently. And after that, it just felt like JDXL, they'd used their firepower and they had nothing left to play with.
Yeah. Even with 2 Lux ultimates connecting as well. Not enough damage now. We do have to be a little bit careful for the side of JDXL, because 4 minutes away, that soul is coming up, and we've spoken quite a lot about how valuable it is, but it is so close to being up and available. No towers have fallen yet, either. We've got some blinking health bars on towers, to be fair. This top lane tower pretty low. There was a charge in the mid lane from the Rift Herald as well, that Dan put down. So, as you can see, just under half HP. So, I feel like these towers may be a big swing in gold, because if you look at the top side of your screen, gold is pretty even across the board, even with Astralis having that first blood under their belt.
I think what that means is that, you know, we get towards a soul fight, you have to hard commit on that. You don't have a choice as JDXL, which is why we called it out a bit earlier, saying, okay, well, Astralis, you don't have much engage, you want to play towards disengage. Dragons help you do that. And then also the Baron. The Baron's the one which actually doesn't matter about the early game setup. If you give up a Baron as either of those teams, those turrets, as you said, are going to bring so much financial power to these teams. And Astralis Town, currently in River, this is again actually one of their more dangerous moments where you don't have your full phalanx set up, but JDXL can't pull the trigger, don't quite have the vision control and damage limits to, again, overcome the even partial disengage from Astralis Town.
I'm a fool. I didn't realize bot lane tower had actually gone down. Chrisberg dodging out on the binding, has got the ghost popped and the flash available, so should be okay. Dan's waiting in the wings with that paranoia. If this binding lands, it could be big. Looking for Taxa, but Taxa able to avoid for now. And something we haven't really talked about is this jungle matchup. We haven't really had the opportunity to do so, but Dan versus Taxa, a matchup for the ages, now, really. 2 old school players, and Dan making it happen. The paranoia will connect as the railgun comes in. Carson's about to gnaw out. Can he survive in time? No, he can't. But they're able to get a kill back in response, and Cries trying to sustain up with that Riftmaker. But Tax is doing a lot of work. Cries healing up off the minions as much as possible, but he is oh so low. One more bite from Taxa, and down goes Cries.
And if this isn't working as JDXL, will you commit 3 ultimates onto a side lane turret? You are in dire straits as JDXL. Again, Gwen trying to get this rundown play. The Sentinel actually lands this time. The damage and the shield both coming into the equation, and it still ends up in a one kill for 2 death traders. Actually, you're talking about that jungle matchup between 2 of the more experienced junglers in our league. Both end up on their way to that play, and Taxa, well, cleans up the rest of the play.
Taxa used to be on XL way back when, so bit of a revenge story here against the likes of Dan. Obviously, it has been a long time since Taxa was on XL. He's shifted around a couple of teams, so it's nice to see him return to an academy.
Favorite memories of these players, these teams?
My favorite memory of Dan is bundling up with all of the different Dans in League of Legends. You got like Dan XD.
Foxdrop is a Dan.
And yeah, Orcs is a Dan.
There are a lot of them.
There's a lot of Dans in League of Legends. We must start the coal.
We've got 2 Alexes on broadcast too. We have a contingent of them around.
Are you an Alexander?
I'm an Alexander, yeah.
Okay.
That's me. Yeah. Aiming to become great one day, although potentially not as conquest heavy as the other one of that name, but we'll see. See what happens when I'm done with casting.
We'll see how it goes. Chrisberg gonna have to pop the ultimate as FGG might find himself caught out here. The pillars are doing a fair amount, but not gonna catch him out with the feathers. And remember, this is the fight for the dragon. 37 seconds until it comes up. Cry's going to step forward. Zencox has to jump over the wall just to get a bit of a zone away. Now, it's JDXL who have control of the river and this particular area.
So, mid lane priority becomes so important. We talked about choke points a lot today, particularly with the champions we have here. So much CC and long range damage that can hold these corridors so well. Mid lane priority helps you avoid that. There's a bigger entrance to get into River if you push out the mid wave. That's what Astralis have played towards now. Still trying to cash people out through it on JDXL, but they've just lost that mid prior. Lose a lot of the way to approach this Dragon Pit. So Astralis, again, making sure that they're not overcommitting. They want to play disengaged. They have 5 people all together, and they're very happy with this positioning.
They're going to be stepping up, placing as much wards down. The sweepers are sweeping. There's the binding onto Carson, just a bit of a chunk onto him, but he's about to gnar out, and this is the worst time for JDXL. MNES needs to line it up. The paranoia comes down. They're waiting for it. They're jumping in. The railgun goes down. MNES on the flank. Finds himself the binding, and he tries to go for the final spot. He's giving it a dodge away for the moment. Senkox gets the shovel back as there it is. Carson's going to go down, and Kryze is popping off. Finds himself a triple kill. Kryze playing that absolutely beautifully.
And Gwen is just too hard to deal with. You can disengage all you want. You can try and peel back. Kryze hops over the wall and says, you do not give anyone this champion on this patch. Least of all this player. For JDXL, they're going to walk away, stop that soul fight, and find a perfect flank from their top lane to finally get some kills on the board in some significant manner.
Able to take down a second tower for themselves as well. Taxa, no flash, no blast cone. I don't think he's going to be able to get in time, although Keeper's coming around to see if they can do some kind of work here, but Taxa going to be zoned away. No flash available. It's going to be on Keeper to land a Q&a, but it's not going to happen as Taxa eats the laser beam and is just going to have to make his way back to safety. XL, take the Dragon, take Baron, take a fight.
That is such a huge swing in momentum for this game, because you look at that, it's stalled out from Astralis Town, because they were meant to hold on to the lead in this game, particularly on these Dragons, saying, okay, we're going to get this priority. They won that mid lane push, that arm wrestle, and tried to get towards that Dragon, force JDXL to come into them, and that didn't work. You don't actually get a chance to do that very often in this game from this point, because you now have to play against a lot of these towers going down, because that Baron buff's in play. They need to try to make sure they can hold on to something on this map. Catching out Kryze would actually be pretty huge.
Yeah, they're jumping over. They're looking for the shuffle. Kryze able to dodge away. Puts down the W. Got the needlework. Dan's coming in with the paranoia to try and find the turnaround, and Kryze giving everybody a haircut. In comes Dan, and he takes down the kill. Stopwatch being used by Kryze. Kryze is so low. Remember, he's worth a shutdown, and he's still in this. Finally taken down by Senkox, but Astralis are paying the ultimate price. Chrisberg burning down to the red buff, and Senkox will fall to Venza in the meanwhile. Carson is teleported in. Kiba looks for the tether. In for the knockup they go, but Carson jumps over. He's able to do it. Venza trying to buy himself some space. Has to flash away. Gets the snare off. Carson now about to gnar out. Gets it up in time. A little bit more survivability to him with Kiba in his pocket with the railgun. Will send him packing back to the Shadow Realm.
Astralis talent again. This is probably the correct play from them. They try and shut down this Baron buff and stop JDXL running rampant across the map, but they just don't get the damage calculations right. Even with an Azir turret factored in, they lose that grouped up fight, and they're starting to lose every lane and almost every turret outside their base.
Kiba on a flank here, flanking Karma, something we haven't seen for a while, but Taxa's here with Chrisberg in pocket. FGG has to be careful. Tether goes wide. Teleport's coming in. Astralis using everything. There has been Dan, though. He's made his way forward. He's got the paranoia. Kiba already low. FGG will lose his life as he's going to try and take them down. He's just going to have to Mike Tyson the minions out.
And now we're seeing JDXL probably...
No, they're not.
JDXL, I mean, you can see what they were trying to do, try and get maximum value out of the Baron buff. If you get a real stranglehold on this map because you've taken down so many turrets, this game is effectively done from that point. Astralis don't have that same foothold to play around Dragons, but they go a little too far, and in not letting this play just go in bot side, it feels like they've wasted a lot of the power which they could have used to group up in a lane somewhere and siege down turrets. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get that back in entirety, though of course they did end up somewhat recouping their losses in the spot side play, trading fairly even, at least in the first act of this fight. Does feel like Astralis managed to problem solve their way out of what could have been an even worse situation.
Could have been, but it was still pretty rough. XL,
still pretty bad. It's just not worst case scenario
here. Yes, it could have been worst case scenario. It wasn't. They even forced a teleport here, but they did at least get their answer back onto Venza and FGG. Bit of revenge for the play that went around, and there was that moment where I thought, oh no, we're getting another flank. but no.
Yeah, I think the thing for me is that you look at the back end of that play and you think, maybe...
Crispberg!
Oh my gosh.
He almost kind of sparked him out. It's the railgun as well. The shielding just enough. Damn you, durability patch. Damn you.
Thank you, Mr. Durability, says Astralis. Talon, Eddie Carry. Hitting the 3-item spike, none of which is magic resist, none of which is sustain, and it just doesn't matter, at least for now. M&S, of course, picked up that Magi a little earlier into the game, because if he's like, look, I'm not dying, none of the carries are dying, let's see if we can get one pop-off fight. Extra damage coming through from this Lux build could pop at some point.
That tower going off in the bot lane was unreasonably fast from Kryze. Terrifying. I thought Rock beat Scissors, but apparently not.
No one has got a Tooth of Nasher strapped onto it, apparently. If that changes the matchup. But not really here for pros, rock, paper, scissors. I haven't really done my VOD review on that game yet. Maybe next week we can go bring up some of that. But again, Kryze, speaking of jokes aside, is a serious split pushing threat. And
yeah.
Even with the end of the Baron buff at this point, JDXL walk away with, as we said, was so dangerous for Astralis Talon, very large map control. Dragon is up. Dragon is just going to be down, probably.
Yeah, Dragon has been taken by Kryze on his own. In the meanwhile, going for a reset level 16 right now. 2 levels over Carlson. We kind of touched on this last game, but levels are very important here. Every level gives you more resistance, gives you more stats. So 2 levels for Kryze over Carlson. In a 1v1, it is just so stacked against Carlson. Kryze has to just misplay.
And Kiba maybe misplay.
The auto! There it is, able to find the kill. The paranoia is on, and Astralis, it's time for their nightmare to begin, because in comes Dan. FGG loses half his health as Dan actually goes a little bit low. Carlson goes to the Nart back, unable to find it. Another bind does connect as Crispberg looking for the kill on FGG. In comes Kryze though on the flank, and the needlework starting to put in the damage as the shutdown's been pinned up by Crispberg. But now Crispberg has to deal with Kryze, who's coming in with the snips, with the cuts, with everything necessary as Taxa takes down Venza in the meanwhile, and JDXL have crumbled in the fight. They were scattered, they were lost, and Astralis take the win.
And you could see the Gwen coming onto the flank, but Astralis, they managed to stop the fight being about that Gwen. They end up playing around their carries. Crispberg, Sencux buy themselves space.
Watch this base.
They're the ones which end up determining the course of that fight.
It's a zeal and a stopwatch for that base for Crispberg. You got a massive shutdown onto MNES as the teleport's coming in, and Astralis, it's their turn to go for this Baron. You can see Kryze is in the area, same for FGG, but Dan's about to come back up with Paranoia, so he can zip around the map. If JDXL want to go for a denial, an attempt, but it looks like they're going to just have to give this up, step away. Astralis quite happy to take this Baron for themselves. And this game still very, very even here, Nomura.
And to start it off with your karma of all things going down, which is the center of, you know, your Death Star, your Death Ball combos, meaning everyone gets shielded up. I thought this was as good as done, but you ran into the Azir turrets, you ran into the feathers, and M&S has only go on ult and only has enough mana for like 1 spell after that point. Really, after the karma went down, it felt like the only damage left on the table was the Gwen, who was hitting like 1 target at once over in 1 position, and Venza gets shut down. JDXL, maybe they took too many angles in that fight. They tried to get too many flanks and they couldn't get everything down the front and center, where the front to back sometimes can favor their carries.
I think, honestly, Dan going on Taxa was probably the biggest mistake there. He paranoid into Taxa. He could have gone for Crispberg. Obviously, Crispberg had ult, but forcing that ult out early can be the difference maker for how Astralis make their decision.
So difficult, right?
There's a lot of factors in that fight that I would love to look at.
Maybe that's one we can break down in depth sometime a little later, but the problem is at that point, I mean, you're looking at Taxa, you're looking at the 2 carries, and if you walk into an Azir ult, you die.
Yeah.
Not get to have a second say about that. At least there is a stopwatch now as some damage does go into Taxa, but you go into the feathers, you go into the Azir wall, things are not looking particularly happy for the Nocturne, and he doesn't have that many dive buddies. You have ultimates, which are kind of like a little bit of a helping hand from teammates across the map, but if they've been used elsewhere, it really becomes very difficult to shut down these carries. You're waiting on M&S to find these miracle picks, and he doesn't even have those Magi stacks we talked about anymore. Got shut down by Crispberg in that last fight. The Lux working around these damage limits. We saw how hard it was to actually 100 to 0. That limit again became just a little bit harder to play around.
You do have the Horizons focus, you do have the Void Staff and obviously the Ludens, so there's a lot of
damage. It's just
pen as well.
On 12-9, I'd say, you know what, that's people dying. 12-10, level 16. That's 16 bumps of additional stats you wouldn't have had. True. Last patch. Also, of course, the base stats increased on that too. And MNS looking for those flanks, looking for something, catching people over the wall, but Astralis playing very disciplined right now. Their carries are safely behind their front line. The pillar there for disengage, Karma shields with the Moonstone and the Redemption as well. Just keep them topped up. Astralis talent, again, they don't have to take risks, so they're not. They're playing it out the way the composition is meant to, and they are being rewarded for it currently.
They are. The question is how much are they going to gain with this Baron? Because they've used a fair amount of it, and they've not really done much with that Baron. Yes, it's bought them time, it's bought them space, but you are into Venza, who infinitely scales. You've still got MNS, who at all points now will be a threat. It will be able to just chunk someone out.
This is a key moment, because Astralis are currently resetting and looking to get back towards this dragon. That's going to be the real key moment in this game. Can Astralis force JDXL to once again engage into them around this dragon? They don't have vision control right now, so they go back to the tried and trusted mid lane push. And walking back into River again. The safe, wide openings, not content to go through the chokes. JDXL, again, throwing out those skill shots, looking for anything.
It's on a short cooldown, it's fine. They look for a knock-up. Carlson's about to pop out there. They actually get the subjugate off into FGG, and that's kind of been wasted. As Cry's on the flank. Chrisberg is almost one-shot. The paranoia is on. The chase. Stopwatch comes out, and Cry's almost finds another kill. Everybody is low on the side of Astralis as Venza starting to pop off. He's found himself one kill already. Dan super low. Cry's zoning him away. Dragon should be secured here as Kiba has overstepped, and he is taken down. Cry finds a shutdown as well. And Astralis just crumble before JDXL.
And it feels so harsh to boil this down to 3 moments, but it's a successful Gwen flank, it's a failed Gwen flank, and then it's a success to end it out. JDXL, they were pushed, they were tested, but Astralis come up short.
Got a long time until anybody is up. Tax is going to have to make a miracle happen. He's trying to catch the wave, I think, here. He's got Carlson in his pocket, but Tax is already low. Dan and FGG also low. Carlson's about to get himself the Narvar up. Look at the death time as well. Everybody is about to come up, and XL recognize that. They've reset, and they back off.
Okay, they've somehow, some way done enough, just being annoying enough on that Trundle, and get to go back to watch this fight. And again, Astralis, they're trying to do what they have done, and it's very cookie cutter from them, saying, look, we gotta go in through the river, we don't want to go in through these chokes, we don't want to get ourselves piling into Lux's remaining damage and not setting ourselves up, but Cry's does a Herculean effort to get onto those carries. Seriously, we talked about this Gwen, how strong the pick is, but also how strong the player is. Cry's has been one of our premier top laners this year in the NLC. He's showing what he is still so feared on this stage.
This game has been extended more and more, but the Baron coming up in 50 seconds. I expect to see more action around there. XL take back to the Rift. A needlessly large rod has been picked up by MNS in the meanwhile. Death Stance onto Dan. 4 items onto Cries. He has the cap.
He has a pot too. He's got the Elixir of Iron, gives him a little bit more HP. Also gives him some more tenacity to work with. Helps out that little trail, gives some extra
Coming in, Paranoia is on. There's going to be the Feather Storm thrown down already. Cries waiting in the wings. There's the Dawning Shadow with a follow-up. The final spark only hits onto 1, but Cries is absolutely mincing through these health bars. Kiba has to go into the stopwatch. The binding goes wide for MNS, and Senkux throws out the Emperor's Divide, but it's not going to be enough. It's still a killing spree in response. Carlson is on the wrong side of the map, able to jump over and break away from the Paranoia. No, he's caught out by the fear, by the slows. Carlson continues to jump away as Venza on the hunt. Venza looking for the kill, gonna look for the damage. Look at that pop! Can't quite find enough to kill Carlson. They got 26 seconds until Chrisberg's up.
No carries
alive. Only 2 towers standing for the side of Astralis. JDXL are looking for their final push right here, right now. Carlson's Nar's about to time out. He's flashless, he can't do anything. He's looking for the rock. He can't do anything. He's going for the Nar back, catches onto a couple of members, but it's only Carlson. The stopwatch is gonna get blocked down. Attacker is just cut down by Cries. The stopwatch won't do much. He's only going to buy himself time as in comes the backup. The spark is going to chunk Kiba down as the Nexus falls. JDXL take the win.
Made to work for it, and there's a lot actually of praise to go to the way of Astralis talent, because this is a game where they understood their win conditions. Not every team can do that at this level. They understood, you know what, we're not going to overdive. We're not going to play away from our own comp's identity. They stack up dragons. They force JDXL to fight into them. They just fought really damn well, especially on those Gwen flanks. They were really the key moments in this game by my eye.
It's really interesting seeing the difference between like day 1 and day 2 of this week. The teams have a little bit more experience on the patch, and the games
Maybe another scrim block or two.
They've just slowed down so much comparatively. Yes, on Monday they were very fast games. It's been a very, very different feel to the games today, but they could just be, you know, slightly different games. I guess we'll see on our final 3 games, but for now it's time for us to throw over to Archeron and the rest of the desk to talk about that JDXL victory. So over to you guys.
JDXL still undefeated so far, but it was close multiple times. Our hearts were at the top of the desk, like
so close. It was so close.
This could happen for
because
both
not only
academy
would
teams.
Astralis match them in the score, but because they've beat them, they would take first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, again, when we're looking at this Astralis lineup, that seems to be a lot stronger comparatively to Spring.
Yeah.
The important thing realistically just is head-to-heads. Even as early on as this, making sure you secure, you know, the teams that you know are going to be around you, securing those early wins in the first round robin is paramount. And I think this is one of those games for Astralis where they're going to look back at it and they're going to bite themselves for not being able to close out this game. But I mean, realistically, it is just credit to obviously XL as a unit, but we have to talk about Cries, man, because Gwen, not okay, but his flanks in particular were just
I feel like Excel were sweating until Cries actually came on. They're like, guys, yes, Nocturne's diving in, Eminence is missing ultimates left, right, center, Venzer is dying, overextending together with FTG. They're like, guys, what's the plan? How do we get bailed out? Well, luckily Cries was on that Gwen because it looked really, really grim.
And what worked for Astralis at the beginning of the game that separated them from JDXL, in your opinions?
I think the draft. I think the answers in draft really like allowed Astralis to thrive. I think in general until the later stages of the game as well. I feel like JDXL's target selection and sort of cohesiveness as a unit wasn't, you know, clicking as well as it was in the later stages once Gwen was online with Cries. And I just feel like a lot of these fights for Astralis, they were just playing to their conditions. They were staying together. They were ensuring that, you know, we weren't seeing Gwen do things like this consistently for a majority of the early game.
Yeah, and I felt like a lot of the early kills went on to Crispek, right? Crispek was extremely fed. He is on the Zarya, one of the champions that we know him plays really, really well. One of the champions, he carried Nordic Championship prior when he was a champion, and it like almost clicked, but I feel it came to a point where he had way too many things to evade, right? He had the Lux ultimate, he had the Nocturne ultimate, Sion was running his face, Senna was ulting through, and then suddenly after he flashes, heals, and ultis, all of that, suddenly Cries is like, surprise!
And it's a surprise to see JDXL on top, undefeated. Astralis is really close to getting that W, but it's not today. But it's today that I'm going to talk yet again with Torok, the coach from JDXL. He's waiting for the interview with that smile. You're smiling now, but I know you were nervous throughout the entire game, weren't you?
No, I wouldn't say so. Why would I be nervous? We're going unbeaten in split.
I mean, no, you and Venzer, I will attack you both as soon as I get my hands on you. Undefeated, so you're telling me you're going undefeated as well?
Yeah, that was, you got the memo last week, last time, right? Like that's the entire idea. We got undefeated. Like we were counting the games,
Okay.
you know. We were, you know, that's like that's the plan, right?
Okay, tell me something. It seemed like the champion select was perfect for you guys to deal with Astralis as a champion select as well. But you made something called like a little bit of macro trolling. Can you talk me about the beginning of the game to the mid game?
What do you mean macro trolling?
I mean, when Dan could go and pick his mythic before the dragon team fight that actually decided, no, you don't recall that.
I was watching that he can't go get a stride breaker then, because then he'll be late to the dragon, Akrom. Come on now.
40 seconds to recall, use the gates, and go into the dragon with his ultimate.
I don't want to hear it from you. This is just a character.
I know
right?
what this is.
We were flawlessly playing on macro.
Excel code. You're in denial. You're pure denial at this point, Torok. You have to look into the mistakes.
There's no denial.
There's no
I'm pretty sure we even said in game. Okay, Felix has his mythic. Great, I'm going to base for that. And Dan we were chatting about it, and we were like, "There's no way we're making it. Like I'm just gonna have to play this fight on this item because we need position to play with our composition. We have a huge outrange on the enemy team. We don't want to make sure we're not late. We want to make sure Nocturne is able to facilitate for our carries alongside alongside Sion. Right? I think we had this all mapped out. So I'm not accepting your criticism, sir. Actually.
The sign of a strong coach, not accepting criticism.
Yes.
Look, Tarek, I want to ask you about Astralis as a team in general, right? As a, sort of speaking as a ex-coach talking to you, how do you feel they've looked in general as the other, opposing academy team so far this split, having Vendetta come in? Because at least to us on the desk and on the show, we've... You can't see it on screen. But he's falling asleep. So I'm like, Tarek, I love you, mate.
All right, don't worry. I will wake him up. You didn't make it your Masters last split. Can you talk to us a little bit about this?
Oh, boy.
I mean, well, Astralis didn't make playoffs last split, so I guess that's continuing as well, right?
Yeah, well.
I don't know. We're jumping at each other's throats
I don't
like
know.
this.
He had to acquire the bot lane that beat Riddle, that beat them, to just make it okay. So someone has to wake him up for this interview.
Last question for you,
Astralis are good.
Okay.
Astralis are good.
Okay, last question for you before we wrap this up, because I know you're feeling comfortable. You're looking comfortable on this patch as well. Is there any team you're looking at, like, we might run into some trouble if we face them right now?
Well, like 7 looked good, but unfortunately they already lost to us week 1, so I guess we got a bit of time.
Yeah.
I expected that. I expected that.
He's throwing punches. Okay, let's see if you can throw those punches until the end of the split, because I have written down that if you lose a single game, you and Venzer have to make a video apologizing to me.
Another person from the desk then, like Jamada Travelink, who's jumping in to be Akram's partner if we go unbeaten.
No, I'll make a solo apology to your team. Yeah,
tears,
I'll make it work. Yeah. It will be worth it. But
I'm ready for
it. Think about it, dear sir.
Well,
thank you so much for the
interview.
interview.
Think about the video you're making. I can't wait.
Ah, man, as soon as you send me your video, I'll be here eating pudding and enjoying my life.
It's supposed to be an interview. We're like fixing content for like later on dates.
Yes.
Perfect.
Development and investment. There you go. Thank you so much for the interview, Tarok, and congratulations on another victory. You're looking good. You're looking good, man. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
He's looking comfortable and proud of the boys.
I was trying to hold the sweat back a little bit from all this, because had the Gwen not
I could see a towel.
there, I was like,
I could see a towel there, like it was drenched. I was like, so.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, the game did look really tough up until that point. I think Cry's really was kind of the, they banned Renar, but the bailout was Cry's. And frankly,
I think... like you.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm not normally the pun guy. But I think realistically, except XL still have clearly a couple of kinks to work out in terms of their early game. At least from looking back at this one, I'm sure there's a lot for Torok to VOD review over with the team. But I think still you can pay a little bit of credence to Astralis on the other side. I think still their responses to what they were anticipating from XL were very strong, but sometimes a champion is just a little bit too overpowered, and it's why it's consistently banned.
That's why I want to go into the champion select as soon as we talk with Chrisberg, that is waiting for us for the interview. There you go. Hello, Chrisberg. From the Xayah point of view, I mean, it was a tough game. It was a close one. Regardless of what Torok says, we don't care about that. We don't take Torok seriously on the show. But tell me, how was this game? Because it seemed like you needed a go button aside from the Gnar, and it didn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of decided we had 2 options at the end of our draft to like peel the Sion or like with Nocturne or like get some engage, and we chose to peel the Sion, and I think it was playable, but we have to play it well, and we made some mistakes, and then it got punished.
Chrisberg, now, of course, you're in the same lineup, but one little puzzle piece has changed, and it's the puzzle piece that sits right next to your puzzle piece, and now it's Kiba right next to you. Talk to me a little bit about the synergy with you two, because your laning phases look really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kiba is really good in lane, and I think he talks a lot, so we can punish on the small things because we are on the same page a lot of the time.
Okay, I have a question that is going to look into Astralis as a core in this split, which is, I don't know if you noticed, but your team is at top of every single statistics. You guys are popping off on everything, but the victories are not as solid as they should be. What do you believe is the key factor, like the key ingredient that is missing so far right now for Astralis to be undefeated like GTXL? But because the stats are pointing towards that.
I mean, I think you can make an argument that we have had easy match schedule, but I mean, yeah, that's it. But I think we're lacking a bit on the execution. I think we have the right ideas. We're just mis-executing or not getting enough vision. Like, I think it's small things, but as you can see, they matter a lot.
Okay, and to wrap it up, I have a question. In your eyes, as a player, from spring split to summer split, do you believe this composition of Astralis, as it is, and as are you guys working, do you believe this is like playoffs and even beyond that? Are you feeling comfortable with the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all confident, and I think we're all enjoying the work right now, and it's going the right way. So yeah, just keep working hard, and we see what happens.
It's a massive shift of personality coming in from Astralis, and I love to see it. You guys are looking really, really good. Good luck on the rest of the split, and I hope to talk with you soon. See ya. They're looking better. They're more comfortable.
Wave, though. I'll make it a quest to like wave at all the players or coach or whoever comes for the interviews.
Except
and
Torok?
see if they wave back. Torok did not wave back, did he?
No.
Torok's mean.
I mean.
Torok is mean.
Torok is mean.
We're
Next
gonna
time,
wave to every
next time
single
he
player.
asks me to order him a Flammkuchen, I'll put stuff he doesn't like on there.
I don't even know what that is. I want to know, but I also want to know how the standings are right now, because Astralis, I believe, is still... Oh, there you go. They jump into the 4th place because we still don't know what's going to happen throughout the rest of the day. But JDXL are at the top of the mountain right now, looking at a throne. They're looking a little bit isolated.
Yeah, no one can catch them anymore for the rest of the day, so they will be walking into week 3 as the defined first-place team, fortunately for themselves. Astralis Talent, fortunately, no one can technically leapfrog them in the standings, I don't think. But I think they'll still be okay sitting, 2-2. Still a lot to work on for them, and I expect a lot of that, the creases will be ironed out walking into week 3. However, like Chris Berg did say, strength of schedule kind of been sort of on the easier side, they feel like, for them. So once we start to see them actually tackle some of the tougher teams in the league as well, then maybe we start to see a true test of character for the team.
And that is a good point to have as a player, to know that, okay, the schedule is actually in our favor, so we need to look into the future games, and we need to be aware of that. At least you won't get caught out of guard. We now jump into the next one. A team that was supposed to be undefeated, coming in with the big change in the roster, is going to be Bifrost versus Dusty, a team that also changed a lot of players. And where should we look into this composition? I'll start with Dusty to begin with, because...
You know what, just give it to Jamada, because he came up with this huge idea, and I was like, wow, I didn't even think about it. Jamada, you're like a connoisseur of like the UK scene, and we have the biggest matchup.
Look at that smile.
So it says a lot about the NLC when I'm now the connoisseur of the UK scene. But yeah, Kerberos, Shikari finally playing against each other once again. It was kind of one of those matchups where, it happened pretty regularly in the old UK scene of old. And now we finally get to relive that here in summer 2022. It's one of the matchups for me where I'm just going to kind of look and hope that we get Shikari on a carry for a change.
And I'm going to help you on that, by the way. Sorry for interrupting, but let's see who's ahead in the matchups.
We had 8 and 17.
I got you. We got you here at NLC. So continue.
Yeah, so as you can see, Shikari, 17 wins over Kerberos. Kerberos has only taken Shikari down in 8 of the games that they have played. Of course, a grand total of 25 matches. This is a very storied top lane matchup for the UK scene. And as you can see, Kerberos so far has been a much bigger talking point in terms of, damage for Dusty. And I think that's definitely going to be something to track. Shikari traditionally always has been kind of that weak side player, or weaker side player. He has been very capable since he's been on Bifrost and playing those carries, but especially in this version of League of Legends 12-10, we're seeing a lot more agency thrown towards the mid and the bottom side of the map. And hopefully, like I said earlier, we'll see Shikari on the carry, but I expect him to be sort of weak siding again into Kerberos.
I just think that both players are a joker card for their teams, but in
Yeah.
different terms, right? I think Shikari is the joker card in terms of whatever you put this guy on, whether it's weak side, whether it's strong side, whether it's AP, whether it's an enchanter, a tank, a bruiser, an assassin, anything, he will be able to perform on it. You put him on strong side, he will be able to perform on it. Weak side, he will be able to perform on it. On the other hand, Kerberos brings the joker card because of the niche champion pool he brings into the game. And a lot of the times, we've talked about this with Jamada early on as well, when all of these players are bringing their niche picks into the game, like the Cho'Gath, the AD Cho'Gath that he had with the Trinity Force, or the Darius, or the Tryndamere and all that stuff, you need to be able to have a very valuable reply to them, or Kerberos will run you down, and he's proven it.
Outside of the box or inside of the box, let's look into the Champion Select. And we're going to jump into this one. Bifrost versus Dusty, a team that just lost versus Nuriki during Monday versus Dusty, who lost versus X7, if my mind doesn't run amok. There we go. Diana is going to be the first one to be removed so far. It seems like she lost a little bit of strength coming into this patch, but they're still going to remove her.
I think it's because the AD mid laners, right? They're not that prominent right now, especially since the durability parts came through. All of these mages suffering. A lot of them had to go crown previously to make sure that they stay alive in the mid lane. Now with durability parts, it's much easier to play your Victors, your Luxus, as we saw from MNS as well. And right here we see, of course, on the right side, Talia. Maybe we'll see something like a Lucian also out of the picture.
Yeah, unless Bifrost knows something we don't, I feel like that Dynaban is a bit of a throwaway, to be honest. We'll see what exactly ends up happening, because again, from my perspective and my sort of knowledge of speaking with a lot of players right now, Diana is just not on anybody's radar. So unless this is just, a prep thing.
It's on Dusty's radar.
It seems to be on Dusty's radar, apparently.
Oh, Lucian open?
Yeah, Lucian is open. I mean, that's a big pick for Odie. Don't be surprised if it gets first picked. Gwen taken off the cards after last game. I think Dusty might have been spectating. But going through some of the old split picks and hovers, I'm still looking towards Lucian. You could also go towards something entirely different.
Ah, we've been teased about this.
And yeah, I mean, what are they looking at? This says a lot about Bifrost and how they're looking to potentially play out this game. Because when you're boldly picking Twitch P1, you're saying, okay, we're gonna have this ticking time bomb. Lulu is also still up and available.
Okay,
so
Yumi as well.
So there's plenty of things.
I'm just gonna throw a bait out there. What if this is either AP Twitch support that roams the entire map, or what if this is Twitch jungle in the hands of Diamondprox? Diamondprox back in the day used to bring out all of these unconventional jungle picks, but again, this could be, yes, the typical Tom and Jerry bot lane, or this could be something more juicy and it goes to support, like how we can roam the entire map.
I will say, I do like the immediate response from Dusty to just pick up the Gangplank.
That's your boy.
If Bifrost are going to be looking to play, sort of to ensure that this Twitch is getting resources, then yeah, Gangplank can do a really good job of weak siding into a tank, which is typically what ends up happening if you have a high resource bottom lane.
It is a Tom and Jerry.
Can also, of course, bring down the cannon barrage. And yeah, like was called out, it's the Tom and Jerry bottom lane. Twitch Yumi, really impressive. You go into stealth.
Especially once the paranoia comes down.
Yeah, the paranoia, it's invisibility on top of nearsighted.
Oh, okay, I see you.
To feel horrible. Everyone's getting the shout outs.
Except you.
Arena except me. It's fine. Someday, someone will figure out the key to my...
It's because he's more of a skilled player and he plays a lot of champions and we're just stuck on the same stuff.
That's also true. You guys are one tricks. Anyway, Senna comes out as a response. And honestly, Senna into Yumi in particular, because Yumi typically doesn't have a lot of lane pressure, picks like Senna can come out and honestly kind of just sit there, scale for free herself, and really you can't pressure her too hard unless you have, that sort of stealth pressure where, again, you come in with the ambush and then eventually you've got level 6 that comes in from the Yumi, and that's when you can really start to look at Senna as a pick option. But for now, second rotation of bans coming in. Azir, I think you're realistically, from Dusty's point of view, just trying to take away as much scaling from Fury's champion pool as possible. And from Bifrost's point of view, you're just, I would imagine, you maybe want to pick on backline right now as well. I think the mid lane pool in general is just going to get really pinched in.
I'm just looking here and I'm seeing scaling on the side of Dusty, and on the side of Bifrost I'm seeing something that I don't necessarily see too much from them, and it's playing a little bit more aggressive, going into stuff like you mentioned with the Twitch and the Yumi, having the Nocturne. You can put the Yumi even on the Nocturne, diving into the backline. So for me, I'm looking at something for Fury, like the Ari that he's brought out, maybe the LeBlanc, something that can dive together with the Twitch and the Nocturne, Nocturne down the deep. Even something like an Akali, that could be yet another carry you can put the Yuumi on once one of your carries does die. So usually when you have the cat, you want to have multiple targets you can jump on.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that Dusty recognized that Ari would be a bit of an irritating pick to deal with the champions they have right now. Take that off the cards. I feel like Akali currently would wreck most of Dusty's team composition. Whether or not Fury would be willing to pull it out, because I feel like we haven't seen him on an Akali for a little while.
Yeah, Akali player!
Such a strong Akali player. I'm not sure why he doesn't pull it out more frequently. Maybe it's just a feel for how Bifrost are playing at the moment, but Swain will also be taken off the cards. And honestly, I don't blame them. Into something like Yuumi, it's kind of just double scaling. You could also obviously still see Swain move up into the mid lane if the matchup is strong enough. But now this is where Dusty might have to reveal some of their cards in terms of who is going where, whether Senna is going to end up in the bottom hat, in the sort of support role, or whether she's going to end up in the AD role. Zilean doesn't really reveal much because you can still flex the Zilean. And honestly, Zilean, one of the best scaling supports in the game. A lot of people don't really value him too highly. Dusty, one of those teams at the moment. And again, it's a flex pick. It can go into the mid lane, it can go into the bottom lane, but crucially, what does Bifrost composition do really well at the moment? Pick off single targets. What does Zilean do? Deny exactly that. So I think it's such a smart flex pick for them to go for. Bifrost are going to lean, I think, on this Olaf pick again. And honestly, we used to see it sort of when Yuumi came out, Olaf Yuumi, sort of Bruiser Yuumis. So I don't mind this right now because it's going to, in my mind, kind of destroy Gangplank in lane.
Okay, I understand that Zilean is like a great pick when you want to dive the backline and assassinate. Possibly we could see it in an Akali right here. A Sylas would be pretty good as well for a Yuumi to sit on as well, and Fury is a great Sylas. But I'm like, you've got so many targets that want to jump in and kill you, and yes, you're going to res one, but who saves the other one? Do not do this to me, Fury.
He did it.
He did it.
You have to accept.
Honestly, okay.
It's control.
Even though I really, really love seeing Fury and Akalis and Sylas and Assassins, I think Victor makes so much sense here because, again, Nocturne wants to speedrun level 6, and you need to have a priority lane that will come to your aid if you get invaded, for example, by a Viego together with a Zilean potentially or whatever else that you to pick in the mid lane, right? A Viego plus LeBlanc into a Nocturne's jungle pre-6 could spell huge disaster, but if you're able to push in your wave, lock the LeBlanc into the mid, then your Nocturne gets to free from towards level 6.
Second time we've seen LeBlanc today. Didn't quite work the first time. Can we expect the same with this sort of composition? Is this better for LeBlanc?
I mean, I feel like there's a lot easier targets for LeBlanc to try and assassinate. I'm not sure about Bifrost's draft. I think it could potentially be a little bit too out there. I like the creativity, but I think when you look over at Dusty, there's a lot more stability. There's a lot more, things that you can actually look to lean on. There's bridges, early game bridges here. There's late game scaling. Yes, Twitch, Yuumi, Victor. It's an insane triangle of champions to rely on in the late game, but it's about getting there. And I think Dusty have the correct kind of tools and the correct players to shut that down. And I expect them to do so, but if they fumble that execution and they allow the Twitch Yuumi to come online, they allow Victor to hit 2 items, that's when I feel like things will come to a bit of a struggle bus situation. And again, I also look towards Nocturne. Has to get to level 6 comfortably, has to come online and has to actually make something happen with those paranoias.
And Dusty are coming in with hunger. They want this win versus Bifrost. Bifrost coming in versus a defeat versus Nuriki for 15 minutes of a game. They don't want to win. They don't want to end this week with 2 losses. So let's see what happens as soon as we jump into the Rift alongside with Hipbrain and Nymeta.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to the Caster Desk as we're getting ready to go into our third game of the day. I think Jamada kind of hit the nail on the head for me for Bifrost. Insane late game carries. When you look at the Twitch, you've got the Yuumi, you've got the Victor. Like those 3 together are just going to absolutely end the game. But are you going to get to that point?
It means you have to have, it's the baton pass, right? Where you have Shikari on the Olaf who just mashes face early into the game. It's a lane bully. Now, actually, the last time which I played against an Olaf with a Yuumi, he got 2 pentakills, so maybe it's just sticking out in my mind. But that combo too potentially can solidify one of your lanes to make sure that the others aren't losing too heavily. But only one winning lane against the Viego LeBlanc, which is a strong mid-jungle duo where your Nocturne and Victor really aren't. Shikari needs to do a lot of legwork and needs to have a cat on top of him. Start carrying even more into the mid-game. Allow these carries to get online.
Alrighty, well, we are into the Rift. Bifrost, they've got tools. It's just, can they execute them? Can they actually get to a position where they use them?
Will Dusty let them?
Will Dusty let them? I mean, Zilean Senna, that bot lane is going to be hard. is probably the nicest way I'm going to be able to word that. It's going to be a hard lane.
Yeah.
You've obviously got the LeBlanc into Victor. We saw a lot of this last split as well, actually. I think now it's a little bit nicer for the Victor. It was always an okay matchup for Victor, but it's definitely way nicer because you just have that extra resistances on top of your shielding as well. Yeah. So LeBlanc, definitely Backlund's going to have to play a very good game here to actually effectively control this mid lane. I don't think it's impossible. I really don't think it's an impossible lane. I just think it's definitely a way harder lane for LeBlanc to play in now.
And if you take one bad trade in most LeBlanc lanes, it does become quite difficult because you're looking to trade with your cooldowns and just outburst someone cooldown for cooldown. I was actually wondering, because this is something which Go Rogue did to Bifrost in their EU Masters quarterfinals, that they lost 0-3. You can run down mid with a Q start on Twitch level 1. Actually, what Bifrost tried to do is try to do that through the top side of the map to secure Shikari's lane. We talked about how important that Olaf is in terms of propping up Bifrost until they can fight. Yeah, didn't get anything for it. What they have done is got Shikari standing in that front bush in that top side. And the highway, though, starting with that Q start now, not really going to have the same amount of lane pressure.
This is a top lane, obviously, you know, there's been talks, there's been conversations, people have talked about this top lane, but this is a matchup which is going to be super fun. A lot of nostalgia for me. Back when I started casting, these two were two still, I mean, at the time Curb was, you know, he was such a coin flip player. He was a very inventive player. He pulled out the Warwick top, pulled out like Triforce Cho'Gath into Trundle, permaban Kale against him.
We've seen a bit of that still with like the Darius and the Nasus, but he's
always been a Darius player. He's always been a Darius player. I mean, Kerberos, he's a Nasus player, hence the name Kerberos. That's where it comes from. But, you know, Shikari has always been a staple top laner, even back then. And it's been amazing to see, you know, in that time where Kerb's kind of gone from that rookie status and kind of now up there with Shikari as a veteran top laner. Shikari, to me, though, is always that wall for his team. That's the thing that makes playing into him so hard, is he just is always so solid, really a problem. And, you know, it's gonna be a test for Kerberos to prove how far have you come in these last, you know, like 5-6 years.
And I think that's actually mirrors a little bit of Dusty too, and Bifrost, because both of these teams had a big glow up in that last split. You know, the Bifrost had their own Road to Glory video that was on the NLC Social Clash. We had that last week in one of our first days, where they went from 7th place back in their own regional league, and then they come into NLC, and they get that 2nd place, and they get up to EU Masters, they end in quarterfinals, and that's such a big result for this team, that glorious road that they're going on, and looking to potentially carrying on some Kerberos on the cobbles.
Has got the Trial by Fire for a bit of movement speed, gonna flash out as well. Doesn't actually even use that Trial by Fire, needs another axe on the way out, so lovely gank there by Diamondprox, and he might just go for the old loop-de-loop. Nope. Ward goes down, spots it out, Diamondprox gonna step away.
What is so cheeky? I mean, we know that Diamondprox will pretty much always early gank if he has an option to. He's been doing that for so many years at this point, and at least at this point, again, you can see that Bifrost are playing towards that top lane, which they know is a lane bully pick. I do think that whenever you have an Enchanter with movement speed and the ability to just unlock Olaf's ability to stick to targets and do damage, he becomes less of an early game only pick, but it doesn't stop him from falling off at some point all the same.
It looks like Linkus actually maybe coming in onto Shikari. Shikari not actually got that ultimate available, and Linkus decides to step away. Hasn't been spotted out by the ward yet, and now going to reveal himself as Shikari. Just going to have to back off. Curb, a little bit low on mana, probably doesn't have any barrels charged up and available, so it's quite hard to pull that gank off.
It's kind of like you walk into that lane and you think, haha, that's a low health Olaf. That's someone we can kill. And then you realize, wait, hang on, that's the golden zone. That's where he does damage too. So going into a 2v1, even in that situation, very dangerous to put that pressure towards the Olaf. And actually, Diamondprox said he likes to gank early, during that again, and bot, exhaust dropped.
Yeah, really nice exhaust here. Odie chasing in, they're looking for the fear onto Vox near the eye, but to catch him with it. But the flash goes down. And this alleviates some pressure for Bifrost in the bot lane. We were talking at the beginning of the game that you need to see this Victor, you need to see this Twitch get ahead, and well, not get ahead, but just not get completely shut down before they get into late game. Burning the flash and the healer Voxy, very, very big for Bifrost bot lane.
It is, because while you can look at that and say, oh, Diamondprox not quite getting anything in that lane, I'm not sure we expected them to get anything in that lane just on paper. I look at what you can normally do with an early game Nocturne. not that much. What these lanes are meant to be doing, well, you know, they're stable, but they're not going to achieve that much. But Bifrost managing to keep things very much even for themselves. Dusty with the Viego, maybe they could have aimed for some early ganks themselves, particularly again with that mid-jungle duo. It's one we've seen for a lot of games in this split, but they haven't managed to find anything themselves, and left with a fairly even early game, which I feel benefits Bifrost.
Yeah, I completely agree. Curb got a fairly large wave actually pushing away from him, so he could lose out quite a bit on the farm department, losing a cannon there. Shikari's just zoning him away. Is that grass the undying?
6 goes.
Popped, and Curb, there is nothing you can do. Shikari will run him down as Curb tries to get one last Q, and the tower shot is going to run Shikari a little bit lower, but not even remotely close enough. Absolutely just horrible. Horrible for Curb taken down there.
Both of these laners are, again, you were talking about, oh, you know, they do some of the unorthodox stuff, but they've always been 1v1 players too. They've loved to take those solo kills in good matchups. And this time, Shikari comes out on top. CS lead, forcing that teleport out, and that flash blown by what is, by all means, an unexpected Nocturne gank, because it was pre-6, ending up getting some very decent rewards later on into the game.
Ooh, damn. Takes a pretty rough trade there. It's going to get chunked out somewhat, but for now, Odie, quite happy with the way the wave is kind of situated, is now going to kind of equalize out and go into that middle part. Odie not actually got that level 6 available to him yet, and I think once him and Highway hit 6, that's when you see that really horrible combo from Twitch and Yuumi. If you haven't seen it, obviously not something you see very often in high-level play or in professional play, but Yuumi goes invisible with Twitch. She sits on top of him, he slides into your pocket, and then you die.
So, yeah, the key thing about that is that the Yuumi goes invisible, and the Yuumi Q goes invisible. It just pops out of nowhere, and it's like, blam! Loads of slows, loads of damage, and you just get a Dex from that point. I mean,
also, they both have 2 ultimates for shooting a line. So you get snared, Twitch ult is going to hit you. It's really, really filthy. It's one that obviously you don't see very often because it's unorthodox. There's plenty of ways to shut it down, but if you can make it work, it is a really, really horrible late game scaling duo. We see a lot of this Lulu Kog'Maw because I think it's more reliable, but this also does have Lulu Kog'Maw levels of scaling into later game.
Actually, particularly because it's on blue side, geography will come into effect in some ways in this game. If Dusty tried to ever start a Baron, things could get awkward.
There's Paranoia's off.
That, though. Top lane, Kerberos again. Just
flashless.
Seconds remaining on that flash. Wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't had it at that point, because Dunfrox probably would have still gotten the fear off either way. Kerberos had to blow his oranges just to blow that even before the flash. It's just too much damage. Not a way for Kerberos to really play around that. And okay, Bifrost playing around that Olaf. We knew that they wanted to get that one ahead. That was going to be there. The baton, which was passed in the mid game to their other carries, but the Olaf was the early game piece that they were playing around. And with 2 kills and forcing Kerberos down, that's working out quite well for them.
Does have the invisibility. He's going to have to pop it here to try and get away. So everybody's coming in. Cannon Barrage goes down by Curb as well. So not going to use that for the potential dive, as Odie able to step away. Has got Highway with him, but Highway not level 6 yet, so this dive is a little bit harder to try and pull off. And it's going to be a bunch of plates here for Dusty.
It's the lesser-known Highway away from the danger zone. It's away from the turret. That's not how the song goes, but Twitch Yuumi going to survive that ordeal. Kerberos only has 1 ultimate. It's been used on the wave. Manages to clear out a second one, and Kerb has been so unfortunately just he's made the real butt of the joke in this game. It's like, haha, Kerberos dies again. Isn't that fun? But at least
that gives me nostalgia. Haha, Kerberos dies again. I remember saying that quite a lot.
Back in the days when we were playing on 60 FPS, not 144, again, whatever it was. But, oh no, Kerberos actually on the wave again. There's a ghost. There's no ultimate, luckily for him. Still popping it all the same.
Shikari running him down. Curb gets himself the barrel off, and the trial by fires are stacking up onto Shikari, but the sustain is there, and Curb holds on this time around. You can see the power of the true damage from the passive, the trial by fire on the GP, actually does a lot to deal with these extra resistances that come in. So part of the reason you do see a bit of a rebirth here on GP, and Curb may be basing out an overextension from Shikari, but Shikari reading the room, so to speak.
Even though that play is still a ghost for flash trade. Oh, he's going for it.
He is going for it. They spotted him out, but in comes the backup. They're going to find the snare for the moment. He's trying to keep himself alive. The Heartbreaker comes through heartbreakingly close to save Curb, but Curb will go down for a third time, but this time he gets a kill.
But it's not like Kerberos is losing a wave. As you're saying, he gets a kill. That's gold in pocket, which potentially helps that 1v1, which we actually saw is still pretty close if Kerberos plays it out well enough. So that, for me, is a winning trade for Dusty. Getting that gangplank to a place where potentially it's a little more stable, as we've seen that be a breaking point for them. That's important to them.
Yes. All right, this level 6 combo is here for Bifrost. You can see Dusty just put pinks everywhere because they know the moment that Twitch goes invisible, there is a world where they just get killed. Now, Sten does have the ultimate available, is level 8 on this Zillion, so quite a significant experience lead over the counterparts in the bot lane and over Demvoxny as well. So Diamondprox is in the area. Linkus will spot him out, and they might just look for a cheeky pickup here.
Didn't get much for it. Of course, diving into a Victor, not exactly the most enjoyable of situations. And just the thing about the Victor versus LeBlanc matchup, if you're quick enough on your Q finger, get that shield up before the distortion lands, actually gets to bear the brunt of that trade. Fury gets to get that wave clear off. We'll have almost onto their second upgrade now at this point. Doesn't quite have it, but Fury's actually now becoming relevant. So the question is, we said, Bifrost, want to play through that Olaf early, make sure your carries get online later. Are we getting to that point? We're not at that one item yet, but they still are even in CS, in mid and bot, or close enough. I think that's actually working pretty well for Bifrost so far.
Then just going for a light trade here. Diamondprox does have the ultimate, but teleport's coming in from Stend, and with that Chrono Shift available, it makes diving onto this bot lane incredibly hard for Diamondprox. So I expect to see just probably more attention put towards this top side, because it was also talked about, you know, sure, Highway Odie, very, very disgusting combo. But if Odie needs time, you could just go to Shikari for now, because Shikari's pretty strong.
As long as Odie's surviving, as long as one of them is achieving what they want to in lane, and that's either Shikari doing. Okay, Cannon Barrage put down.
Yeah, final chapter as well. Sten actually throws down the bombs. Not going to quite hit. In comes the Paranoia as they're trying to get the damage onto Demvoxny. He has to throw the railgun up for a shield and some survivability as the Chrono Shift is going to get popped. No, it's not. They're actually going to hold it for the moment, and he times it perfectly to steal away the kill as Linkus steals the form. Highway caught out, and his heart is broken. Backlund finds himself a double kill.
Hey, so Bifrost caught in that Dragon Pit, not given that option to escape. And while you were talking earlier, yeah, the Twitch and the Umels, they happen in a straight line. What happens if there are multiple lines of attack? Backlund gets that jump forward. Now Shikari left alone on that top side, but the real story of this is Dusty finding a lot of kills in a point of the game where they are still very strong at this point. Those double bombs actually do a lot of work to stop Odie getting a safe retreat. Same with the Cannon Barrage in the same kind of way. It's not the best Cannon Barrage in terms of damage, but it still just locks off certain areas of the map for Bifrost to make their retreat. And of course, the Zillion ult coming in second.
Yeah,
that really works well to just buy time.
I mean, that was almost like a pixel-perfect kill there by Diamondprox, though, to make sure that
timing was good.
The Chrono Shift doesn't go off and just revive Demvoxny. Really, really nice stuff from Diamondprox, even if they lost that fight. Just understanding, and, you know, you expect that from a player who's been playing this long. Just played that cool-headedly, didn't try early, timed it absolutely beautifully, and was able to deny and at least pick something up in response. Bifrost as well did secure that dragon, so we are tied on the dragons. It's going to be a Cloud Soul this game, so will be interesting to see exactly how that's going to affect, you know, the state of play in this game.
So, obviously, when I look at dragons, I look at there are the two big things, right? Because you've got the soul itself. I think Cloud Soul in this game, when you're looking at a number of champions which want to run at you with a Yuumi attached to them, on both sides, that helps you either achieve that or kind of nullify it a little bit. I think Cloud Soul does have decent value this time as Kerberos. Not sure he's going to have much of a chance to run away from this one.
He's about to get flash. He's close to flash, but he's not close enough. As here it comes. Barrel's going to get popped. Trial by fire, trying to get a little bit more additional damage off, but Shikari on a killing spree.
And Kerberos dies.
And Kerberos, haha, dies. An old classic.
Tale as old as time. The cross map, though, coming in. Linkus let's have that also. Remember, it is execute damage on that Viego ultimate. Odie not at all safe here.
Oh, that was an awfully positioned final chapter, and Odie will lose his life. Highway on his lonesome as well. Rooted, popped by the bomb, and Linkus will set it off. Linkus, you want a kitty cat? Oh, he wants a kitty cat.
That's his payment. He's paid in snacks for his
oh no
cross maps.
They can have a Yuumi too. We didn't think about this. Not as impactful as at the final chapter, but they can have a Yuumi too, Namira.
It's not quite the same thing as having it at the start of the fight. So the problem with the Yuumi is that you have to kill the most fed person on the enemy team to most likely get that Yuumi. And that's always going to be a roadblock of, wow, you need to kill like a really fed Olaf or a really fed someone else to get to them.
Also, why don't you just take the form of the person you kill instead of the Yuumi? But they have a Yuumi. Keep that in mind. Anyway, honestly, just a misstep by Bifrost.
I'd actually
not really
never thought
paying
of that
respect.
before, food for thought. Food for thought. Doesn't just pick it up now. I kind of want to say it just for the novelty value.
Yeah. Linkus, it is your turn to play the Enchanter. Okay. Okay, honey.
Honey, it's game 3. Time to pick up your Enchanter. I mean, no one's picked Lulu today. That's the big change, right? We haven't had as many Lulus. We've had other Enchanters coming out, and you know, I've seen the Yuumi a couple of times cropping up. Seems to be very strong in this patch. We were kind of aware that Enchanters were going to make their return. Whether that was welcome or not depends entirely on the person who's thinking of it. I myself enjoyed a bit of high engage action, trying to get those bursty kills, but the Enchanters do allow you to play around so many of these disengaged fights like we're seeing here.
Oh, look at the railgun. The cannon barrage is there. Diamond Proc's running away. He's got Highway. He's got the kitty cat in his pocket. As Odie coming forward is now going to pop the spray and pray. I swear I can talk, but it doesn't matter because nobody dies.
Nobody dies again, and part of that is due to what we were just mentioning. Those Enchanters, again, one of the hallmarks of 12-10. Hard to kill people. Your health HP means more because you've got more resist and more HP. Those shields and ability to use that HP to its fullest extent comes in very, very valuable against these diving bursty champions like that Nocturne, like the Viego.
Definitely been a slower day. I kind of said this after last game. I directly said it. It feels like day one of this patch was teams figuring out, you know, what works, what doesn't work, what they
had like
strong.
2 Springboks to work with, max.
Yeah, we had some very, very fast games. Then obviously the rest of the ERLs have now played, so you've had a chance to watch other ERLs, see what they do, extra couple of days to scrim and kind of get your head around it. And it feels like teams are starting to figure it out, and it's definitely a slower pace. I'm glad to see that the Azir was banned. I find Azir unfun to watch. I think, you know, it makes too much zone control, and teams are just too scared to walk into the Azir because you'd be stupid to walk into the Azir.
And I think with the departure of Leon and Nautilus and stuff like the Alistair too, you know, these picks that were starting to pick up a lot of steam around your MSI, there aren't really that many ways to pick off people in terms of in the lead up to fights. We were seeing, we see a little bit of LeBlanc. We saw it kind of from the Lux last time. I was like, when you're approaching a fight, sometimes you can get people on the build up to it, but it's not really the same. So when you get to these grouped up fights, those Enchanters just absolutely reign supreme.
Oh, there's going to be a cheeky bomb onto a couple of members, but doesn't really do too much damage. Everfrost finished up onto Stend, building towards their next item. As looks like this fight for the Rift Herald area is kind of pointless because the Rift Herald's about to time out in Diamond Prox's pocket. I swear I pay attention. I swear I pay attention.
Shelly and Shirley have been evicted. It's Baron's home now. Coming back for the summer. Migrated back towards the north of the Rift. And this is where, again, we have to check in on, okay, early game versus late game. Olaf is a lane bully, did get 3 kills out of that. That's all well and good. But what actually happens when now the Olaf is not in their the Ascendancy, is not in their real preferred point of that game? Who do you hand that over to? I think now you're looking at Fury building up towards the second item. Odie on that too. They need to do a lot of work because you're looking at Backlund, who's got their sights zeroing in on them. Really want to snap up some kills.
They are looking for Shikari here, but they didn't realize Diamond Prox was in the area. Neither did Bifrost realize, but then Voxney had also roamed over to make sure that this tower doesn't go down. Curb able to hold fast here. Then just going to be able to pick up a bunch of souls for himself, and tower survives. It's low though. It's chunked.
It's
so Shikari can go get that, get a bit of gold, as Fury has to be careful. Backlund has obviously got this 2 kills in the pocket. So
how's Magi?
Is it still a Magi's patch? Because I don't feel like there's enough kills to justify a Magi.
This is the thing. Like, you're absolutely right, because the logic is there's no kills, so I can't lose stacks. But then the other side of that logic is, well, yeah, no one's dying, so you're not getting any either.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. I mean, we saw Emanez try it in the last game on the Lux. I think that Magi's is a good item anyway. I think that one of the failing points in Pro, at least for Magi's, was you try and side lane with the Magi's and people would send 5 people to your lane. That was the one thing which was a bit unavoidable. It's like, actually, that death isn't just, you know, a 700 gold shutdown or whatever. It's also a lot of gold worth of stats coming out of those stacks being lost too. That's less likely to happen. It's less of a risk, less of a reward. I think that's brought it back into the public conscious, even though you should have been building it all along, potentially. Kerberos, well, again, looks like we're going back to this old playbook.
Oh,
this has been spotted on vision, so that's some really good trades by Kerberos. Again,
he has
rocks coming in.
Shikari takes an extra tower shot as well. Ult available to curb, flash available to curb. Yeah, you got the Yuumi and the Nocturne, but it is quite hard as Backland able to use this time effectively while 3 people show bot side to take a tower. It's a bit more gold injected into Dusty, and what is a very tight game as far as the gold's going is slowly but surely starting to grow somewhat. Now, Shikari does answer out on the bottom side of the map. Obviously, Kerberos recognizing that I'd rather not have to burn my my flash to be able to survive anything. But big thing to note, Kerb now level 13, so maxed out those barrels, so we'll have them on the shortest cooldown. Obviously, you get 5 barrels as well stacked up there. So pretty happy with that one. Stend, level 12, got the Zhonya's Hourglass finished up for themselves as well. And we're going to see Backland go back to base and actually get himself a Hextech Alternator, which they then sell and then rebuy.
So they sell, they rebuy it, they sell it again. And what we're seeing, I think, from all 3 of these lanes, because you mentioned about the Zhonya's been built up, you mentioned about you know, the maximum amount of barrels, is that you're pretty much always going to have barrels on GP to respond to a play, going towards what looks like a Death Dance as well, with the items coming in second there too. It's just really hard to get efficient dives off. And we saw even, again, in the other games we've seen on this patch, dives are just hard to orchestrate in general on this patch. Yeah, you've got Zhonya's, when you've got this again, diving into barrels, makes it all the harder. Just makes Dusty more than happy to play out this game a little more slowly, incrementally building their gold lead, as again you mentioned. And this is now going to be a game where we're going to see Bifrost once again in the late game. Now, we've often talked about Bifrost as a team that somehow gets to the late game, even if they shouldn't, whether that's them throwing an early game lead or overcoming an early game deficit. Might have to overcome that again if it comes around to a fight here, but nope, not going to explode just yet around the dragon.
Kerb missed the barrel chain, and unfortunately that means Dusty are going to back away for now, but they do have pretty good vision. Backland, though, on that flank, as there's a barrel coming in from Kerb. Able to get a nice amount of damage off there, just trying to control this vision around the bush area. And Backland continues to try to zone out onto Diamond Prox, gets a lovely chunk of damage off there. As the gravity field is going to catch onto Kerb, but Kerb can quickly just cleanse it, make sure this tower doesn't go down. And that is Dragon number 3 over to Dusty.
We did say that Cloud Soul has some utility in this game. It's also not game ending. We're probably strapping in for the late game again, looking towards Elder, looking towards maybe a Baron flip at some point. But honestly, with the way these teams have been playing, we've seen, I'm not going to say a death of the Baron flip, but it's definitely not as prevalent as it was last patch, where it felt like, right, even if we turn off this Baron, we're going to get a good chance of getting kills. Because again, it's just harder to kill people. Feels like your turn potential on Baron has meant that people don't want to flip on that objective as much either.
I miss doing damage, Namira. I miss doing damage.
As we are both brethren in AP Assassins, are LeBlanc players on the cast, and I miss it a bit myself.
Luckily, my second go-to is GP, so there is a slight area of like, okay, at least I got something.
Do you know what my second go-to is? I've ever told you?
No.
It's Quinn, but Quinn mid.
I'm a GP mid main, so I can't say anything either.
See, in top lane,
Blanc and GP, that's it for me.
I mean, I was, you know, I had to overcome my one-trick syndrome a little bit over time by playing many ARAMs, being forced to play different champions. But I'm now at a comfortable point where I'm happy playing some just weird picks every now and then. Go, yeah, you don't know how to play into this champion. I'll see if I can beat you with it.
How does the Quinn mid work? I assume it's just roaming, right?
Well, it works really well into stuff like, so if you're into, say, some of the little Blanc, you can cancel the W level 1.
Yeah, that's really horrible.
Syndra, if they place their skill shots wrong at level 1, you take like 1 press the attack trade, and then it's actually quite easy for a little bit. You survive up until you're level 6, and then you just leave lane and you go elsewhere.
Do you know what's actually a champion I think you... I don't think we'll see a return of, but an interesting one that could be used now to counter.
This is your elevator pitch. Come on, you got a bit of time before the next play happens. We're actually
a while back. Hold on,
no,
I have to hold this. Kerb! I was trying to describe stuff as he is in a whole world of hurt. Shikari will stick to him like glue, and Kerberos goes down for a 5th time this game.
Now, I thought that A Whole New World only played once in the Aladdin movie. These have actually been shown it 5 times, just being shown a horrible new existence by the top side of the map, flip down to the bomb side from Bifrost. They are very content to stop Kerberos from playing League of Legends.
Okay, so back to my point.
Go on.
Way back in the day, a long time ago, Faker used to actually pick Karthus into LeBlanc.
Yes,
and I think with the damage resistances, all the extra resistances, it actually might be viable again. Might have to hold that because Odie being hunted down and Backlund looking to run him down. They actually find Diamond Prox. He is below. The chains go wide. So he survives, but Linkus is going to run him down and take away the kill. He's got a form to steal out if he needs to as well. And Odie, he's just out of there. He doesn't want anything to do with that.
Even with that, we've had 1 kill traded back and forth. 1 on the side lane, 1 in an opportunistic pick from Dusty.
Backlund.
Find back in, but again, it's not led to enough to get to a Baron advantage. We're looking at this, even with junglers going down, it feels like so hard to take these kills and make explosive. Again, it's like large leads. It's not the game-breaking leads. Getting 1 kill, it's not giving you enough to really take the next step and take over a game.
Kerb actually being found out here by Shikari, puts the barrel down, gonna get himself run onto. Oh, Kerb, you've got the flash, you've got a teammate coming, but can he survive in time? It looks like he can. Able to get an extra Q in, and Backlund looking to chase in with the double sigil. The shield from the rework Olaf will not save him today. Kerberos gets a shutdown.
Gets to disengage the play, and this Olaf is the lane bully pick. Rules the early game, but has to transition out of that somewhere. This isn't a Yuumi attached to him. This isn't the uber healing, uber move speed Olaf in that combo. It's just them stuck alone, and they're not achieving enough. You're really starting to look at these other champions yet again, as we have been the whole game. Every couple of minutes, just keeping an eye on those items, keeping an eye on the scoreboard, and saying, when is actually someone gonna take over from this Olaf? Because it feels like it really is Backlund stacking up that Magi, getting multiple items, and the rest of Dusty starting to find themselves in a very comfortable position.
This is the slowest stacking of that book ever. It's like 5e Wizards.
It's a real page turner.
Slowly getting through it.
Maybe it's one of those, maybe it's, if you remember back to doing like English studies or a language study, we have to go through the book and you have to annotate it and like, this is a word which I really like, and underline it a couple of times. You have to really make your way through that book. And
I mean, there's only 8 pages, so it's more like a coloring book. Just slowly saving it.
The Viego goes Q.
I can't wait to draw that paint the tiger.
See what riveting content we've got for us in this river. We've got ourselves some bombs in the form of clocks being thrown out by Sten. Backlund trying to spice things up, and
Shikari's coming in! Here it is, the Yumi's on. They're gonna have to use the ultimate onto one. Stopwatch instantly comes in as well. The flash goes out, and in comes Diamond Prox. Sten will go down. Backlund should be quick to follow as well. Linkus is trying to turn it around as much as possible. The chains do connect and lock Shikari in place, but Backlund and Denvoxney are on the run. Kerb is behind everybody though, and Diamond Prox is a little bit low. Odie on the hunt. Denvoxney coming in. It's only one member who's gone down. Dusty might still be feeling this. They might still be vibing the fight as Odie is still remaining to chase Backlund. Backlund's able to get away, and the dragon will finally fall. Dusty don't want to flip it. It's not worth. It's just a Cloud Drake.
It's only 1 kill, and we don't even get a soul. It's again not game breaking. It's nothing that's going to decide the game. We're left in maybe still a Dusty-sided status quo, even though Bifrost win themselves the largest scale of that fight, but it's not nearly enough to tip the scales into what should be game ending. I like what Shikari did here. Again, finally comes up with the Yuumi. That's what we've been talking about a lot this game. Takes the ult away from the Zillion, then switches targets to make sure he's still getting value out of the damage that he's doing. The Olaf, though, it's not a Gwen. It's not a Gwen that's going to instantly evaporate someone, be able to run forward and do so much more into that late game. The Olaf feels like a bit of a Gwen light. It's not nearly as effective as we saw one of those can be on this patch last game.
Oh, my lord. Right. 30 minutes in.
Yep. What else you got on
Neither team's got double digits in the kill.
What else have we got down? Scripted downtime content.
Shrimps live for 6. Oh, I've already done that one.
Oh, hold on. Okay, well, we've already pulled through that one. We've done our newscaster voices. That one was an interesting experience. And we're left with...
Actually, here's a good one.
Okay, go on then.
I come up with be part of this. Oh, yeah, do that as well. But this is a separate thing. I come up with newscaster names.
Yes.
For it. Today was Big Mango. Monday, I was Attaboy Bum Chops.
Do you have any particular inspiration for them, or are you outsourcing your inspiration now?
So Attaboy Bum Chops actually came from my mate, who it's his Discord name.
Right.
But he got it from a Warhammer 40k orc name generator. And I was like, that's such a good name. It's such a good name. But if you've got any really good names, like Big Mango, Attaboy Bum Chops, anything like that, hook me up on Twitter. And next time I'm back on the show, in a couple of weeks' time, I'll use your name.
You're crowdsourcing creativity. That's what you're doing.
You know, I'm also crowdsourcing fun. Resurrection! Resurrection's coming in from the chrono shift. We filled the time, and Bifrost are ready for the action. The cannon barrage is doing a lot of work there, but Odie's already able to find a kill. Backlund chasing onto Fury. Fury is going to go down to Backlund. More books, more pages, as Shikari not going to eat the barrel. Backlund looking for the chains on Shikari, but not going to hit it. We're working towards the Harry Potter novel. That Medjay is getting bigger and bigger.
Waiting for your invitation to someplace a little more magical than this, a little more ability, power, and Backlund. Can he get some more? He sees them.
He's got the chains too. Diamonds has to stopwatch Odie though with a Kraken Slayer. Able to do a whole lot of damage in response, and Shikari not going to go forward. He hasn't got the Ragnarok, but he does have a kitty cat.
It's the kitty cat, but even with that, it's good damage, it's good target access for Olaf, who typically struggles with that. This is about as good as an option as you can get. Odie did end up submarining that way forward, but it ends with, again, huge amounts of disengage. You've got Chaos Storm on one side controlling that short-range fight. You've got Cannon Barrage and zillion abilities on the other side, snarling up this no man's land between the front lines, and it makes it so hard to follow on beyond just that first pick. Now, Dusty, they've fallen prey to the Twitch. Again, that submarine a couple of times, but now they've gotten a little bit of lane vision. Got those wards just on the intro and the entry to various areas they want to be walking down and securing that wave push in, and it'll make it a little harder for Bifrost to find an opening like that again. And even with that opening, which was probably one of their better ones, it's still an even fight. It doesn't even, again, end up in something that's going to change the story of this game all too much. And speaking of the stories, I guess we should probably go chat a little bit about these teams again, because again, these are two teams that have climbed up into relevancy in the NLC. They have been teams that haven't always been up there. Dusty, a name which has been around a little longer than Bifrost in terms of NLC history, but Bifrost now coming in a second place from Spring. Real glow up from this team. And Dusty were there just behind them. Bifrost downed Dusty in that 3-0 to get to those finals. First match from this last... Wow, Twitch damage, a couple of autos. Still doesn't kill, still doesn't lead to anything, but these teams is, I'd say a tense confrontation, but the tension's a little bit lacking. It's a confrontation. They're staring at each other. I'm sure there's tension on that
Anything but tense is the slack on their hammocks. They're lying, looking at each other across the rift, but looks like it's time to get up and out of your hammock as the paranoia comes in and everyone goes,
Again, it's
just do with another mojito, actually.
Again, Dusty, they've seen this happen so many times, like, yeah, okay, well, got ourselves a dragon spawning. Maybe that'll force the issue a little bit more, but again, these cooldowns not going to be as prevalent in this fight. Don't have that final chapter from Highway on that. Yuumi have to be playing around that Chaos Storm and
Backlund
and Prey.
On that flank, that's the big thing. Diamond Procs going to get chunked out already.
Oh,
Odie! Cannon Barrage comes down, Backlund actually jumps back in. They've got the barrels coming in from Curb, not going to quite hit. Does get a nice little drift off onto the two members in the back as Backlund looks for a bit more damage onto Shikari. More barrels coming down from Curb. Soul is secured for the side of Dusty. A patch ago and Odie would be looking at a grey screen right now.
You would, and it was very close even with that. And again, you can talk about, burst damage kind of falling out from the game. It's more about your consistent damage, your scaling mages. With, again, those pages being stacked up to 12 now. Backlund onto LeBlanc, just showing that they're relevant, showing that they can be that X factor in this game. They've tried to have Bifrost with their Twitch to be that. Again, the game changer. Backlund really hits home with a solid chunk of damage around that objective.
Well, it looks like the Baron is on the card here for these teams. There's Backlund can take a little bit of damage, but not too much. And vision control being fought out aplenty between both of these two teams. Sten just going to try and get some level of a shove in this bottom side, but Odie able to quickly answer out himself, as Backline needs to be very careful. Shikari level 17, got Ghost, got a Kitty Cat as well. So could be a problem. You don't want to be incapacitated. That's right.
Okay, I didn't really come here prep with it. You know, I used to come into cast prep for puns when it was a slower meta. I used to do that. Used to give me more content. I'm not prepared for this one.
I'm never prepared.
I'll have
That's
to
my secret.
Pause for thought. Is that too basic? Could I get away with that one?
Yeah.
Cool, good. Glad I got your seal of approval. That's all I'm really here for, you know.
Exactly. I mean, that's why everyone on the show is here.
Well, we're also here to watch some League of Legends, but as we said...
I'm here to wind Jamada up, I'm going to be honest with you. That's why I come. Man. When his eyes roll and he lets out that big sigh.
You know you got him.
Euphoria washes over me. Absolutely wonderful. Dusty, probably feeling a little bit quite happy themselves right now as well. Into the Baron pit.
One of these points where Bifrost can fight. Again, being trapped in that pit on red side, kind of dangerous just because of the geometry, the geography of the map. Because if you let that Twitch open up and fire, things get really, really dangerous. But Dusty, they recognize that. They go, no. We will. So, you know when someone chooses, the memes like wake up and choose violence? No one is choosing violence.
I mean, they're trying the violence, but the violence won't stick. Linkus is on the flank. And it's like that. It's like the training dummy.
Yeah.
It's like the training dummy in Super Smash Bros. They're just hitting it and it won't go down.
Like sticks and stones may break my bones, but champions will never kill me. That's 12.10. There we go. Back to the Baron, I guess.
36 minutes, almost 37 minutes, and no team is on the double digits as Backline's going to try his hardest to do so, but Odie barely gets tickled as here comes Diamond Prox. They might be looking for the action. Can he pull that paranoia off? No, he can't. Pain is all I feel, but Backline is trying to get some pain out himself, but he can't
to feel
do any
pain.
damage.
To feel pain, you need to be able to take damage, and it's just apathy. It's just
emotional damage.
I'm having an existential crisis. It's like, I think, therefore I am not. No, God. Starting to slip deeper and deeper into just the well of the void.
When I started casting, we used to have chairs at the standing desks.
I would like
because the games used to go for like 45 minutes and we needed them.
Oh, God.
Oh boy.
The thing is though, like, okay, to get triage why this has happened, it's effectively Dusty figuring out the play patterns which Bifrost do have and then saying, no thanks. They've sat there and say, we can die on side lanes. I'm not going to go to a side lane anymore. The Olaf has gone to the side lane as well and gone, oh no, if they actually turn up, then I will have to group. And then when everyone has grouped up, Dusty got picked off like once or twice by that Yuumi ultimate, and then they've played Wisewood ever since. They've just nullified everything that Bifrost want to do. And while all this is happening, I guess the real, because I guess that's the result of it. I think honestly, the most interesting thing, if you're watching this from a more analytical standpoint, is actually what's happening with the vision control to allow this to happen. Yeah. That's the bit where I'm actually sitting there going, okay, actually, that's pretty high level. It's not the most entertaining thing ever. There's like, if you're always on wards, this is how you stop people playing through the win conditions. And that's kind of intelligent in its own way.
I mean, don't mistake us memeing on it for them being bad. This is not bad gameplay. This is Dusty having a very, very good read on Bifrost and understanding their conditions around them. Bifrost understand how they need to win this, but it's the lights go out and they run across the bedroom to get away from the demon. That's literally what Dusty do every time. Get into bed as quick as possible so it can't grab you.
It's funny you mentioned like the demon, because that's normally a thing about sleep paralysis, and sleep seems to be relevant to this game. Just a little bit. Going snoozy. Oh, it's the side lanes, the one thing they can lose on.
Yerp, he's been caught, but he's got the Guardian Angel. He's got everything available to him, but they're doing so much damage. The cannon barrage is coming in. Oh, Diamond Prox actually going very, very low, but he's got his own GA. He's got a Kitty Cat in the pocket. The railgun's going to come down, and he's almost able to pop the GA. No, he can't. Diamond Prox finds the kill. Dusty have to do the Baron, though. They have to get their opportunity. Shikari has to pop the ultimate, and there it goes. 3 members of Bifrost go bot lane, and they are punished on the map for it. As Linkus needs to find his way out of the pit, should be able to do so.
And that's just way too heavy a commitment on bot side. If you can commit 2 people, and that doesn't include your Twitch Yuumi, I think that can work out. Because again, we said red side doing Baron against Twitch Yuumi. Hell, even against the Victor, as long as one of them is there, you can kind of justify that and say, we can turn onto the Baron, maybe win on both sides of the map. Does feel like Bifrost commit too heavily towards bot side. Yeah, you get a GA. Yeah, you get the kill. Well, you have to use summoners. You lose that Baron. What's your actual win here? Because you get the Baron buff in time to actually contest this Elder now from Dusty.
Oh, backline, that was an ult, and in comes the paranoia. He's burning low, but he's got the resurrection on him if they need it. He's able to shift away, but Backline's had to use everything. He's got teleports so he can get back into the action, but Fury already starting up the Dragon. Then Voxney getting a little bit of damage off. In comes the teleport. Curve's coming back as well. Same with Backline. They've got the Cannon Barrage up in a second. If Dusty can hold on, this could be their opportunity, but Backline has to be super careful. He's used a lot.
Let's watch Backland again. He's on the flank, doesn't have the flash, but has cooldowns. There's Shikari.
Shikari's absolutely running in. He's got the ghost. He's speeding towards them, but he's speeding towards his demise as he has to run away. Dragon resets. It goes in, it goes out. Fury has to stop. Watch, he's chunked. Then Voxney looks to catch him, but the flash comes out, and it's not going to happen. Dragon is still outputting damage to both teams as Backland comes in for a flank. Tries to find some damage. The bombs are on the ground, so the wrong cooldown as then Voxney. It's his turn to step up. Curb still got the barrels to work with. Dragon
another paranoia. Let's go.
Paranoia comes in. Everybody jumps in. Look at Odie! He's ripping through everyone! One shutdown! Another kill picked up as well. They are finally finding their damage. They're finally finding their moment. Shutdown after shutdown after shutdown is picked up by Bifrost. They're teleporting in. They're looking to close this game out.
It is classic Bifrost, baby. They somehow make it a late game. Should they be there? Who the heck knows? But when they're there, they make it a show in the team fights. They finally get themselves the final nail in Dusty's coffin.
Railgun's coming down, but it's Den Voxney on his lonesome. Nobody up for 30 seconds time. He's trying to kill Fury, but he's being run down by Odie. The towers are going to fall. Den Voxney can't go anywhere but to the grey screen or to his jungle. Nexus exposed. Bifrost did it with double digits. 42 minutes on the clock. And they're going to take their third win here. Nymira, that was a... I'm not going to say a roller coaster.
No, it was
a leisurely train ride around the theme park.
That was Mr. Bones' wild ride, which we wanted off. And thankfully, Bifrost finally delivered on that. Now, are we going to sit here and say, oh, this was awful gameplay? No, it's not. This was just the nature of the compositions and they played out. I think Dusty actually, for the majority of that game, played very well around vision. They played very well around denying the win conditions which Bifrost had in terms of killing that side lane, in terms of getting those sneak attacks on mid. It's just that one slip up. It was Backland on that LeBlanc, jumping through, trying to go forwards, and going straight into Twitch damage. Twitch became the assassin in the late game.
It's one of those things that, you know, we haven't seen for a while, but when these games do get that late, you do get to a point where death timers are massive,
one mistake
loses you the game. Backline has to ult, had to flash, and then was completely useless.
We saw that on Monday with the Cog Lulu as well, with that Riddle game where they were sat there. If the Cog Lulu lives, the game is still in effect. And it was similar in this game. Sometimes these key members, one misstep, one time they think, oh, I can go for it, and they get punished, and that's game.
That was game indeed, and what a game it was. We're going to pass it over to Archerum and the rest of the gang to break that down. So over to you guys.
Bifrost can't keep getting away with this. There you go. 40 minutes plus on another game after the game they had versus Noriki. They take down Dusty. It was messy, it was long, there's a lot to talk about.
I don't know where we're even gonna grab this game from.
Top
because
lane.
It's top lane, like Shikari, like style, don't care, bros. I'm sorry, Curb, you're great, but I think Shikari put, what, the 18th win?
Yeah,
in the matchup?
It's kind of like, right, Shikari somehow was like omniponently watching the broadcast, saw the head-to-head stat and was like...
It's the question mark ping where it's like, team? I've like solo killed this guy 3 times. Team, what are you doing in the bot side of the map?
He goes into it though and he's like, I'm just going to smash this guy. I just saw the head-to-head. I'm going to make it a little bit larger.
We have Flash, I have Ghost, I have 2 axes. Good luck.
Okay, so I'm a little bit mind-blown by Bifrost because we were talking about this in the green room as well. And we're like, Bifrost are having very happy drafts. And I feel like Odie is getting very short-range AD carries, starting with the Lucian in the previous game, now going with the Twitch. I don't think he had a lot of luck finding these huge openings for the ultimate, for the Yuumi and Twitch to come into fruition, right? And I felt like a lot of their team fights were just so difficult to execute because their rep would just not find an opening for the team fight. And then shall I take it from the other side, where Backland gets his LeBlanc yet again, and he literally runs everyone over.
Yeah, no, Backland really needs to stop being given, needs to just not get his hands on LeBlanc, like, anymore. Even, like,
yeah, sure, Dusty lost this game, but I feel like Barkland is just another beast on this champion. And yeah, I totally agree. Like Twitch, he's not a long-range champion when his R's off. And quite frankly, I mean, I think that was the only time we actually saw OD get a big ultimate.
Yeah, exactly.
It won them the game. But that is the power of Twitch Yumi. It's kind of why we saw this draft come into effect. We was looking at Olaf probably running the mid game, being the bridge in the mid game. It came to fruition a couple of times. Olaf did come down and start to run the team fights, but again, Dusty were just navigating those team fights around the Olaf Yumi combination so well, and also I suppose just tracking the Twitch well enough so that he could never actually open up until 40 minutes into the game.
It's a good way to end the week for Bifrost. They lose on Monday, but they recover on Wednesday. And I get the pleasure to talk with Negative, the coach coming in from Bifrost. There you go. Hello, welcome to the show.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear it. That was a long one. That is, we have a lot to talk about this game. How are you doing before everything?
Oh, I'm fine, but the last week was pretty rough. It was like moving a lot of stuff, and we have like a lot of work with team. Like we have like insane amount of discussions, insane amount of meetings. Like I'm really hyped with this roster, with the way how basically the work process goes. Like we are really like having like a lot of future. I would say, like I'm pretty sure. So yeah.
But looking into this team and the way things are going, especially with this patch, even before the patch, Bifrost was a team that needed at least 30 minutes to be online. Now with the durability patch, we're looking into 50 minutes. I'm going to ask you, are we going to reach the 3-digit timer with Bifrost? What is happening right now with Bifrost in terms of preparing with this patch?
Oh, like for now, the new patch is like gives us more questions than answers. So we're trying some stuff, looking for some stuff. There are like the thing is that's like in current meta there are like less champions with CC, and like it's really like changes the drafts like and the view like overall in the game, like the jungle champion pool, like the jungle meta like changed a lot. Like the new champs came up, like, and they are like kind of different play style, you know, like before it was like ganking junglers like Lee, Xin, like whatever song, and now there are a lot of like power farmers like Lilia and stuff, and yeah, basically there is a lot of things. And
okay, more questions than answers.
Sure.
Trouble, you wanted to make
have another question along with all the questions from the new patch. I want you to talk to me a little bit about what's happening down in the bot lane, because Odd Duel was like a legendary bot lane that we had over in the NLC, arguably probably like the best one that we had last split as well. Now Highway coming in, talk to me a little bit about how these two guys are like tying together, communicating the things they want to play, because we've seen like Tom and Jerry down the bot lane, that we saw Lucian suddenly.
Like for now, like for sure, like how do I say that? Like they are getting used to each other, because we didn't have a lot of time of preparation before the split starts, and like for now we are feeling like insanely like confident, like especially on bot lane. But we need time to show up. Like overall as a team, like as a bot lane, like we need to build a synergy, like a better synergy and stuff. So yeah, I will make this like a bit short answer. Okay.
Thank you so much for your answer. And also, that dog is absolutely adorable.
Yeah, that's my question now. I want to know the name of the doggo. Before we wrap it up, what's the name of the doggo?
It's Johnny. I also have 2 cats.
2 cats as well? Okay,
okay. Yeah.
We're getting to know it. We're getting to know it. Johnny and 2 cats. But yeah, good luck with Bifrost and the way things are going. Transitioning to the late game. A lot of questions. I hope you get the answers for those one. But you're looking good. So Bifrost is looking good at the top of the standings. So thank you so much for the interview.
Thanks for this talk. Like, happy to meet you, and have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. Have a nice one.
That doggo was adorable.
Yeah, I saw the dog
He like peeked his head.
But more questions than answers right now for Bifrost.
I think it's a case with every team, honestly, in this patch. Even the teams that are like winning right now, they're like, what the heck is just going on?
We won. How?
How though?
We won. That's the answer, I would say, right now.
Yeah.
What about Dusty Low? We do have an interview for Dusty. We're setting it up. Dusty looked good during this game, but they couldn't close it up. They couldn't find a specific lead to take Bifrost down.
I felt like they took a bunch of leads and then Audi got to press his button once this game and it was absolute disaster. I think like Jamada mentioned earlier, they were able to spot him out previously from every single fight and take him out.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a solo queue game in that sense, where you play against something like a Twitch or a Cogbor, and they just don't get to do anything the entire game.
But once?
But once, the game swings, and in this case, it swung so hard that unfortunately Dusty lost the game off the back of it. Yeah, I mean, I still hold true to it. I feel like they had the easy to execute draft. I think the scaling was okay. But again, it's just one of those things. Yumi Twitch.
I just want to reiterate the fun that we had because we're sitting in the green room right at the Elder fight and our producer suddenly busts through the door. He's like, 1 minute. We're like, what? What happened? But Dusty, we're winning. What happened?
It's the unfortunate nature of League of Legends sometimes, even in 12-10. But I think I said this on Monday. Expect more games to be slow-paced for 30 to 35 minutes, and then one team fight happens, and that's the game. And I think we will see more of that as the meta evolves. But also, I think this composition just kind of is the embodiment of that kind of style of game.
Okay, on the interview, moving on to Dusty, we have a switcheroo, so I'm really excited to talk with him again. Then Voxner coming in from Dusty, the AD carry that played versus the Twitch. Again, I mean, it's not the best beginning for the interview. Obviously, I want to get you on the W side, but it was really close for you guys as well. And as Jamada is saying, it seems like games are going for 30 minutes with no action, and all of a sudden, a big team fight occurs. Do you believe in that statement?
Yeah, I think people need a little more practice. Like, first of all, we're a new team, so it's going to be harder to close our games. And then second of all, there's a new patch that just changed the whole game pretty much for, like, however we played it for like 2 years or whatever. So for sure, like, there's a big change in the, like, how the games are going to be played. And I think partly that's long team fights or like long games with short team fights.
Can you tell me something? Do you believe that this patch seems like a pre-season patch where people need some time to adapt and all that, and then you get the pro play, like the biggest patch we've ever seen so far, like lately?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a big change for everyone, and for at least for most teams, I think we are waiting for more data. So we're waiting for more matches for every ERL team. We're waiting for more LEC matches. We can see, like, just see what is being picked, what is even being played, like what is actually good, because it's really hard to figure it out on your own. And like this first week, you just have to like prepare something, figure out what you think is good, and then hopefully win on that. But if you maybe have the wrong read, like I think we had against 6-7, completely wrong read, and then we adapted it, and then okay, it wasn't good enough, we didn't play well enough, then for sure it's going to be hard to get these wins. But I think after a while, like after a couple of weeks, maybe I think for sure things are going to change, and you should see huge improvement for a lot of different teams. Like, yeah.
It seems really hard because we are the tip of the spear so far in terms of patch and the players. This is really complicated for them, but trouble.
Honestly, I feel like coming in as an AD carry than Voxen, and also having such a diverse pool, jumping from the Sorakas to the Kaisers to whatever you please you can play. First of all, I want to commend you because you always have such a winner mentality in you. You always come in thirsty, even when you don't win. You're saying, I'm here to win, I'm here to go, you must, I'm here to go, as far as it goes, right? So this iteration of Dusty seems to be suiting a lot the way that you play and whatever you seem to want to play or whatever your team wants to play with you. So how do you feel like your role is adapting around the team, whether it's the Soraka or whether it's the hyper carry for you?
I think it's just like we want to be adaptable. Like I think that's something that you need to have nowadays, and maybe it's like something that a lot of teams struggle with, and I'm really happy with the fact that we can play like different champs. It feels like the biggest problem we have is figuring out which champs we actually want to play. So it's like, oh, we can play so many different styles, so which one do we actually commit to? And we need to figure out in which situations like we want to commit to the different stuff. So for example, this draft we picked the GP early, and I think that's a very viable strategy, but maybe there are other strategies that are also viable and that could have maybe been more efficient here. So I think to that part, it's like we have the reverse problem. We don't have one style, so we have to figure out which of the many different styles we want to play.
there's still a lot to take in for your team. And if I may, I want to get your point of view and like the pro point of view in positioning for the AD carry, because back in the day, it seemed like the AD carries needed to have some sort of positioning where I need to be prepared for the team fight, I need to kill someone and survive. Now it doesn't seem like the case, because you have to get another sort of positioning, because you have to endure more during the fight, but you have to dish out more damage. So do you believe as an AD carry, you're learning to play again the team fights? Or is this something that it's not affecting you right now?
I think for sure everything changes on this patch. Like for the first time in a long time, I've tried running Umon Jinx before I kill someone with my Q, you know. And just in general, like how strong you are, how fast you can like start running forward and stuff like this, where before you would maybe run backwards for like 5 seconds or something, but now you have to be way more patient and wait for your opportunity, because people are just, they have more health, they're playing different champs, like it just everything changed. So for sure you have to learn how to team fight again. It's really hard to like calculate damage, because we've only had like maybe 2 weeks in solo queue and like 1 week in scrim. So for sure a lot has changed, and as AD carry position, like I think the role just changed completely with this new patch. So we'll just have to wait and see and figure things out.
Thank you so much for that input. That's something that I really had on my mind, and I needed the answer for that one. And also, you're looking good. You're looking crispy, man. Don't give up. That team has a lot to take in. So good luck on the next match.
Thank you.
Have a nice one. See ya.
I love.
He waved. He waved. He waved. You didn't wave, though.
We weren't on camera.
Okay.
So you threw us under the bus. They didn't know if we waved or not.
But this question to me was on my mind, because as an AD carry, you need to relearn how to position yourself in a team fight. This is hard.
One of the biggest hyper carries in the league, Azita, flashed in twice on Jinx, on something that would have been the final blow, and then the team fight ended up going south because he didn't actually get that last hit on somebody who was like, what, 10% HP versus a 3-item Jinx? And I feel like it's like really rough for these guys.
Yourself.
Yeah, and I actually wonder if this is going to be a bit of a, I don't know what the right word to use is really, dichotomy between the more experienced and inexperienced AD carries, where the ADC role has had to relearn how to play the bottom lane before Season 8, with all of the AD items kind of being tuned to suck, and then they had to play mages and such. Are we going to see, you know, your Den Voxnays, your Attilas, who were used to playing mages in the bot lane, who have that level of experience, kind of shine and rise to the top? Or is it going to be like, it's not just going to matter. It's just not going to matter in that sense. I want to know whether or not we're actually going to see the experienced ADs start to thrive sooner than the inexperienced ones, because the inexperienced ones are only used to playing this version of League of Legends, which is everybody is squishy. You can flash forward on Jinx and get that final blow in to get the excited procs going.
It's a good way from Riot to look into the AD carries like, okay, are you sick of Jinx and the failures? There you go, 100 champions, play those. And there you go. Now looking into the standings to see how this game affected Bifrost, still glued to JDXL. Dusty tied up with Astralis alongside with Vanir and X7 at this point. X7 are gaining ground and they're looking into the top of the standings, but in this week, they will not be able to achieve that. Moving on to the next game, though, we do have Singularity versus Nuriki. This is the game where we saw Singularity coming on interview. I mean, it's versus Nuriki. We got this, but then Nuriki's still away, a game from Bifrost. So we have a lot to discuss into this one. We have a lot to dive in, but we also need to dive in into social media, the social clash of our teams and our players. And I'm really enjoying this bit where I get to see the originality of the teams and also the players.
Oh, the she's talking.
Yes, that's exactly what I want to know of these teams. So shall we start with the third place on NLC Social Clash? Third place is going to belong to Bifrost. Regular day? Nah, you cannot, bed. NLC, I'm awake. I'm not going to read that one, but I'm awake.
This is Bedge, and the other one is Wokage.
Yes.
Yeah.
She knows.
Yeah.
Yes. Bedge,
I agree.
I agree. Yeah, no, totally. NLC Div 1 days, they are normally very hyped. This day is the exact reason why.
People complain about Mondays. What do you mean? NLC.
NLC starts on Monday. Stop complaining.
You go to work, you get out of work, NLC is there for you. The best you could get in life. That's the third
You get
place.
the sound effects as well. Like, you can't miss that.
There you go. Bifrost with the third place, getting themselves 1 point. Moving on to the second point. Well, the second place, it's going for X7. with a reply to Vanir. Vanir tried to be spicy on the social media, and X7 just brought in a print screen from 18-6 versus Vanir and said, pain. And they brought pain upon them today. Oof. Oof.
Oof.
That's Vanir taking an L.
But this is what I like. You need to be spicy on social media, and if it's bite, it bites.
I mean, I'll be honest. I feel like our game is missing a little bit of competitive, BS. And I feel like we don't really do it too much anymore. It's more or less kind of just the players doing it. The orgs kind of stay back, which is fine. But also give us some more of the banner. It helps with storyline. For basically, it writes your own stories. It writes your own, what's the word I'm looking for? Rivalries. There you go. So yeah, I'm glad that X7 are willing to dish out a little bit.
It's like Torak. They don't take the L. They don't take the L at this point.
Well, they've taken 2.
Moving swiftly on.
First place for Trouble, and then other first place is going.
I should have tweeted that. I would have taken first
again.
place.
You would take first place. It's going for Vanir.
Oh.
Oh.
So they took an L to take a W.
There you go. They win the game, but they win the clash versus X7. This was before the game, okay?
Yeah.
This was before the game.
Okay, but where's my Sejuani now? Like, I understand.
There's a Sejuani.
Yeah, but where is it in game? If you're gonna make
This is a
meme,
new skin, by the way.
Game.
This is leak.
I see Bristle. I don't see Sejuani.
So are you telling me that Vanir
I'm
lost because they didn't
translating
pick?
into League of Legends.
Yeah.
There
They
you go.
lost because they didn't pick Sejuani.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very clear.
Good analysis, honestly.
Riding the ball into battle. Sejuani
agree with
rides the
that.
ball into battle.
I mean, when we look into the chat and maybe we see like, oh, Mastery is open or Timo is open. I love those statements on
Master,
Twitch
he's
chat.
broken in solo queue. You can abuse it. You're welcome for the freelo.
She's a Katarina main, so take that with a grain of salt. Look into the standings of the social clash. We have Vanir on first place, Riddle looking back with 10 points, Team Singularity in third place, and then we go to Bifrost, X7, JDXL, Astralis, Dusty, Eminem, and Nuriki. Where are you, my boys?
You know what? Disappointed in Eminem. Their social media is normally pretty decent when it comes to covering other games.
There's a no there.
Yeah, there's a 0 there, though. They need to step it up.
I like
Give us some good banner.
I would like to see that.
Yeah.
So be more active. It doesn't need to be the teams. It could be the players. So if you are a player, step up your game to get on NLC Social Clash. We should get on into Singularity versus Nuriki. We could look into, Nuriki versus Singularity, previous split. That was the first W for Singularity. But this split, though, looking into Singularity. Let's start with Singularity. What are their core strengths?
Oh, you guys are looking at me for this. Oh, no. No, I'm kidding. I think the most important thing to talk about for SNG is Pichoni. I think Pichoni has definitely looked like their strongest member. I think there's a lot to talk about when it comes to SNG in terms of, I said it on Monday, right? I think they really need to go back to the drawing board in the drafts, right? I think too commonly they were showing their hand too frequently, and it was kind of a thing they did last year as well. Last split, rather as well, where they would kind of just give away what they were looking to do super early, and that's fine. You know, it's one thing to throw down the gauntlet. It's another thing to give your opponent such an easy way to counter what you want to do so frequently. And I think it's a bit of a shame when you do have creative players like Tatui. Pichone seems like he is very willing to play quite a few different champions. And I think even to a degree, having Hepe and Spiky in the bottom lane, they can give us some very weird things. We know from Hepe's days back in London esports in Division 2. So I want to see some kind of change. And I think for me, it has to be fundamentally drafting simpler comps to use, but also I think play around Pichone. He seems to be a very strong individual player and talent that they might be able to leverage properly.
What about Nuriki, though? They're coming in with the victory versus Bifrost. They're looking good.
They're coming still with one of the best AD carries that we have on the NLC, Azita. And even though, yes, he tried his luck with the Jinx, flashing twice, they still took down Bifrost because he was such a huge force onto that Jinx. Like this guy on hyper carries, if he gets out of lane without being punished, you need to have your eyes glued on him because he will carry you your team fights.
Both teams can bring strength into this game, but the champion select is upon us. So let's jump into that one to see what is going to be released by Pop. Pop is always looking for some weird angle. Let's take a look if he's going to do something weird.
On that subject,
okay.
I want to see more from Pop. I haven't necessarily been satisfied with what I've seen so far. So you either put him on a champion that he's 100% comfortable on, something that is his comfort pick. We saw him picking the Viego back-to-back because that's what he got the W on, right? So put him on something that he's very comfortable on. He's very comfortable the pathing and the matchup that he's playing in, and let the top side of your map shine.
Now, normally I would say for Porp, that means Karthus. Porp's Karthus is kind of what he's like lent on occasion, but that is what he's most comfortable on from what we know. And Karthus, I know when 12-10 rolled around, there was a lot of talk about him actually just being a stronger champion. The games are slower, you can't necessarily invade it as easily.
Bot lane as well.
You can put him top, bot, mid, doesn't really matter. So maybe this could be an option, even as far as going just to first pick it, to be honest with you. I think this is going to be a draft where, to quote from Gulborg, it might be a little bit overloaded. We're going to probably see either Gwen, Wukong, Talia. One of those three champions has to be up because we see the Lulu, the Senna, the Renata, and the Ahri banned away.
Anyone fancying Enchanter's bot lane?
Yeah, anyone fancying those Enchanters bot lane? Right now, it looks like they're not going to be up. Looks like 2 out of 3 of those are going to be up because Jinx is also going to be taken away from Azatol, and I definitely understand that from SNG's point of view. But like I said, I want to see them draft something simple to play. Let the composition play itself. Lily's gone. That's a takeaway, obviously, from Porp. Will we see something like the Karthus come out? Honestly,
Gwen is up, though.
Gwen is up, and that's such a huge pick to me.
Talia, oh my god.
Talia. It's an overloaded draft. Now, I think you go Talia, that's fine, but
Hold
what
on,
you're
I need to see if Aero plays Katarina. I need to see if Aero plays Katarina, guys.
Well, we might... Oh, Nocturne immediately into the Ashe. All right, so that says to me...
They
didn't even think about it. So Wukong still there. Gwen still there. If SNG really want to just take all 3 of the champions.
Just to remember, like,
Nocturne
is pretty fine into Wukong. He doesn't necessarily have too much trouble into him, but we also need to see where Talia is going to end up, right? Because Talia might end up being in the jungle after all, or we have it mid. We've seen even crazy Talia's going all the way down the bot side of the map, right? So it is a triple flex at this point. Really good read on the Wukong as well. I think the matchup is pretty playable from both sides. But remember, every time you lock in Nocturne, you need priority lanes, or you run the risk of getting invaded and somebody stops your level 6 speed run.
And I think at the very least, drafting Ashe alongside Nocturne is probably going to secure you bottom lane priority in most cases.
And vision
AD
on the
to
Wukong.
AD and vision on the Wukong, so you're going to be able to consistently track whoever's the jungler, because Wukong can still be put into the top side of the map if the matchup needs it. And we're going to see our second Twitch of the day. Definitely interesting trend.
I thought it wasn't persuading enough from Bifrost.
Yeah, I mean, they've left open the Gwen though, and I think that's definitely a big pick to give over, especially when it looks like Nariki are likely to play sides now, would be my best guess. Or at the very least, if they do play on team fights, it's going to be Ashe Arrow into Nokoma and Gwen trying to find a flank onto this Twitch or the Nocturne. Now, Nariki, what are their options? I think you ban away Yuumi, and you ban away another support that maybe you're scared of being paired with this Twitch that can really buff him up. But realistically, I think the only other option to that is Karma at best. But honestly, if you're Nariki, you can R4 that and probably live pretty happy, so you don't even have to ban it away yourself.
I'd like to see potentially maybe even a Swain from the side of Nariki. I think Ashe and Swain give perma vision in the jungle. So this Wukong cannot make moves, this Talia cannot make moves. You've got the hook shot, you've got then the Vayne Eye, the Swain Eye, which I don't remember which one of his spells it is, but like you get perma vision, so you're gonna have 2 champions that give vision and 1 champion that takes vision away. I think so far Nariki are on a very great foot, and they also have full blue champions, which we do like a matching composition.
I'm going to take away the Jax looking into the top side. They need to remove that. We still don't know where Wukong is going to land alongside with the Talia. Could be Talia mid, could be Talia bot, could be Talia jungle.
I'd say it's probably looking like a Talia mid at this point.
So Katarina?
Well with Wukong. Okay. Katarina is playable here, but you need to see what's happening on the rest of the map, right?
Just giving you the window. I'm just giving you the window.
Katarina is Giga playable here. I'm just going to say that because you have Ashe Arrow, you've got setup with Nocturne. I just said it. But I don't think Aero is a Katarina player. He might prove me wrong.
Twisted Fight is going to be removed. As the last one, they finally need to reveal something from Nuriki. Where should they look to reveal a lane?
I mean, I think I would like to see Karma as a takeaway. I think it will provide you all of the priority or some kind of mage. Either way, Vel'Koz is definitely an interesting take. I'm going to hold my breath because obviously this could go to the support role or go up into the mid lane for Eero. And I think it has a pretty decent matchup into Talia. If memory serves me right, it's been a very long time since I've seen the matchup. So we'll see whether or not Eero just wants to pilot it into this Talia. They're expecting it in the mid lane. Now over to SNG, because again, a lot of the enchanters kind of spoke about the Karma. We're going to get the complete opposite of that. It's going to be a Pyke in the bottom side with this Twitch. Double invisibility into roam, into death, I think is what the game plan is going to be for SNG. And we've had a whole bunch of fun hovers for this final pick. I'm really not sure how SNG want to round this one out.
I love this so much. You've got Pyke Twitch, you've got Wukong, you've got Talia. We're getting Tattoo on his Riven, and I'm seeing 3 immobile carries. I'm seeing Gwen, I'm seeing Vel'Koz, and I'm seeing Ashe in the bot lane. 3 immobile carries just sitting there, Pyke roaming them out, Twitch roaming with him.
And more importantly, do you know what I see? Nariki have almost perfect blue synergy if they decide to lock in this Braum. And
if they
SNG,
throw away the Vel'Koz.
But wait, it gets even better. Nariki, blue logo, right? So they've got a full blue composition.
If they don't though, because Vel'Koz is pink.
Blue build for Ashe as
but
well.
Look at the background, look at the background. That's okay, Purple Light, we can work with that trouble. SNG, 3 green champions that they locked in the last one. SNG, green logo. I'm liking it. But anyway, real analysis. Riven, definitely an interesting
Some fashion analysis on the draft.
10,000 IQ, man.
Welcome. But Riven, definitely something that you want to get snowballing ASAP, I think, into Gwen. Gwen should eventually come to a point where she will outscale it on the side lane, but it's going to take some time. Riven is so strong. First item, second item completions. Gwen, yes, she does spike very heavily on that first item and very heavily on that second, but I think the power the power curve is slightly higher for that Riven. So I want to see that happen. I think when you've got Twitch and Pyke, you're probably going to look to get out of lane as frequently as you can, roam up towards the mid lane. Those are my expectations for SNG, but I'm really not sure how they want to play out the game.
I want to bring the bad news. You've got very short range to ADC, unless you have your ulti. You've got double melee, jungle top lane into Braum and Ashe. Like you walk into them, you're never gonna reach them.
This is not a 50-minute game. This will not be a 50-minute game, not even close.
If I may,
I'd say that.
I expect this to turn into a scrim game very quickly.
There you go. I believe on that statement, and I want to know your predictions really fast. Trouble.
I'll go for Nariki here.
Okay.
Okay.
Nameplates off. I actually think SNG would unironically win this game for the banner, but I expect that Nariki will win this.
Send them on.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want Singularity, but at the end you're going to go for Nariki.
My heart actually wants SNG to win this game.
His heart is blind because he took nameplates off.
Okay, a new champion select. New champions coming in hot for NLC Division 1, Week 2, Day 2. So without further ado, it's up to you guys at the desk on the Casas. Hey, Brian, hey, Nymera.
Good luck breaking this one down.
Bifrost Dusty, I sleep. Singularity Nariki, I wake.
Real stuff.
That's what I needed. That was like coffee directly in. That was.
I'd say like they've had enough of these whack drafts we've had for most of this day. Azir, Karma, nah, none of that. I mean, there is so much to unpack from this. Jamada mentioned it in terms of the Vel'Koz and Talia. That's an old Season 6 matchup. That's what Jensen would play back when he was playing on Cloud9 over in NA, when he was potentially some of the peak of the NA at the mid lane pool at that point. We've got a lot of globals. There's Talia and Nocturne. There's a lot of sneaky stuff. You've got Wukong clone. You've got Twitch. There are so many different breakpoints for this game. For me, this game isn't necessarily about playing all your combos perfectly. It's about understanding in your head all of the ways the players can go right and wrong. It's about the intelligence these players have in regards to what is a very strange draft from what we've seen.
It's a peculiar draft indeed, Nymera, as we are getting onto the Rift for game number 4. It was a tough one. Bifrost Dusty was a tough one.
Yes.
Neither team played bad. Just their drafts made it very uninteractive.
The most entertaining face-off, shall we say.
But this is something else.
Yes.
I'm excited to see how this goes. I'm waiting with bated breath, but there is one thing I like about this Pyke. People are hard to kill. It's hard to whittle away at their health bars. That last percentage can be the hardest to finish up. Pyke will just straight up execute them.
Wait, that's Pyke's theme music. Just comes in with the steel chair. Speaking of that, speaking of steel chair, did we get the LT Grey Braum? That would have been very topical. By the way, there is actually
that would take some serious foresight.
Speaking of skins, we did talk about the blue synergy. Sadly, not got that. To say there is a very blue Vel'Koz skin if they wanted to go towards that and confuse everyone with every skill shot just being incredibly cerulean. And in fact, there it is, Frozen Watcher. Cool. Glad I got
I
one
like
of
that
them.
skin. It's a
Let's
good
talk
skin.
about one of the skins. Because I like League skins. I'm a big fan.
Same. I feel sorry for Yorick players. Like, if you play Yorick, I mean, first of all,
will
you
not
kind of
remember
deserve
Yorick
it.
Mori.
You kind of deserve it for playing Yorick, let's be real. But
True.
there's an element of empathy for you. I was GP. It was a long time before we got another skin. We technically had the FPX one, but like...
So, funny story. My the duo key partner I played with for a very long time.
Your booster, right?
That's the one. Yes. That's how I got to Diamond. He played Yorick and Karthus, and I'm like, could you pick anything more obscure? I mean, when you talk about mains of champions, you do normally expect more of what Tatsui is playing, right? On that Riven. Now, this in itself is a lot to unpack because this was a champion that was almost permanently banned last split, but not for Singularity. That was for Noriki's old top player in Patoshka. Patoshka obviously outgoing from this roster this time, but Noriki have played with the champion a lot. The coaches prepped for it. A lot of the players, in terms of the remaining ones, have played with that champion too. Now they have to see what it's like against it on the other side of the rift.
We totally missed Flipper just take away red buff and Raptors from Pop and then just walk straight through mid lane. Completely just strutting his stuff like,
Okay, that's a fair call out. That's a fair call out because, let's be honest, we might have been a bit lackadaisical from the other games, and today they've turned us onto a bit of a lower gear, but when you have that level 1 from the Braum, it allows you to do stuff like this. Now, level 3 hit from Piccione. Of course, there was a flash on the Vel'Koz, but if there was an overstep, potentially a way to get that big stun combo down. But I mean,
like, Pop actually loses out here because he tried to go for that gank, didn't quite get it off.
Yeah.
And now has to figure out what the action plan is. Banderas is way too pushed here for them to really pull this off unless Tatsumi goes in with like a flash chi burst. Like, that's the only option.
You have an ignite.
True.
Way. W's up. Exhaust is up. Should not be an easy pick. Paul actually just going for the Raptors. Is that just respawn at this point? No, it wouldn't be not at that point. But yeah, the Raptors, Krugs as well. Okay, look, today is throwing us for a loop. Trying to get ourselves on a bit more of an even kill, but
this actually, I think, is okay for Flipper, because Flipper's quite happy to leave that.
for sure.
That's going to put that camp on reset, so the level 2 camp spawns up. He can now full clear bot side, go crab, reset, and then just get back on the map. This is actually kind of okay for Flipper.
And that ties into weaves into a larger tapestry of what happens if Noriki get bot side vision control. If you get Pink Wards put down there, you got an Ashe who can fire out an arrow onto Piccione's Talia, who doesn't have a cleanse. They've got a heal. Haven't even gone anything towards, that anti-Ashe stun synergy. That, to me, seems like a pretty good combo. So I think that, Jamada said, nameplates off in terms of what we expect from the compositions. Liked a lot of what Singularity had. I think that both teams, it's not a clear draft win on either side for me. I think that both teams have significant weaknesses if they're the ones diving in. I think if you've got Nocturne going in very deep into a Talia field, it's got a little bit awkward. On the same side, if you're diving into Gwen, Vel'Koz, and Braum on the other side, that gets really difficult. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't stall out because these teams go, hang on, that's a bit scary to dive into the open more of that enemy team comp, but it's just worth putting it on the table. Actually, I feel there's a lot of burden of execution to come out of this game with a win.
Now, Flipper finally finds out that his Raptors were taken away as Tatui not going to be able to connect the broken wings, unfortunately, onto Banderas, and Wave's going to crash into him, so he should be okay. Riven, champion who actually has, pretty solid wave clear, obviously slightly capped by her cooldown early, just because CDR is very important for Riven players.
Very true.
But you do still have relatively good wave clear. You've obviously got this broken wings that you can use 3 times, all AoE, empowering the auto attacks. You've got the key burst as well, which is also
You have a
AoE.
lot of incidental damage where you're dealing damage and it's just like, oh, everything's an AoE. That's kind of fun. Of course, way back in the day, Riven was a huge Tiamat champion to help augment that too. The current build is a bit all over the place. I think there are multiple items you can go towards. We have seen Gore Drinker kind of items. This is a game with likely low-range champions diving into the Riven. I think Gore Drinker could have some value. Of course, we have seen lethality over the years. We've seen a lot of ability to flex around. So yet to see if we're going to see something like an Iron Spike whip item to go back towards a bit of the older wave clear augmented build.
Well, for now, it's a relaxed start. We have spicy picks. We have interest here. But
oh my god, a Dragon's Dang!
It is still 12-10. So
yes,
it's still the durability patch. It's still a slower pace of the game from what we're used to from the last couple of years.
Yeah, and again, for people who are still kind of coming into their first couple of games on the patch and don't understand why, several reasons. Everyone's more tanky, also towers do more damage. What does that mean? If you are trying to kill people on the third wave dive, which is what we've typically seen from pro play, you start getting control of that lane, you make sure that you slow push that wave into tower, and you slam them with a dive, like this. Or something like this on the tower, right? Where in top lane, you would normally expect to kill on 12-9, or at least someone of like a jungler to go into the enemy jungle and make something about that. That's really not something that's easy to do on this patch. So because of that, you go back to more of this jungle advantage, getting farm advantage, and waiting until it's about the dragon setup and the herald setup instead. That's where it really comes to a head.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen a lot of plays around these dragons. Teams typically have been okay to give up the first couple. That is something that hasn't changed. But it does mean that there is less gold coming into these later dragon fights because there's just less kills gone on. So
good point. Yeah.
We are seeing kind of less explosive kind of third and fourth dragons on the map. And then it's not just about that. It's okay, they're not killing each other. It's all right, what are they actually going to be able to do with this? What is the game plan from here? So Rift Herald I see having a lot more impact on this patch, purely because it's a way to inject gold into your teammates. So when you get to those third and fourth dragons, you do have that additional gold to work with.
And there are so many other ways that has implications too, because obviously one of the bigger changes of this patch, we've seen a lot of globals today. And we've seen that less so much about Twisted Fate, who basically doesn't deal damage anymore. He's a glorified gold card bot. But when you have something like your Talir ultimates, you have your Nocturnes coming out of the jungle, who doesn't mind actually not ganking early. He just farms up until level 6. Senna, Ashe, so many champions that can just say, okay, we take down a side lane turret, okay, we can just play the map now. We can just go play along extended lanes, play in the cross-map state. And as we can see, less about side lane dives, can definitely get ourselves... Oh, there's the Ashe arrow!
Oh, they're able to get it in. Everything lands down. They're going to flash away to safety. The life form disintegration ray. Resistances mean nothing to the true damage from a hero, but he comes in with a whirlwind pop, trying to find the Cyclone. Banderas has also made his way over. Now Tatooine is about, but not going to be able to get close enough in time. And durability patch, baby.
So we talked a little bit about what happens if you get vision control with Ashe over bot side. Those arrows become a real threat, and especially when you do have immobile carries like the Talir, like that Twitch. You can see the angle, but with all of this said, ultimate is expended. Nuriki get mid lane priority, get to head to this first. No Pike ultimate, no Braum ultimate, everything else. Look, see what they can do.
Oh, Pichone, no! Actually blocks it out, and Flipper takes first blood, but Singularity. Tatooine has popped the ulti and is looking for it, but now has to be careful because the Braum passive is on. Concussive blows starting to stack up as the Wind Slash is not going to close enough distance and take down the Rift Herald. Herald over to the side of Nuriki.
That was... my mind's telling me no, but it should have been very much body telling you no as well, because Pichone flies right into the enemy team, half HP, doesn't get anything done, because it's not like you have something like a stopwatch or someone else to peel for you or dive in at the same time, and feels like Pichone just misread the situation, maybe a communication fault from Singularity, but Nuriki walk away with a kill for that first blood much earlier than some of the games we've had today, and they walk away with the Herald. Can they lose something on top side though? The three obviously not having that ultimate, and don't have much reason to use that ignite just yet either.
No, you kind of wanted that kill lane out, but they are looking for it. Jeppe gonna connect the snare off. They've got the hook to hook him out. Jeppe going a little bit low, Banderas low, but Jeppe doesn't have the death from below, so Banderas will survive.
That felt like the kind of players like, oh, shall we give it a try? And they thought maybe they could get something out of it.
Oh,
no! It's so sad! Oh, gosh. I was genuinely thinking another tower shot could come through at that point if maybe a slow from something would come through. Gosh, so close.
Pork knows what he did.
We've
take the cannon.
Like I said, now obviously you talked about some nostalgia from some of the players earlier in the day. Talking about your Taxes and your Dans and so many other players. For me, I've actually cast Port for a great number of years. Talked about it a couple of times in broadcast. He's had a bit of an emote game. That one is not what I've seen from him. Normally see some happier emotes. Can't get anything out of it. Yeah, but he's still sat here, not even level 6.
Yeah, hit 6, man, then you can go for these ganks, because it's a great setup. But the Lifeborn Disintegration Ray into the ulti, the flash comes out, Flipper trying to get underneath the tower. The fear will go off, and a couple of tower shots as well. Nobody's dying today, but the health bars are low. We're actually seeing some damage being done there, Myra.
I'm about to say, I'm happy that they're pulling the trigger. Is it working? No. But I am happy they're going for it, at least trying to find that advantage. I think when you do have these teams where, as we said, there's quite a lot of similarities in how you lose the game. It's like, if you dive in first, you're probably going to lose that extra bit of gold, particularly when you're playing, I'm not going to say it's like for like comps, right?
Oh, hold on.
But there are a lot of similarities.
Extra level 6.
Can do quite a lot of work. Does have 6. There's a wave in favor of Tatari as well. It's pushing into him. That's exactly what he wants right now. Banderas might have to walk up to accept that wave. Tatari holding it there.
I think he saw them. He knows they're there.
There's literally one outside the trade rush. But either way, what the maths works out as, if you have 4 minutes, you can freeze. He sees the freeze. He just has to go for it anyway.
Hook comes in. They're looking for Banderas. He's got himself the Needleworks. Jeppe will not do it, and the wind slash from Port will find the kill.
Again, like, so Tatui trims the wave and says, yeah, I got an extra 4 wave. How the heck did Spiky get that?
I think through big mistakes. Big mistakes indeed. Down he goes. Azator gonna get the kill stolen away actually by Hero. Man, this is a game of just taking anything from everybody here.
Yes. Should people be where they are? They're kind of on the map right now. Wondering about that myself, but felt like topside. Banderas saw the wave and was like, yeah, I know you're here. I still kind of got to try and do something with this wave, otherwise they're going to be in a really bad position. Bot side, I don't know, just Spiky taking a walk, gets spotted out and dies.
Yeah. Yes.
Not really much more to describe than that. And
good analysis.
So,
that's what you're getting paid for.
I think what it boils down to is, you know, we talked about this when we're loading into the game. It's like, it feels like this game is about these players understanding how they win and lose the game, and they're trying to do all of these mental gymnastics in their head. And it feels like when they're thinking about this, the game is moving on at quite a fast pace, and they're just getting caught up in the decision-making of game. And it feels like they're not quite in the right position that they want to be. Poor, just, yep, cool, there you go, letting him know his presence.
I mean, poor Banderas. I mean, this is what you needed to do. This is what we saw earlier on in the day. When we saw a Gwen earlier, it was for XL, it was just like, just camp the Gwen. Make sure that, you know,
Gwen
let what happened with Cries happen.
Gwen is terrifying. Yeah. Don't let Gwen do Gwen things. And in fairness, actually, the Riven's doing pretty okay in terms of laning phase. Has been helped an awful lot. Question is, what does that translate to? Because again, we saw earlier in the day, lane bully, this was the Olaf, right? Not doing so much. Oh, we've got cooldowns being used finally.
Lights are going out, the arrows are coming down, and everything has been thrown onto Singularity as Port pops the Cyclone, but he has nowhere to go. Abagnale going low. Stopwatches the death from below. Tatui has a wind slash, but it's already been used, and he will lose his life. Azator finds a double kill. Are you watching Bifrost?
Wow! Just keep watching Aero again!
Johnny, you are a cinema. What the hell was that?
And it's, I mean, it's Piccione again, rather, that dives in. It's Aero there to respond, rather. And there are so many things I want to say about this and go, oh, heck, that just felt like it was the wrong decision, right? Because it feels like, again, both of these teams want to avoid diving into each other. Nariki found themselves a window where Singularity didn't have everything in place, and with a really well-placed Hawk shot, Nariki had enough information to make these big plays. Jeppe is making a play.
Yeah, kinda. There was a minion there, mate. Unfortunately, not gonna work. Abagnale puts the thumbs up. This game is the best emote game I've seen in a long time. Everyone is on it with the emotes.
What I said about Scrim Game? Feels like Scrim Game to me. Maybe not quite as many kills as that, but very much trying to. Again, appreciate the willingness to go towards that. We need to check in on a couple of things, obviously, because it is now a 4,000 gold lead to Nariki. Let's bought them a couple of items. They got first items on a number of these characters. So you can see that actually Azator gone for the blade first on Ashe. This is something that we saw a lot back before, way before Mythic items, thinking about season 6 and 7. That was when Ashe was, I remember Prey and Gorilla on the Rocks Tigers. They played a lot of that. Yeah. A lot of that lane, and Ashe could become really, really sticky with Blade having a slow effect back then. Of course, it still does now in terms of, like, it just gives you that extra ability to stick, chase down, do relevant damage. Ashe not always the most crit relevant. Coming at her, and speaking of that, Ashe has the ult back up. Spiky has cleanse, though, and feels bold enough to go clear this wave.
He's able to do so as well, so Tao will survive. Spiky definitely playing a little bit risky there, but it does pay off. And it feels like Singularity now going, okay, we need to maybe put the brakes on a little bit, because we have been getting caught a little bit too much. Although Piccione,
even those, particularly on the brakes, this would be a hilariously slow-paced game for 12-9. This is a fast-paced game from what we've seen today. That's just the reality of what we have. I mean, no, there's no enchanters in this game. We still got ourselves at... I mean, dare I say it, you know, I'm kind of missing the Leona Nautilus to just pull the trigger when you feel like having a tussle. Ricky potentially putting themselves into a situation where Piccione can use that weave as well to greater effect. Tried it a couple of times, been put in the dirt a couple of times for the effect. Hero just pulling the ult just for poke.
What comes in? Two-man Cyclone. They've got the ulti. Porp has to jump back out. Instantly caught up. The Everfrost comes down. Flipper throws out the ultimate, and he is launched into Piccione's pocket as Banderas coming in with the haircut. A double kill picked up for Azator. And Nariki just pulling the trigger.
Well, it was a response to the first team to dive in. Always was a little worried about it. You're diving into, I mean, the Vel'Koz ult was gone, but you're still diving into the Ashe, who's happy to kite backwards, the Braum that'll help them do that, and of course this Gwen. It's always the Gwen dealing so much damage, no matter how much you put them down. Singularity get a little bit trigger happy, find themselves at a point where they just get punished for what looked like a pretty okay engage. I got pretty hypey there. I was like, wow, three-man knockup from the Wukong. Maybe if that could go into something like a Talia combo could work out. It just didn't combo together, and what looked like an okay engage fizzled out.
Imagine that on 12-9. That would have been an ace.
That would have been...
Actually, to be fair, the Vel'Koz ult would have one-shot everyone. So.
Yep, there you go.
There is that. Well, no, actually, I say Vel'Koz, you know, you've got the Void stuff, so I can't remember what it's actually called, but, you know, the true damage.
True damage. Oh, it's a research thing.
Weird little triangles, yeah.
Yeah, it's the research thing by disintegration. See, I'm a color caster. I'm allowed to not know these things.
Yeah, I don't like Vel'Koz, so I choose not to know these things.
I think actually Vel'Koz was maybe the second champion released when I started playing the game. My first one was Jinx. Oh, Vel'Koz was my second champion when it was released.
So you started around the same time as me then?
Would have been very close. Sometime in season 4, around then.
Yeah, I think I was season 3, like the end of it.
Yeah.
That's when I got into it. My first champion was Shyvana, interestingly
Oh, really?
enough. I always like it when Shyvana comes back. Not this AP I spit at you. Like, I like actual Shyvana, you know.
I played a lot of Shyvanas.
Jump in and start just fucking down.
One of the very first skins I ever bought was the Iron Scale Shyvana skin.
That was the first skin I ever bought in League of Legends.
Very cool. That was that
and
one.
My second one is Firefox Ari.
That was my first skin.
Yeah.
There you go. That and Aetherwind Kale back when it had a really cool...
A lot in common. Both lanky, both bought the same skin. What can we say? Arrow coming in, followed up by Flipper. We're not even ready for these fights. Broken Wings actually not going to land, and wow, Banderas doing a lot of damage with that snip. Porp's going to have to throw the ultimate out, but Hero actually chasing in. If he gets a good slow here, there's a world where he can do some work here. Has got Jeppe, but comes in and cancels out the ultimate, and Porp actually takes the opportunity to jump in forwards. Zvike has the ultimate, and they're lined up beautifully. Death from below! Jeppe finds the kill.
And it's an overreach from Nariki this time. Saw Singularity punished for something maybe a little larger scale in the mid lane. Feels like, again, if you're not landing the knockout punch, the turnaround damage is really nasty on both sides of the Rift. So some life left in this game from both of these teams. Singularity chasing their first win, and Nariki trying to capitalize on what was actually a pretty superb performance from them earlier in the week to get their first win versus Bifrost, of course. Incredible late game performance, and see if they are destined to see themselves in another late game performance in this one, as it seems like most of our games heading towards that today, of course, with the new patch. And we left ourselves now with waiting for those cooldowns to come back up. Paranoia back up on the table and seeing who's going to pull the trigger next.
Oh, we are, you know, only 20 minutes in, but there's still a significant...
That was a trigger pull.
...lead. That was a trigger pulled, but obviously Ashe are at level 11, not the longest of cooldowns, so... Nariki quite happy to throw that one out. If it lands, it could be a pick. If it doesn't land, they just step back away from it.
But again, it feels like in the games today, the big plays haven't actually been the main character or the main deciding thing. It's been the setup to them. It's been vision control to say, oh, we know a Twitch is coming into a lane. It's been vision control, as in this game, to say, we have a control ward in this bush. The Ashe arrow is going to come out of Fog of War. Hell, even in this game, remember Ashe had some buffs recently within this season. The Ashe arrow speeds up hilariously fast over time. The longer distance it goes, the faster it gets. It gets to whip fast speeds. So Nariki potentially using that to land some more powerful CC as they look once again to play around this mid game. Haven't really managed to blow open the game as much as potentially. Well, actually, no. You say that they have a good lead,
yeah,
but after that play, bot side sat there like, well, really need to make this land on the Salt, and we'll talk again about closing out the game.
Okay. This Kraken Slayer for Spike is going to be very important. If Soul's picked up by Naruki, resistances on resistances, to be honest. It's going to be very, very hard to actually find any damage to Singularity. And, you know, your Riven's not ahead. Your Riven's equal into the Gwen. You don't want that. You want the Riven to be ahead. Pichone hasn't really been able to achieve too much here on this Taliyah champion who has typically been touted as one of the most broken mid laners in the current patch. Great foresight here from Hero, picking up, you know, an old counter. Porp being chunked out, and honestly, one more Q might be the end of days. As the Ash Arrow hits in, the cleanse comes down, they instantly jump away. Everybody's going to throw everything out, and Porp is going to go down already. Azator dominating, opening fire onto Tatooine. Another kill is going to get picked up by Hero. Not going to land the ultimate there. And it's just 2 quick kills to the side of Naruki. They can turn this into the dragon.
Feels like a bit of a weight to the wallet on that one. Naruki actually do find their target, and honestly, the heavy lifting is all by Aero on that Vel'Koz, who is under very little threat. We saw what happened when Singularity last tried to dive onto him and just didn't work out. Naruki finally managing to get that Ash Arrow on target, burns a cleanse, get to dive in, and that heavy lifting beforehand spelled doom for Singularity. Now it's a Soul point, it's that Mountain Soul, and though potentially Naruki missed a couple of shots that they wanted to take a little earlier into the game, still in a commanding lead, looking like they're going to close this one out.
Definitely looking like this is their game to win. They've got themselves a 7,000 gold lead. And it is interesting, you know, how even so with that, they definitely have to pay a lot of respects just due to the extra resistances, the extra survivability, because, you know, you can't just rely on guaranteeing the one shot onto one of the squishier members here. You need to make sure you have to set up the vision, because if they survive and then turn the fight around, that gold lead suddenly evaporates. So this feels a bit more like a smarter play than just looking for a blind fight. Let's try and turn your shine towards the dragon. They got the vision in the area. Absolutely no vision from Singularity
on heading towards that. Now, if this was a 2-item switch and you had something like a Kraken Slayer yourself and a Hurricane, would be very risky, but Naruki, they get that vision control. It helped with the Ash, it's helping with their objective secure. Now, though Tatooine is going to take themselves an objective bounty on the side of the map, it is a drip against the deluge of Naruki advantage.
Tatooine able to clear out the wave as well, but the problem is arrows are going down in the mid lane. Tower will be falling as well, and Jeppe on the flank with Porp. This might be their one opportunity. It's actually the Q goes down from a Hero, dodging out on another one. Jeppe has been spotted out though, and Porp needs to try and find the opportunity. Jeppe has to run away. That's going to be all she wrote, really, for the side of Singularity. They thought they had the flank, but they lost it, unfortunately. They can't find anything else. Meanwhile, Banderas just cutting through this tower like it's nothing as they're jumping in with the ultimate. Going to get the fear off. The Everfrost is flashed away, and he is running into the team. A kill picked up for the side of Flipper, and now Tatooine is on his lonesome. Got Spike in the pocket. Jeppe coming in on the flank as well. There's the Cyclone. 2 members caught out. Big block, though, by Abagnale to block out Spike's ultimate, but is still doing a lot of work here. He's slowed. He's got himself one shut down. He's looking for another. He's almost able to get himself another kill. Being picked up with the Ignite by Tatooine. Jeppe has to go in for a cheeky stopwatch to try and survive as he is cut down by the snip. Spike, the only member remaining for the side of Singularity. We're 24 minutes in the mirror, and Naruki finally show us that you can play this game fast on this patch.
They've not going to close out the game just yet, but it is about just done. Pick up that soul, get themselves a huge Baron power play off of this. That fight in the base got a little close for comfort. It felt like, again, potentially with all of the cooldowns used onto Pichione a little earlier, maybe Spikey could get some work done. When the Twitch opens up with this ult, you start questioning, because Azor isn't actually behind the shield for a lot of this fight. Spike is still free hitting, and an AD carry free hitting on this patch is still doing decent damage, but a little bit different when Gwen gets one empowered Q onto you and you have to flash out.
Yeah, yeah. That's
Gwen.
Yeah, that's Gwen.
That's Gwen for you. Like,
Gwen
wow, cool. I'm doing damage. Gwen.
Yeah.
And with that amount of gold, you can again just see reason after reason for why this champion has been so hard to deal with, not just on this patch, of course, on the last ones as well. Now, Naruki walking away with that fight, looking for another arrow.
Yeah, they're able to hit it, but a good wall comes down into the block up for the moment. Paranoia being thrown down by Flipper. A hero actually quite happy to be on the other side. He throws down the life form disintegration ray. Pichone able to survive. The teleport's coming in. They're bringing in the backup. But Tatui's going to be going oh so low. One by one, they fall. Azator finds a double kill, looking to make it more as the dunk comes in from Jeppe. Able to take down at least one as Abagnale will lose their life. But Naruki are into the base even further. The third inhibitor will be falling down, and Singularity are running out of options. Jeppe still has the Death from Below available, but has to be so careful, trying to swim back towards his team, back towards safety, as Pichone trying to hold on with Spike, but the knockout comes in, and a hero doing a lot of damage. The slow comes in from Azator as well. Another Q goes a little bit wide as the tower holds on for just a moment longer. Flipper is going to step forward, almost goes down to the turret. Spike, and now turning it around. There's the bop from the monkey. Pop able to get the damage. Jeppe misses out on the hook and has to jump away from the slow. Azator got his own slow in his pocket. Spike, though, chasing for a little bit more. Not going to find it. 26 minutes on the clock. 3 inhibitors down, but Singularity hold fast.
Yeah, I can't quite close it out again. You can see Naruki have no problems taking down the first target, and that typically is going to be this Wukong who's so anemic at this point. 0 and 5, not really much gold in pocket, and that's the easy part. The question is, can you shut down the Twitch afterwards? They've only managed to catch Spiky the one time. That was the time, actually, where I remember he was behind enemy lines. That's the one death that this Twitch has ended up having. And suddenly, you do that the next time, you know, we're talking about, hey, what would happen at that Baron start if there was a Twitch with 2 items, with the Hurricane, with a Kraken? Well, now he's at 3. There's a Blade chucked in there too, very strong item on this patch. Potentially, there is a small, minuscule margin where if Twitch goes untouched, something interesting happens.
Might be a problem, though, if they can't contest his Elder. That's where they have to find that window. If they lose the Elder, it's like his front line, and the rest of the team just die way too quick.
Okay, this is it. Last chance saloon. You get towards that Elder. You got 3 inhibitors down. Honestly, the minions might do the work for them. Naruki is still very much in control. Look at the damage that Aero has. That is unfair. That is absolutely disgusting.
Okay, well, a hero apparently just ignored the damage buff, the damage nerf patch, basically.
Edgeo's next, baby.
That might just be it. Porp's been spotted out. He's being chased onto. Monkey spin. Monkey down. Flipper will knock him up, and the Cyclone will not save him today. Porp will be losing his life as a hero times that Q beautifully. Elder Dragon be damned, the Singularity are running out of options. We were talking about that last chance saloon. It looks like Saloon was in a different town.
Yeah, they were not ready. Sucker Punch. They was like, okay, well, maybe we can head towards an ally. Well, no, you can't really. You have to do all this wave clear duty. They try and do a token effort, say, can we get Jeppe close in there? And
he's dead. The opportunity has just melted before their very eyes. Shut down for Flipper. Pichone needs to get away, get the hell out of Dodge, but he can't because the Gift of the Elder takes them down 1 by 1. Jeppe can do nothing but watch as the 30-minute clock ticks over. And Naruki take down Singularity.
It's a little bit unorthodox. It is a couple of compositions which I don't think we were particularly prepared for. You know, we thought that there was going to be a lot of those enchanters, a lot of these death balls grouping up as 5, sticking together. And we did see the Nocturne was a bit more standard, but it did feel like this was a game of a little bit of theory crafting in-game and saying, okay, how do we play this out? There was a lot of very awkward trigger pulling before we started to get out into a more clean mid-game from Naruki.
Yeah, no, completely. I actually think it's safe to say that I think Naruki had a pretty good read on how to play the current meta, because I think a lot of the other teams today we've seen, it's slow because they're not entirely comfortable yet. It feels to me like Naruki are playing this patch how it should be played. I think, you know, we made jokes about this, the current patch being a little bit sleeper, but I think as weeks go on, we'll see teams adjust to it, and that's the kind of play I expect to see in, 2-3 weeks' time.
Actually, as any of these teams where you know how close last split got actually in regular season, heck, we saw JDXL drop down from almost assuredly tied first, second, down to top 3, saw teams missing out in playoffs in the last week, the last couple of days of the regular split. These kind of games, they might not mean a lot now in terms of the viewer's eye, but these teams will be thinking about that and saying, how do we just make sure we can smooth this over, play something reliable, and make it through? I'm glad that there was a bit more punch from these teams in terms of, like, let's just go out swinging, and they try to pull it off.
Yeah, well, they did indeed. Naruki, really, really good game from them. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to talk a little bit more about that game, so over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ipren. And Nightmare and Singularity are not able to take this one. Nuriki finishing the perfect week for them, finishing off Bifrost, finishing off Singularity as well. But this game, gonna be naughty. It was not close.
Very naughty.
Not even close.
You talk the smack, you just don't end up winning. It's just the way of League of Legends sometimes. Yeah, I mean, it was a game. But I will say, I actually half kind of agreed with Jake's point.
Okay.
To a point. About how Nuriki have been playing, you know, I think even on Monday, they had a fairly decent idea of how they wanted to play the game. Against Bifrost, I think, you know, mid-game fumbles, those are just things where, hell, I mean, they can just happen to any team, really, and it turned into a bit of a fiesta. But even in this game, you know, having the Talia counter in the back pocket for Eero with the Vel'Koz, like Nightmare pointed out, that's an old school counter. That is 5-6 years old. So it was very cool to see
Tale
them
as old as time.
Tale as old as time. So it was really cool to see them pull that out. As for SNG, I mean, I'll let you take the reins on that one. I don't know how you feel about SNG.
I don't particularly hate it because I always go with like a bunch of question marks in the draft, and now I understand this is a university project and a lot of these players come with niche picks. And even though I am a big fan of Tattoo in the top lane and playing carries, I think the Riven here was like doomed to fail. Playing into Ashe Braum was so extremely difficult. You see how the Braum was like even more difficult for Tattoo to play into. I think had it been just the Ashe, it would have been okay, maybe with a Karma on the side, but like the passive from the Braum being able to be stacked so easily from the other laners as well. You saw Tattoo getting in, doing so much damage, in the end it just was not enough, because one CC would be laid down and then he was dead.
Yeah, I think actually, honestly, the Riven was playable until the Braum came
Until the Braum came in, yeah.
And not only that, it had a lot of value into the Twitch too, and Twitch was the other thing. I just don't think we were able to see SNG unlock a lot of the conditions to really make a draft like that work. I think that's the kind of draft where if I see it on 12-9, I think, all right, great, you can turn this into a bit of fiesta, you make it a bloodbath, things can get rolling, the Pike gold starts coming in because you start finding those assassinations with the double stealth.
Not on 10.
It just not on 10, it's a little bit too hard, I think. And also, you know, big props to Banderas in the top side. I think he really did a good job of just kind of recognizing I'm being camped. He even threw up the tent a couple of times when he realized he was going to get 3-man.
Now, I like that you're talking about him because he's specifically the interview for this game coming in from Nuriki. Banderas, hello! So you went camping today, weren't you?
Yeah.
That was a lovely emote you throw out there on the top side.
Yeah, it wasn't the most fun game, to say the least, but we made it work.
I mean, we got to balance. You play Gwen, you get camped. I mean, they also need some fun, no?
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping for a more interactive top lane, but he decided against it. Him and his team, I should say.
Okay. Tell me something. You guys bringing in the Vel'Koz, as Jamada was saying, like an old school counter pick to Talia. Who came with that idea?
It was Aero himself. He's pretty confident. Well, he sounded pretty confident for this game. So he decided to go for the Vel'Koz. We had other picks that might have been better on paper, but we ended up going for comfort, and it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, we know one of the other picks that would have been better than Vel'Koz, just saying.
He's going to sell the Katarina. He's going to talk about the Katarina constantly. I need to ask you something, and correct me if I'm wrong. It seemed like Nuriki, until at least 20 minutes, didn't need to do anything because Singularity were providing you guys the required tools to win over them.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, if they stop playing tempo, then we can kind of just chill and play like we usually do. We don't need to make any plays. We just take Drake, stack Herald, towers, and then we win slowly. And they kind of gave it to us. So as long as we don't die when they try like flippy stuff like they did in top lane, then it's pretty straightforward, to be honest. That's why I called it was a bit boring for me.
So basically, we've been thinking about it. We've been talking about it. The caster desk talked about it as well. You guys seem to be having like a pretty good grip on what's meta right now, even though it just shifted so quickly. And there's new members like you, like diving into the team. Some of the remaining ones staying as well. Do you think, like as a team, you've got a pretty good read on the meta right now, or is it just working for you?
I think, I mean, we mentioned that we had a pretty bad meta read in 1.9. That's kind of because we were preparing for the new patches that were coming. It fits our champion pool pretty well. And I think we're starting to show that it fits our team pretty well. There was never really any doubt for me that we're going to make playoffs. But I think with the patches coming now, it's even better, and I'm even more sure now, to be honest.
Okay, question outside of the game to wrap this up. Is this going to be a good weekend for you after kicking Bifrost and Singularity with the perfect week?
I'm gonna enjoy my weekend.
Love it.
With some more League of Legends solo queue on
Some
12
more League of Legends, 12.10, man.
No more league now.
No more league, yeah, right.
No more league now.
Banderas, thank you so much. Good job on another
Thank you for
victory.
having me,
Perfect
guys.
week. See you, man. Have a nice one.
See you guys.
You got us.
Another one.
You got us. There you go. They didn't need to really do anything. Singularity were providing the victory towards them. Was there any way Singularity could pick this game and win versus Noriki?
I think Singularity provided wins for a lot of teams in the league, to be fair. But I think, like Madeira's kind of said, they were a comp that was realistically playing off tempo, and they had to just consistently play fast-paced, throw their bodies at plays. If they weren't able to do that, then realistically, I think the result was always going to be what we saw towards the later stages of that game, where you have poor, you have the Riven jumping in, and they're just getting CC'd, and they're just getting and pretty much CC chained to death. It's not even like they really got to move too much, and I think that's just the nature of that draft. If you didn't snowball with the Pyke, with the Riven, it's just too volatile of a composition. And Noriki put together their comp in mind for SNG, probably throwing a curveball like that.
You know what? I like seeing this type of Singularity, though. I like to see the one, like when Dara said, that has to work off of tempo, that have to make the plays, that have to work together, because having to work on tempo means that the communication needs to be flowing really fast. You've got a Pyke, you've got a Wukong, you've got a Twitch. Everybody has to roam at the right timings. They have to find the picks. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but at least you're playing a very active early game comp that can snowball.
Outside of the box, that's what Singularity is known for, and they bringing it up on Champion Select. And I have the pleasure to talk once again with the jungler from Singularity. Pop is with us for the interview. There you go, Pop. Welcome back. I mean, you told me on Monday you were going to win versus Noriki. What went wrong, man?
Yeah, well, the patch is tough, I think, for us, especially because we have some limited scrim time. So, yeah, it's tough. I think our read is difficult, especially just because the meta right now has a lot of must ban champions and scrims, right? So a lot of champions we don't get to scrim just because people seem they're OP, like Tilia. So if we don't get to play Tilia into range comps and stuff like that, or we don't get to practice certain things. So
okay, so let's take this step by step. You brought in a spicy champion select into this game, but I want to understand, how did the Talia work through the champion select? You got the secure Talia, and then you shifted to the mid lane, or was that always the plan, to bring Talia into the mid?
I mean, it's a flex, right? We can both play it. But seeing that Wukong was open, I think Wukong's a pretty strong jungler. It works well with Talia. And we just kind of decided it'd be alright. Most mid laners don't play range characters, but I think, we probably missed that era ahead Vel'Koz games.
Tatuya was the one bringing the idea from the Riven to the top side to deal with Gwen, and that's why you provided a lot of resources to the top side to get Tatuya ahead. Was that the plan?
Yeah, I mean, with Wukong, Pyke, you can't really do anything into Ash Braum, especially with Nocturne behind them. So you just need to find something on Gwen. And I think once the Herald fight goes south, we're a very volatile team, right? So it kind of snowballs out of control.
Okay, I know that sucks, especially since things are not going very well for you guys. And honestly, big props for you for coming every time on the interview after every loss and showing up with a smile and everything. I just want to ask, when it comes to the team and the meta, you always pick all these very aggressive early game sort of compositions. And I actually commend your team for that. And is that something that you guys have been actively talking about, playing more aggressive early game? Because there's been a lot of talks around we chill, we scale late game, we pick Kog'Maw Lulu. But then there's also the other side of the coin, we saw with JDXL, which we'll pick a heavy dive composition, very active team.
Yeah, I mean, our game on Monday, right? We had Kog, Lulu, and just general scaling, and we were just kind of okay, just wait, and if enemy makes a mistake, we're gonna win the game. And we didn't make a mistake, we made mistakes, and then we lost the game. So we're kind of just trying, we're spitballing as much as we can, just trying to find different things. We're always gonna have less practice than other teams, so we need to kind of be more extreme with our takes. So yeah, that's kind of our ideas right now. We just need to find some ground, some plug and play comps for the future.
I hope you do, guys.
I'd like to thank you for the honesty as well. Now we know that, okay, scrims are not coming as much as you want, and obviously that's going to affect when the big patch is hitting the League of Legends. So thank you so much for that one, Pop. Best of luck through the rest of the splits. I know you guys want that W, and it's going to happen. I hope so. I hope a W is coming in, and then we have another interview with another sort of perspective into the game. So thank you so much for these interviews, Pop.
Thank you, thank you.
Best of luck. Obviously, when you hit such a big patch and you don't get the amount of scrims that you want,
man. It's rough.
that is really rough to a team.
I mean, you've seen teams actually having the scrims and having played before that as a team. And right now, we're coming into Singularity roster, which had a roster change, that was struggling in the previous split. Now they're coming into a brand new patch with no actual practice. It's just really rough. Like, you see teams that have actually been practicing with veterans in them, and they still seem confused about the patch. So
we had the interview with the coach, and he was saying, what we really need is that support. We need the team to get the opportunity to evolve.
Yeah.
It's not happening, and even the players are saying that, so it's not even on the Summoner's Rift anymore. There's more to the Singularity losing streak at this point, and I'd like to see that solved moving forward. But moving forward into the standings to see how we are right now into NLC. JDXL isolated as we saw before. Nuriki now tying up with Astralis, Dusty, Vanir, and X7. And I love that Banderas came in and they told me, we're making playoffs. There's no doubt right now. And this is a team that in the previous split was struggling to get a win.
yeah, they were at the bottom of the standings together with Singularity in the previous split. And now there's like, I've no doubt. Like, what?
It's a bold statement, but honestly, you know, like
is it bold?
I think the middle of the pack teams look very scary. I think realistically, we also have what I imagine will form as a top 4 in X7, Bifrost, Astralis, and XL. So there's not really too many open playoff spots in my mind, even as early as week 2 available. And I feel like you just wrote that down to
I wrote that down because previous split, we started off and like, oh, we have a top 4.
That is true.
Astralis were there, the gatekeepers. You remember that one?
Goldberg was like, Denmark, look at that. Astralis is in the league right now.
And in the middle of the split, Goldberg was like, yeah, Denmark. And you know, so
he took the mug home. He took the wristband home.
He's still there, though.
So let's not get things twisted. The top 4, this perceived top 4 can always shake up. It's already done it once this year. We've seen expectations always shattered in the NLC, right? We're always expecting the top 2 academy teams to be the top 2. I don't even think since we've had maybe 2020 was the last time that we had both the finalists be the academy teams. So yeah, things can change, but I think when you look at teams like Vanir, who are kind of on the tail of that sort of top 4 in my opinion, or teams like potentially Riddle, M&M at ceiling, maybe if we're really sort of like overshooting how strong they could potentially be. I think the Ricky have a lot of work to do, but it's not impossible.
Okay, you want to talk about M&M?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, we should talk about M&M and Riddle. This is the game that is going to end up week 2, day 4, and M&M versus Riddle. We're talking about a team that finally have the entire roster, Riddle, and they're looking hot. M&M, they won versus X7, then they slipped, then they're back. I mean, it's M&M, Jamada. So,
talk to us about M&M, Jamada.
All right, I know. I am kind of the specialist on the broadcast when it comes to M&M. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting story we've had so far. I think this is maybe the weirdest time that we could have had, the meta change for them, because I feel like a team with Mishigu, and especially, in my opinion, Soft as well. Soft is a very aggressive early game jungler.
He is.
Historically, I think having the meta now shift potentially away from that, or what we do see is junglers try to get into lanes, but it's a lot harder to make these ganks stick. Unless you have true lockdown. So I think we've had a very weird time for meta shift to come in, but hopefully they can come prepped for Riddle, because I think, again, Riddle look really terrifying. I think the strong points are kind of mirrored.
But I'm throwing that one to Trouble.
Yeah.
Talk about Riddle.
I think Riddle looked pretty good versus JDXL. There was that huge ultimate from FTG that almost destroyed Riddle. But what people did not see was Vladdy absolutely destroying Venza in the backline onto that one fight together with MNS. He literally dived blind with his Yone through the wall to dive into the backline from the river, and he assassinated them. So yeah, this is like the full iteration with the double Greeks in the solo lanes. Stefan in the jungle bringing a lot of that veterancy that we want to see. And of course, Kevo coming back together with Nash. I just want to see what the full potential of this roster is, because I've heard a lot about my friend, the Rock7 from Greece, about both Vladdy and Jaxplank in the top lane, and I just want to see it coming to fruition.
That to me, I know there's Jaxplank. We have a lot of players coming in for Riddle, but to me, Stefan in the jungle, I'm going to say it. I'm a fan of Dan. Like, I think he's popping off on this split. If it wasn't for Dan, Stefan, to me, would be the jungler to look out for. He's hungry. He's a hungry dog, like, trying to chase everyone in the Rift. And I believe Riddle team is no longer the same as we saw in the previous split.
Yeah, I mean, I said it on Monday. I think one of the first things I said about Riddle was I think Stefan was individually the best jungler we saw coming out of week one. So I think a lot of Riddle's game plans, I hope, will start to revolve around him, to be honest with you. I think his pathing is so strong and so efficient that I want to see, you know, Stefan maybe put on a bit of a pedestal, but in the sense of, in the jungle, competitive jungle sense of giving him agency champions so that he can, you know, enable himself, yes, but also enable his carries, because again, his solo laners are great. From what we've seen, Vladdy and Jaxplank have both put on some very strong performance, but also you have Kevo and Nash in the bottom side. Again, it's one of these rosters where realistically, you can play from every lane, and on top of that, you also happen to have a very, very proficient jungler.
Might as well look into the champions that are going to
Can I shut down his dream right
Shut
before
him
we jump
down.
into Champ Select?
Yes.
12-11 is going to come through, and the Sejuanis are going to start coming in, the Zags are going to start coming in. Forget about your agency, buddy.
I know, I mean, it's what, this is the last day, I think, do we move to 12-11?
I think so.
I think we probably will. But here we are, picks bans. Lilia removed away. Lilia's been strangely absent, I believe.
Yeah,
the entire day from bans and pit.
A lot of coaches are like, so in the jungle right now, it's all this fast clear again, trying to speed run level 6 as fast as possible, try to get to the late game actually as fast as possible. And like, we're going back to the metas where like Graves, Nidalee, Hecarim, Lilia were spamma farming the jungle. Obviously the timers are still the same. They haven't changed for you to be able to clear that fast. So you need to do something with your downtime. And I think Lilia level 6, particularly in choke points towards dragons and stuff, he really strives. So she clears fast. She's really good post level 6, so she's out of the game for now.
A stacked champion select, as one would say. We have to say it's now a ritual.
Jaxplank banned.
Gwen first picked because we see, you know, the Jackson Gangplank removed away, and Riddle wanted to take off the Wukong and the Lilia as the first ban. Now Lucian is still there for Kevo if he wants it, and I imagine, knowing Kevo, if it's not the hyper carries, it's Lucian who likes to play a little.
Always.
If this gets locked in, I think it's going to be Vladdy in the mid lane.
That's also...
because I know the guy, and he's most likely going to be like, you know what, it really... Obviously, it's still a flex, he can go down the bot side of the map, but I do very well see Vladdy play that in the mid lane. It gives a lot of agency, like you mentioned, to Viego as well. Perma-shove in the mid lane, being that nuisance in the mid lane, allowing your Viego to play his own game.
I have to say, Eminem have drafted
Here he comes again.
some pretty S-tier champions, and then they've kind of rounded it out with Twitch. It's going to be laning, I imagine.
Oh, okay, there we go.
That Nami kind of gives us the confirmation, and we've seen what this lane can do to weak early laners like Twitch, who can get punished by a lot of bursts like this, because Twitch's trading patterns typically want to be a little bit longer than what Lucian's want to be. So if he can stick after the trade, and he's not at threat of, you know, just getting 100-0, great. And honestly, Bailout can maybe play into those trading patterns potentially, which is something that I would like to hopefully track once we get the laning phase underway. But now, no true jungler has been locked in, so I expect Riddle might go with 2 jungle bans. But I've been hearing Gwen as a flex pick from what I've been getting feedback from players, from coaches. We're yet to see it. I'm curious whether or not MN would be willing to do it, but I think they are doing the correct thing in banning away the Ornn. I wouldn't be too surprised to see another sort of agency engage top laner or solo laner banned off the cards as well, because right now Riddle are lacking true hard engage.
Yeah, and we're looking at the Orns, we're looking at the Scions, right? We're looking at like really tanky champions that you can use. On the other hand, if you're liking this, then you go towards more utility, something maybe like a Karma towards the mid lane. Because if you're squishy, having all these shields and the speed ups can actually really help you at this point. So maybe we're looking at something like this. Maybe we're looking at something with a lot of sustain, like the Yone Vladi brought out the other day. Maybe we're looking at something like the Vladimir, even potentially, that can match the Gwen in scaling towards the top side of the map.
You know, I actually think because they banned away Ornn, unless they're just trying to take away the potential strong points of Riddle, maybe there is a little bit of credence to saying that Soft might be handling this Gwen in the jungle, to be honest with you. Otherwise, why would you ban it? Gwen absolutely monsters through Ornn.
It's free lane.
It's a free lane. So I'm starting to question it now, whether or not they're going to just chuck this in the jungle. They see Ahri, they're going to probably go for Chimera's Lissandra here. We've seen this, especially throughout MSI, starting to become an answer to it. Mobile champions in the mid lane. Bring in the Lissandra to lock it down. We will get our upset. It's going to be Xin Zhao in the jungle for Soft. Something that's a bit of a legacy pick for him when he came into the UK scene all the way back in 2019 on Phelan. He spammed this champion. He was a bit of a one-trick. Playing it here, definitely a strong duo to try and shut down Ahri and Viego in the 2v2 early on.
I'd say maybe I'd like to see a Scion here. I think you're lacking really hard engage and you're lacking a front line. Oh, the Na also is a pretty good answer right here. Obviously, you need to be able to manage your Na bar as well. And Scion is always ready to engage, always beefy in the front line. But I think Na works pretty well as well. Now, of course, from the side of Riddle, I think there is more playmaking potential to have with the Viego, with the Ahri, with the Namelution. Remember, short range compositions are quite harder to execute. Once they stick on you, yes, but so far I don't see necessarily too many tools for them to completely stick onto their opponents. And I feel like if the Renata is alive in this game, Lucian can never dash into a fight.
And I'm not going to lie, I can't help but feel that if Riddle don't get a pretty sizable lead, I'm not sure how after 2 items, Riddle are going to team fight into Eminem. I feel like their engage options are so limited, and that the fact that I think Renata punishes 2 styles of teams. I think the teams that can really heavily stockpile and the teams that only have very, very limited forms of engage, and this is that comp for Riddle. That
they have both. Short range and limited forms of engage.
So I feel like Renata is going to be such a pain in the backside, and then once we start getting the resets off of the Lissandra passive, if that starts to come in, I think it's just lights out for Riddle. So Riddle, to me, they have the snowball this game.
And they have Renata. Renata's been banned throughout the entire day. This could be the key for MNM, or maybe Riddle can ride the wave for another victory for them. But that is a question that is going to be answered by the casters as we jump into the Summon's Rift. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Archer. We're getting ready to go into our final game of the day. I'm in the desk hit on it. It feels like MNM just have the tools.
Yes.
And it's now just kind of on them not to fumble it, to me.
So for me, I look at MNM's draft, and the thing which particularly stands out to me is actually they have go buttons, which is something we've seen a huge lack of today. So I'm excited to see how they pilot that, whether they can actually play things aggressively. I think if you do start snowballing around Lissandra, we saw what Nariki could do.
Yeah.
Even when that Lissandra reaches late game, becomes actually a pretty big burst threat against some of the champions on here. So for me, this is going to be a little bit different from the other games today, potentially. Hopefully we'll see it go a little bit more fast-paced, less of that stalling out. And for me, this is actually a unique thing to MNM. Even on the first week of play, when they were losing some of the games, they still played quite strong identity compositions. They had Galio compositions where they were trying to outplay in the side lanes against a gangplank. In this one, again, they have some ability to start going forward with the Renata ult, with the Lissandra pinning in place to get good value out of that. It feels like MNM have got some very intriguing identities of compositions that they want to play towards.
Well, we are on to the Rift for our 5th and final game. Our final game of the week as well here. Durability patch week is closed. Almost. We actually did
on hiatus until this time on Monday.
We did see Lissandra actually come out on Monday.
Yes, we did, from Nariki.
I can't remember who it was into. Was it into Ahri as well?
It wasn't to Ahri because it was Furies. It was Bifrost. It was Nariki when they beat them in what was considered an upset win. But of course, Nariki came away with a win in the last game too. So maybe a recent run of form changing their own fortunes. I have to talk about the fortunes of these two teams, however, though, because MNM had a rough couple of first games.
I mean, MNM have had a rough couple of years, if we're going to be honest, mate.
true. They were typically up here in the top division, and then they ended up dropping out for a while, made their way back in for this year. And that being said, you know, I was saying they're rough times in the split. They did absolutely handle X7 like baggage in their win and just chucked them out the
they did.
Lift. And
it's interesting because Riddle, ever since the NLC has formed, have always been the team that's been, you know, kind of there, kind of not there at times. But like for the most part,
last year they really started to come up on the radar again.
It feels like they've been at least some level of consistent. M&M have always been this team, I mean, since the ESL Premiership, that have been so close to being like one of our top teams, and they've just always been that like sliver away. And then over the last couple of years, they've just fallen to the wayside. And ever since the formation of the NLC, like you were saying, they've been in and out quite a lot. They've, you know, had to play a lot of relegation games themselves.
Of course, it's potentially on the table, this split. It's only a couple of weeks in, but it is something that I think particularly for the bottom end of the table, where typically we're talking about Nareki and Singularity from that last game. But again, it's only a couple of weeks in. And when you sat here at 1 and 2, you lose a couple more games and you start getting just the hair up on the back of your neck, looking at those Div 2 teams, which look fairly scary this time around. Of course, that started this week too, and M&M would love to avoid that.
Exactly, and I mean, you've got the likes of Soft, you've got the likes of Chimera. These are two kind of UK veterans almost at this point.
Yeah, they've got some pedigree to them for us.
Yeah, they've been around for a while at this point. So, you know, for these two, you know, maybe having some of that veterancy on you is obviously there. Obviously, Mishigu as well, a player who's been kind of coming up on the radar more recently as well. It's good to see this M&M roster. I think it's Jamada talking about it on Monday. He thinks that this is probably one of the better iterations of M&M we've had as of late. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting story just to see, you know, how they play.
To benchmark them against again.
Yes.
The previous results.
I think he said, I think Jamada's words on the desk were on Monday, I expect them to at least make playoffs, which isn't we had that high on the top scale of things, but at least
so that's funny
playoffs.
Because effectively got to the post show and we talk about, okay, what are our big the big overreactions rather? What's our big predictions? Jamada said, okay, I think M&M are going to make playoffs. I actually thought that Nareki could have a glow up this summer as well, given how they're developing. And we have to, given how they are in similar situations, could actually both be ending out the day on 2 and 2. Because see if Riddle also beat M&M to the punch on that one. But see if. It's a good time to check in very briefly on the start of the split and see who's got the head start on the new patch.
Nice little trade there by Vladdy. Shredder gets shredded.
Did he realize how little health he was on there? I mean, I guess there was a heal. I guess that's the thing. It's like, you sat there, I was like, you don't have the ignite. That could have been a heal bait if you flash it. I was like, that was me and solo queue up going for that. But either way, Lucian Nami continuing to be so disgusting a lane, even though people are less likely to die outright. It's still so bursty early on into the game.
Yeah.
And the Twitch and the Renata lucky to get away without losing their lives that time.
Yeah, but all you need is to force them out. You don't need to kill them because now Mishigu's in the lane alone, eating bubbles, eating poke, eating damage, electrocute proc, half HP, and now Mishigu has to play careful again because this wave is away from him, and Kevo can hold it here for a while, so they've had to pull Soft over to come and try and alleviate some of this pressure that is building up for Riddle in the bot side.
Soft's gone through that pink ward, gone through a full clear as well, but the thing is, Riddle do actually have really good vision on the top side of the map, and of course one behind Dragon Pit. I think that there's a big thing for Riddle in this game to have that jungle tracking. I actually think that this mid lane matchup as well as this bot lane matchup can flip a lot depending on what's happening with supports and jungles. For Riddle to know where Soft is all the time, it really gives them an extra ability to play through what can be very high damage matchups early into the game.
Yeah. Obviously there is that element of M&M do have at level 6 the ability to basically just deny Riddle from walking forwards. Shredder able to really have a lot of impact. And I think Soft now recognizing that, seeing if there is the opportunity to go for a gank, as Riddle are slowly pushing up. Mishigu's going to go invisible. Shredder looking to catch out. Has got that handshake available, but Soft has spotted out on a ward, and Riddle are just playing with them. They know the Soft's about, and they know when they need to step away.
That's been one of the hallmarks of the day, if you've only managed to tune in for this one or didn't catch, particularly the X7 game at the start of the day. It feels like one of the big hallmarks of today's games have been how well can you play defensively? How close to the limit can you play, and how much time can you waste from people like enemy junglers? As you can see, Ash and Shredder trading their skill shots, and Shredder coming out a little worse for wear. This time Stefan is down in terms of the junglers to aid their bot lane, and Stefan, let's talk about him as well, because individually, this player's actually been pretty standout. course, new to the league in this split. Riddle changed all of their members, and you come into the split and have a player playing like Stefan has, even with the roster changing back and forth from week 1 to week 2 because of suspensions being served out by Vladdy for a couple of games. This player has been the person I've looked at and said, hey, they've really got it.
Yeah, no, Stefan has been really, really fun to watch so far, and you know, a player with tremendous potential, let's say. But you know, Riddle on the other side, they haven't been able to translate that potential into too many victories, just the one in their pocket. So it's very much kind of, you know, getting the feel for playing with this team, playing in competitive and stuff like that. So there's lots of things to kind of keep your eyes on, but Stefan definitely a player that we want to watch their growth over the, well, not just this split, but obviously a few.
Hopefully many splits to come.
Yeah.
That'll be the plan. As I think that's something we can kind of say for I mean, I think coming into this iteration of the NLC as well, coming into the season, a lot of shake-up, a lot of new rosters built. We are starting to track that development. Now, M&M, actually in spring, I know we were talking about, we think that potentially this roster does have a high ceiling. In spring, they showed a pretty high ceiling as well. They had a good run of form from a couple of early weeks, petered off a little after that point, but that development isn't always linear. I have to see if M&M can actually make it stick this time, and of course, can get a little bit further up those standings as Riddle beat them to the punch, and that time, and of course, had their own real scalps that they claimed. They were taking JDXL down of all teams in the first round of playoffs. They've kind of achieved a fairly good result in that last split, looking to actually meet that benchmark rather than achieve new heights compared to M&M.
What's been interesting about the kind of game state over the last, of the last day, to be honest, is how the priority on Gwen obviously remains high, but the priority on the banning of Gwen and kind of just leaving it open has slightly dropped off as Michigu looking to come in. Vladdy has to be careful, can get caught out by the ulti. Chimera just didn't pull the trigger, so Vladdy able to get away with the Spirit Rush, get away to safety.
That was a really good job. Gets it right onto Michigu. Maybe wondering if they could force out a panic flash or something as well as the Spirit Rush, but as you're saying, no, Chimera just not pulling the trigger on that one. Of course, Herald was being started at the same time. Michigu doesn't, it still has the ult and just runs straight past. Now she's like, yep, okay, gonna get back to Star, thanks.
Just wants to get this last 3 farm. No, misses one of them. Soft will be able to pick up this Rift Herald, something we talked about last game, a bit of there's always been an emphasis on Rift Herald, but at the moment, because there's less kills, and getting plate gold is going to be extra valuable. Because of that, translating that into these kind of dragon fights.
I think what that comes down to is, I think it's something that you mentioned a little earlier in the day, probably at the end of that last game, saying that potentially as the weeks go on the new era of League, whether it's just a little less damage in the game, it's a little harder to play out through early kills. If you don't know how to play towards the limits and actually eke out early game advantages, can just go back to basics around objectives, and it is about those objective setups. I think that's why, again, we have to talk about those dragons and those heralds and how these teams want to prioritize them, because that's the easy way to set up for your big game-deciding fights.
Oh, ult comes out from Kevo just to try and chunk out Michigu as much as possible. Kevo actually will be able to pick up another plate here, or just about avoid it. Shredder hits 6, so now Riddle do have that kind of like, let's not get too close. Let's play it a little bit calmer now.
When you're playing with a cleanse, it adds in another factor to it, but you realistically don't want to be dashing into that, as Trouble was actually saying in pre-game as well. Well, Jack's Blank on the other side of the map, of course, taking up that cull on the Gnar. That's another thing we're actually going to start tracking as well, because one of the things that we said earlier in the day, and this was actually around the JDXL game, was if you're giving up Gwen, you've got to really damn well prove it was worth giving up the Gwen, because Gwen has been such a main character, I suppose, in the match that we've had. Michigu looking to chunk out with his ultimate, really going it. Oh gosh, that's good.
Though, tidal waves on. Michigu has to flash away, pop in the heal. They have the ultimate available if Kevo overstays. Shredder doesn't even want to throw it down. First blood for Kevo, and Shredder now having to dodge away from everybody underneath the tower. Burns the flash as well. Michigu just biting off way too much and eating a bubble from Nash.
And just doesn't flash the first skill shot. The turnaround damage from Steel is so bursty. Electrocute. Press the attack. Doesn't matter if you don't have an ignite. Riddle picking up that one fairly easily, but while this is happening, something's had to break in the cross map. It's going to be a Herald summoned in mid. Already a couple of plates gone down, and now it's going to be a lot of gold into the pockets of that Xin Zhao and Lysandra, which are a very bursty combo. And one of the things we're going to have to track when it comes to the team fights, a lot of the go buttons, a lot of the engage that we've seen lacking through today. Now has a lot more gold in this game to make those fights start in the favor of M&M.
Well, first blood has been picked up for the side of Riddle, so that at the moment they've got themselves a pretty significant gold lead. They've been able to accrue a bunch of plates, and as you can see on your screen, it's Kevo. That's where the gold is right now. Got himself a 1,200 gold lead over Michigan.
Oh, back in the day, we'd say that's a BF sword worth of gold. Less important now onto these AD carries, but it's still so much damage. You can see it coming through now.
I think that might just be one dead rat exterminated by Kevo. And turns out there's still a few things that do damage at the moment. Electrocute Nami with the old Lucian, still something.
What are we going to do tonight, Mishigu? Same thing we try every time. Try to get back into the laning phase. It just doesn't work this time. Goes down another time. And it was a little risky picking the Twitch Renata. It feels like in this meta you can get away with some of the more risky lane combos because, again, you just have more stats to play around. You're not getting zoned off of waves so early into the game. But Mishigu now getting punished a sizable amount. And Kevo 2-0, lots of gold already checked in with that gold a little bit before. Was 1,300, probably close to about 1,600, 1,700 now with extra plates being put into pocket.
It's weird seeing the kind of rebirth of Twitch. I haven't been impressed by it today. I've seen this is our third Twitch in a row, and it just feels like it's still fairly an exposed champion, fairly punishable. And Jaxplank actually kind of vibing here. Is going to get sent packing. That's 2 ultimates burnt by M&M, though, for Jaxplank's evolve, basically.
That felt like some pretty Oscar-worthy performances from Jaxplank. They're going, hey, I'm here. I have an ultimate. And then Soft goes, oh, hang on, I don't really want to get caught up for that. Of course, no one was behind him. It's like the old trick with Thresh putting the lantern behind him in a lane and walking up aggressively and seeing what he could burn. And Jaxplank getting a Crescent Guard seemingly for free from that one. And now Jaxplank, again, doing pretty well in the isolated matchup, absorbing a fair amount of pressure. But again, got to track back to this one. Gwen has come alive in those team fights, has been able to do so much damage when left unchecked in the group confrontations later on. That's really where we're drawing our eyes to on this top lane matchup.
Well, we're 13 minutes in. Dragon is not up and available for Riddle. They have already got themselves 2, though, so Mountain Soul on the board. And talking about, you know, even more resistances.
Ooh, this could be an overstep. Look at
though.
Lissandra.
Gonna pop the blast cone. That was actually good. I think Riddle positioned really well there.
Yes.
They just stood on top of the blast cone to make sure that they could get out.
It's one of these, again, it's something that we see quite a lot in Modern League of Legends where someone thinks, oh, now's the time to invade, now's the time to push in for a turret, and they go beyond where their vision line is, and that's when they get punished. So in this case, Riddle not going to get full prey for that. However, much as the last play towards the bot side, which Riddle made, it's going to be damage on tower traded for potential plays towards that. Now, actually, Vladdy only hang on to that tower by just the smallest amounts of HP.
Denies the plate going down, though, to the side of Chimera, while Kevo on the other side got the plate, got the tower as well. 610 gold given to them. You can see Gale Force in the inventory, got the Warhammer, got the...
yeah, it looks like it's going towards the
as well. Yep, versus components. Yeah. I'd like to, once again, just rub salt in the wound and see the gold difference between these two AD carries, if we could toggle that. And yeah, there's
a cruel person, Hitbrain, sometimes. Just like, yeah, you know, I just want to see Michigan's pain very briefly. Thanks, Coach.
Well, you know, I'm suffering too, so I'll bring everyone down with them.
Hey, at least I got my Ahri games today. That's fun.
Yes, yeah, and I've had 2 LeBlanc games.
Yeah, I mean...
LeBlanc games were very underwhelming. They both got fed.
I waited an awful long time for my main to become meta, because Season 3 was a time. Now trying to see if they can flex their muscles now. Gonna get
the charm, get the Everfrost off as well. Cleanse comes down, Vladdy. Just Spirit rushes away. So hard to keep on top of these Ahris. The needlework does a lot of damage from Kalen, but not going to stick too long.
Okay, so but that's Cleanse down. Now, Cleanse, Flash, ult down from Vladdy. Period of time where that Ahri won't just be a solid control tap. Potentially M&M can look back to return to that later. But as we've seen with many of these plays, both of these teams have been pretty happy to cross-map. This time it's Kevo left alone in a side lane. And M&M lose themselves another side lane turret. And at this point, you're going to start losing vision from that too. They have themselves a defensive vision line. You can see actually on the minimap down there, leading up to the Herald, there are a couple of pink wards. Thank you very much, Observers. You're very on it today. But they don't have much vision across the river. There's like 1 pink ward. But while you do have a bit to defend yourself, you realistically, as we said right away from the start of this, want to be playing aggressively with engaged tools, with stuff like the Lissandra ult, playing into stuff like the Twitch opening up and the Renata buying space for the ultimate too. They're not really going to have the same ability to do that if it'll maintain vision control.
Do have that Rift Herald obviously in the pocket of a Riddle, and you know, a lot of people are going, I've never just got the tools here to be able to take this game down, but it's been these rotations, it's been these objectives, it's been these towers, these plates, everything like that. If it has led into a Riddle lead, it wasn't an unwinnable game for Riddle. It was definitely an uphill battle, but they have set themselves up very, very well to be able to try and take this victory. With this Rift Herald in the mid lane as well, it looks to me like Riddle are going to just commit multiple members, try and take this tower down, and at that point, that's where that vision tunnel you were talking about becomes even more oppressive because you can't step up.
I actually wonder if it's more valuable for MNM to not contest this river too much and try and get the tower themselves. Just play it a little slowly. Jax Plank gonna get chunked out on the side by Caleb.
Oh my word.
Let's have the Mega. See that tower again, just holding on at such a low amount of HP from Riddle's perspective of things. They do have that Herald Dope, fighting over that mid priority, seeing that a lot today. It's the easy way to get access into that river, not play around those choke points. And a Cava.
Oh, Mishigu! So much health, but Kalen with the W able to block up all of the damage, but Mishigu just chunked out. He has no items, he has no damage to work with. Essence through the Gale Force onto Kevo. MNM might just have to give this up, but Chimera looking for the flank. Mishigu still kind of feeling it. The tidal wave's only going to land on someone. The claw comes down. Chimera jumps in, flashes forward, locks everyone in place, loses his life though. Stefan able to get the answer out, and there is the Berserk coming down. Doesn't quite hit onto everyone with a hostile takeover, but Kevo is popping off. Shredder is shredded by Kevo. Able to get himself another kill. They get the slope from Jax Plank. The flash comes forward, and Shredder will fall. Kevo gets the double kill.
And while Camera does find an angle, gets into the place he wants to be. Honestly, for me, the MVP of that is the tidal wave and the disruption coming out from that. Oh, Mishigu, buddy. Buddy.
Mishigu. Kevo will flash. Kevo will chase. And down goes the right. He keeps cancelling the autos. Mishigu still running away. But Kevo hot on his heels. They lost him. Mishigu.
So close. Well, we got to see the action which transpired once again though, and honestly this tidal wave does so much for me because look at this, the perma CC onto Soft, so Soft can't immediately dash in. Yeah, Ari goes down, that's kind of the extended benefit from the play earlier, burning that cleanse, but you don't get everything messed up right from the start with everyone back in the middle of things. It's just Lissandra on their own, only get that one kill, and sadly that's not onto the 2-item AD carry. You're talking about components left on the Twitch. They are still components. Riddle had the AD carry damage difference, and Cavo played through it very, very effectively. Huge damage from the Lucian, and that was the story of that fight.
Yeah. I'm just not sold on the Twitch. This is multiple games in a row. Even the one game we've had a win, where Odie played it, Odie wasn't the winning factor for that game.
No, not at all. And I can see the logic, you know, I think that Twitch has a lot of extra X factors you can bring to it. I think the level 1s you can have are very interesting. Speaking of X factors, it's like Lissandra's on a very long flank. That vision control we talked about being control of Riddle actually briefly flicked over to MNM, but not pulling the trigger this time. Had an extended angle. Didn't want to dive in and meet a similar fate to the last time, particularly both cleanses up on the carries now. Much harder to land that killer flank combo.
Stefan needs to use this Rift Herald.
It's very close,
actually.
You're absolutely right. I mean, they've taken down the turrets anyway. So summoning over the wall, going to go towards that bot lane, holds Caleb on the turret. I actually wonder if Riddle can start looking just around the fringes now. Hemming back MNM, making sure that tower does go down. Caleb not able to respond to that Herald just yet. And Riddle actually just taking the easy win, taking that easy gold. And Riddle, now they get to take that vision line even further forward. Again, more wards, more control, less ability for MNM to make their own plays. Their vision line, they're going to have it for about another minute before those wards clear out. And then it's going to be much more difficult for them to find those angles.
Well, Kellum has found out Jax Plank. You can see the damage coming out as the needlework has been thrown down. Jax Plank burning low here. Caleb continues the chase, but there is a red buff on Jax Plank plus the Q, so a lot of slows to work with. The Soft's coming in. Need to see Caleb get this kill, though. Soft probably not the best recipient of it, but he's going to try and make it work. And yeah, you really need Gwen to get that shut down. That could have been a big injection of gold.
I think you had a choice at that point. You see that Mega Narbar, and like, oh heck, that's actually going to be a fair amount of damage. Of course, the Triforce on Jax Plank meant that movement speed was really quite oppressive with the hyper procs popping off too. But Riddle, they do get caught napping just a little bit. They weren't in position to counter with a Baron. That's normally what you see when you have an elongated chase on the bot side of the map. But Riddle managed to push in top side again. Get to kind of continue pushing in the full court press across the other lanes of the map. And retain control of the areas which are important to them. Again, the real way they lose this is by one of those Lissandra flanks. It didn't work out in that last fight. Again, I think that Nash was the real MVP of splitting up that fight, but that shouldn't lull Riddle into a false sense of security. That is always going to happen that way. Just don't let the flanks happen. Make sure that vision control is still in control.
Well, M&M, they are going to be scratching their heads trying to figure out a way in. Yes, that mid tower gets you a bit of gold. Mishigu kind of needs to just hit at least 2-3 items before they're actually able to play, because they are just completely shut out of this, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Just a lot of really, really oppressive bot lane play from Kevo and Nash, and it is just taking Mishigu out for such a long time. Kalem trying to find some semblance of relevance as well. Obviously has got a level lead over Jax Plank, but Jax Plank really feeling it as Kalem actually gonna go for this. Got Chimera in the pocket, and they're looking for the potential dive.
Oh,
but
he's under turret. He is under turret.
Kalem, what are you doing? And Jax Plank finds one. He's looking for a second. The slows are coming in. Chimera doesn't have the ult up anymore. He gets the knockback, and
he's got Triforce move speed.
He can just keep chasing down. The stopwatch is gonna get used, and Jax Plank finds himself a double kill.
That is why we do not mess with turrets on patch 12.11. You don't do it. On patch 12.10 rather. You don't do it. Too much damage. You have that Triforce, extra damage, extra ability to outplay with the move speed, chases down, and now when we said, oh, they weren't in position to take that Baron in the last aggressive side lane attempt that M&M have, they certainly are in a position to do that now. This is going to go straight into the Dragon. Huge series of play from Riddle.
Oh, Mishigu gonna try and get zoned away. It's a good ultimate from Shredder, but only really lands onto two. As Jax Plank finds the slam! Mishigu gets the bailout, but it's not gonna go off in time, and Kevo sliding forward, taking down another Soft, the only member standing, as he is cooked. The Orb of Deception will send him packing as Vladdy finds a double kill.
What a disastrous couple of minutes from M&M. Seemed like things were at least tenable. There was a chance, maybe a miracle flank, but they end up going for seriously what seems to be a huge lapse in judgment through that top side. Immediately follows into a desperation Dragon defense, but Jax Plank comes in after mullering the top side of the map, comes straight down towards the bottom side, charges up Meganar again and slams him.
When you said a tragic couple of minutes, do you mean a tragic 23 minutes? Is that what you mean? This has just not been M&M's game. They drafted so smart, but they did not predict this Kevo lane. Lucian, Nami, Kevo Nash just taking over so hard to the point where Mishigu just isn't a champion. You don't have an AD carry. The enemy team has 4. This Lucian is worth 4 right now.
Oh, well, he's shooting enough guns for so many of them with the double tap passives, and he's so bursty. Infinity Edge built in, the Zeal for the extra move speed and crit. Yeah, I mean, Kevo's at a point where you walk into a lane and Twitch pops out and says, hi, I was hiding. Yeah, okay, go hide 6 feet under in the dirt. Gets put down for another couple of kills. And I mean, Mishigu has really tried to open up and abuse that matchup when he could, but every time he's gone aggressive, it's just been shut down so succinctly by Riddle.
Yeah, Riddle are just playing this game very, very smart. Like you said, it feels like they just kind of relied on good old by-the-book League of Legends. Play back, play chill, and just take the objectives and take the advantages that way. They're already onto an inhibitor tower. 25 minutes in as the inhibitor tower falls. The inhibitors should be quick to follow. Mountain Soul plus Baron just means that M&M don't have an answer here, but they need to find an opportunity. They could get a good ultimate out by Shredder. That could be their window. Turn Vladdy and Kevo against each other, but they've both got cleanses.
You don't have Lissandra with a teleport. Maybe you can flash somewhere into it, but just trying to get something with Lissandra's going to get so hard. You see, even at this point, this feared Gwen, the almighty Gwen, not really doing much. Too far down at this point. Jax Plank, honestly, the huge hero of this game outside, of course, that bot lane. And currently just making sure they can continue jumping into camera, moving forward again, but cannot find the correct angle. Getting stifled out by Riddle's impressive Baron shove.
There is just no fuel in the tank here for M&M. The marshmallows have been toasted, and their base has been destroyed.
They put diesel in the petrol.
I've done that. It was very expensive.
Well, this, judging by the amount of gold they're in deficit, I'd be wishing they'd had a bit more gold to spend on this one. No more expenses really to be allowed in this one. It feels like the game has been shut out for a little while since that last series of plays. Mountain Soul, of course, on there. Riddle just pulling the trigger.
Sophie and a lot of the culling, they're going to try and throw down the ulti. The Berserk's coming off, and oh my word, Nash is deleted. Vladdy's still alive, Kevo's still alive, and everybody is low. Kaelin gets the bail out, but he's going to lose his life. The Twitch damage is just not enough as Mishigu will be slammed into the wall. Mishigu takes a dirt nap, and Chimera gets back to the fountain, gets back to safety, but Soph is on his lonesome. The base is just going to fall to the side of Riddle here. M&M need to pull out a goddamn miracle, and I don't think they have it in them. Towers will crumble, Nexus will fall, and Riddle just slaughter M&M.
And Riddle feels like they just outplay in a lot of ways in this game. M&M, we said they had the aggressive tools, they had the ability to go forwards in a way that a lot of teams haven't had in today's games. Then it came down to that one dragon fight. After that bot lane awkward situation where actually they didn't lose gracefully in a lane, which maybe you can do on this patch, and it felt like a couple of bad fights in a row. Riddle just ran away with the individual leads.
I mean, that was a bit of a bot diff, let's be real. I mean, the whole team played well, but bot diff. Like, really, Kevo, absolutely amazing. I'm kind of happy to see a bursty bot lane still be relevant in this patch, and I feel like we might see more of this Lucian Nami because it seems to handle these champs that want to scale.
Still banned. This was one of the few times we've actually seen it come out, and I'm also happy for the player piloting that too. Obviously, Kevo moving rosters in this split, having a great performance, and Riddle, one of these teams which again had a pretty good performance last split, took down JDXL, continuing on at least with a good early start, looking to maybe push in and reprise that performance in playoffs, maybe?
Well, 12-10 is a patch. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to let our analyst desk talk a little bit more about everything that has gone on today and that game. So, Arkaram, over to you.
Thank you so much. And there we go. Riddle continuing to look really, really strong. They come in with a clean win. And you were talking about this in the green room, and I want to tackle this as fast as possible about M&M. They had one job to secure themselves some sort of a lead versus Riddle?
No, actually, opposite. They didn't have to secure a lead. They just had to deny Riddle from gaining such a lead that happens. That was, to me, that was basically the entire point of the competition. I think you get to a point where Twitch comes online, Lyssandra's really hard to deal with.
Renata?
Yeah, you've got a Renata. Like, these are team fighting tools that in this meta are practically all S tier or like A tier and above, right? In my opinion.
Let's call it as it was.
Yeah.
The draft was a hard winning draft in our eyes, right?
Yes, and to me, I think Riddle's, one true condition to have a foothold in that game was snowballing through the bottom lane, and they kind of did that efficiently, and it slowly bled into the rest of the map. I think if you're able to secure champions like Gwen, Renata, listen to a good matchup, Zin's out, and you still kind of get hard stomped like that, I would have really big concerns.
But for Riddle, though, they got what they needed.
Yep.
They got where they needed specifically as well. This is what we're talking about. As soon as Riddle announced this composition, and then they're working full strength with some sort of scrims coming in, this seems like a playoffs team as well.
I just feel like the fact that M&M had such a strong draft that they didn't necessarily have to do anything and they could win, and then they threw the ball over to Riddle's court, and they're like, look, you have to make the plays, you have to shut us down early on in the game, or later on, 2 to 3 items like Ramada and I said earlier on the desk, the game is over. And I feel like the fact that Riddle showed that individually they can make this happen and every single lane can snowball and you shut down what you need to shut down towards the bot side of the map, I think it worked wonders for them, and I think it shows the strength in communication as well.
It's complicated to navigate with a team that is supposed to go really well against you, but they did it, and they did it comfortably as well.
Yeah, no, and I just think in general, it's definitely a bit of a risky play to, in my opinion, draft what should probably be played in a mostly passive fashion draft against a player like Stefan, and then you're also dealing with Nami Lucian from Kevo in the bottom lane. I think it was just a little bit too high risk, but again, I think if they just executed on not getting I'm not going to say stomped, but it definitely wasn't an easy lane in the bottom side of the map.
Just don't die, 5-head.
Yeah, it was effectively a game of don't die 5-head for about 15 minutes, and they probably would have cruised through to about 25 with relative ease. But again, I think credit to Riddle, right? They got the dragon stacking as well, things like that. Ensuring that they recognize the weaknesses of M&M's draft, albeit a very strong draft, is still what allowed Riddle to have such a strong foothold here.
If we're talking about cruising, Kevo was the one cruising, and he's on the interview with us today after playing with Lucian and taking another W coming in for Riddle. Kevo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
There you go.
Hello,
Oh,
guys.
look at that smile.
Long time no
Look at that smile. I want to specifically look into Lucian, and we see Lucian more and more often, even though we're on the patch that is supposed to go into the late game, and AD carries have been talking with me about I need to learn how to position myself and all that. Do you believe that the core strength of Lucian is, I know you want to get into late game, but I will not allow you to do that?
Yeah, I mean, even though it's the durability patch, I think Lucian Nami is still a very strong pairing. So I don't think it's not really weak later on as well. Like you can even go like Kraken Slayer now, and oh, I'm hearing a bit of an echo. Okay, well, yeah, I think like the pairing is still really strong.
It's a Dark Tech Lucian with the Kraken Slayer coming in with press the attack. Also, looking into this one, I want to understand your side if you believe that the Twitch is going to appear or not. We saw 3 Twitches today, and all of them struggled to get online.
Yeah, I think we'll see more Twitch for sure. I think the champion is like hidden OP. I mean, it's like so hard to punish in early laning phase now because you can't stack up waves and dive. So you can just scale for free on Twitch. And yeah, the champ has so much damage, and it's like really fun to play as well. So hopefully I'll get to play him as well.
There you go. That's the leak. I was trying to get the leak. I got the leak.
That's where he was getting at, you know? He's like, he looks fun. I'll have it one day.
I get baited.
Okay, he's really happy about this one. So let's see what happens on week 3. But the team from Riddle, now that you guys are together, it seems like a few scrims have been played by the team with this core composition as well. And things are looking way more easy for you guys. How are you feeling with this composition?
Yeah, I mean, we actually played a warm-up game. Like, we pretty much had the same comp, and then we had the same champs as well. So we had a good read coming into the game, and yeah, we executed it pretty well. So
you think the team, like the players themselves, the core of Riddle nowadays, is a really good composition now?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we have the full roster together now, and we have some more scrims. So yeah, we're ramping up for sure.
Tell me something. Okay.
I have a very important question for Kevo. Do the solo laners throw random Greek words at each other?
Oh.
I mean, it's us like joking, throwing some malakas in there, you know, every now and then.
Okay, fair enough.
We all participate in it.
Kevo, if I may, and this is between you and me, okay? Nobody else is listening. Torok is talking smack. Torok is saying that he's going to end up the split undefeated. No team is going to meet up with JDXL. And if they lose, they have to present to us an entire video apologizing to NLC. Can you take them down?
Yeah, of course. Next time we play them, yeah, I'll put them on their knees.
There you go. I'm just spicing the story, man. Kevo, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on another victory coming in from Riddle. And I'll talk to you soon, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Honestly, they were close enough. They were close enough. The game looked very close. They had the Kog'Maw Lulu. It was 10k golded, but it didn't really matter overall in the team fights. So they were close enough this time, playing for the first time together as the core roster. Maybe next time that have gelled together a little bit more.
My objective right now is to build up a story around the JDXL.
You're literally making each other like gouge each other's eyes out. Like,
yes.
You love blood, man.
Yes.
He's a Pantheon player.
He is.
Aggressiveness, like 12.10 took away the aggressiveness, so I'm bringing it outside of the rift. So there you go. Now, for the M&M. Okay, I'm looking at you, Jamada.
Hi.
I'm looking at you. You told me.
You're literally the usual suspect when it comes to
Yeah,
it.
They could go into playoffs. What is going on?
I mean, I feel like for the for the last 2 games, right?
Explain yourself.
They've had one condition that they had to meet, and I think they were both the same. Just don't fall the 5, 6, 7,000 gold behind before 20 minutes. And honestly, the game is borderline unplayable for the enemy team composition. But it just seems like whether it's momentary lapse in judgments or whether it's just maybe misunderstandings moment by moment, right? They're just failing at the earliest hurdles in their game right now, which is definitely a bit of a shame because, again, I kind of had the same level of faith in the old Resolve roster from Summer, which is obviously the top half of this M&M roster as well.
It could be the adaptation coming in for M&M as well.
I feel like one of the biggest tools in that huge M&M victory that they had was Shredder on the Nautilus.
Yeah.
This guy was in every kill but 2 in this entire game. He was roaming the entire map. And now after that, he's been put on Renata duty, he's been put on Lulu duty. And even though I understand how important and strong enchanters are right now, I think it's the same story with FTG as well. You put them on a hard engaged champ where they can roam them up and be everywhere, and they'll just gift you the game.
Yeah, you know, there was, I can't remember who it was on the interview earlier that said, it was like, you can still play those hard bullies. I think that is probably Mishigu and Shredder's best style. At the very least, it's the best style that we've seen so far. I want to maybe see that, maybe experiment with one more time on stage.
I'll make that question as soon as we hit with Chimera, the mid laner coming in from M&M after this face-off versus Riddle. Chimera, hello, good night. Obviously, I'm not going to steal a lot of time from you. I know how you're doing right now, so we'll keep this short. Okay, Chimera, I got you. I got you. So this was a tough game for M&M. You brought in specifically like a perfect champion select versus Riddle, but it just didn't work. Why is that in your perspective?
I think we're having a really difficult time adapting to this meta and trying to find a team identity. I think coming into the before the durability patch, we had found a really good way that we wanted to play, and we were really capitalizing on well. Scrims are going really, really well, which was evident in our win against X7. But ever since the new patch, we've just honestly been finding it really difficult to adapt. So I'm hoping that, we will over the next week or so adapt better and kind of find that identity and figure out how we want to play the game. But it's kind of evident from this game that we're not playing around what we need to, roaming, using our mid-jungle Geo to go top to play around Gwen when there's a wave coming in bot is pretty int. So, yeah, we just need to be better, set higher standards, and have more efficient practice.
I just have one more question for you, and then you can go and get some rest. I want to understand that the meta shift, the patch is quite different, obviously, but the identity from your bot line is aggressiveness, rotation, trying to get something on the map. Do you believe that the patch is more influencing that sort of playstyle, or can you force that playstyle because your team really works that way? So what do you prioritize? The meta or the way that the team core existence exists?
I mean, if your team works best with someone like, Shredder moving about on the map, playing something that can impact lanes, then I always think it's better to play a style that fits you. Kind of like similar to my previous answer though, because we've found it quite hard to adapt to this new meta as players rather than, because obviously our drafting I think is completely fine. I think we just need to figure out, find something stable first. If that's going back to the comfort that we had on previous patches, that's fine, and we build off that and take it one step at a time. But for the moment, it's just not working for us. And yeah, we need to kind of get better at it. So I think, yeah, just going comfort and going back to something that worked on previous patches is the way to go, if I'm honest. And we build from there.
Solution, yeah. Chimera, go away, man. I got you. So thank you so much for the interview. Speedy recoveries for you, man. And best of luck for the next games. Have a nice one.
Cheers.
So yeah, maybe getting comfortable with the way that you play is better than looking into the patch.
I mean, honestly, I think there is an angle for it, right? Because a lot of that sort of aggressive play style that you'd want to, leverage, I think lent a lot on 12-9's ability to kind of just tower dive at any moment. And obviously, that's the core part, which is very difficult. Maybe there are still aspects of that style of gameplay that you can sort of lean on, and I'm curious whether or not we'll see, especially maybe even after this talk, there's something that stirs in Chimera's mind. Having worked with him before, I know he's the kind of player that will go back and bring these ideas to teams that he's on and just say, okay, look, this isn't working, we need change. He is that kind of in-game leader, so I'm hoping for M&M's sake they can do that. But yeah, I'm curious because obviously meta is something that is often very much perceived. Sometimes, yes, there are always going to be things that are stronger in the game or weaker in the game. But maybe, again, everyone is leaning on these enchanters, right? At the end of the day, yes, it might be harder to play these kill lanes into the bottom lane. But if that is your style and that's how you play the game, why try and shift away from it if at the moment you look significantly weaker on trying to adapt to the meta?
And if you can identify the problem and tackle it straight away, it takes you a week and then prepare yourself, and who knows what's going to happen on the third week.
I feel like X7 did a very similar thing, right? They were like, okay, we brought MC, we gave him Nidalee, it didn't work. We gave him Zinza, it didn't work. Put him on the Viego, it worked. put him back onto the Viego, even B1 the Viego. It's very safe. It's something he's comfortable on. It's something that it worked previously. We played Senna bot lane, put it down there again. Tempt on his Azir, huge pick, put him on the Azir again. So you like pick these pieces that are so comfortable for your players, and then you just shove in like the last little remaining puzzle piece as well to just complete the draft. I think going back to the drawing board and prioritizing maybe comfort, and then maybe sliding in some meta points at the very end as well.
And I think that is always the band-aid fix. Having come from teams or been on teams that eventually do break, going back to comfort works. Genuinely, yes. If you need to eventually find an endpoint, which is development, going back to stuff that players either enjoy playing or at the very best is their best style of play, whether it's champions, whether it's style, high economy, low economy, whatever kind of style of play you want to get into. That typically is the foundation of getting back to the top of of your own game, or getting back to at the very least being able to compete with what is meta, even if it's not meta at the moment that you're trying to play your own style.
If you're comfortable with it, just stick to it, and let's see what happens for M&M.
Just win.
5-head.
Just win. The play that won today, the play of the day from MasterCard, is going to be shown right now. I have no idea.
Did I mention the player?
Which one is it?
Did I mention the player?
You know the player?
I think I do.
Okay, let's take a look.
I think I do. I think it's gonna be Tempt's big shuffle in this particular game. I just love the way how you will see him at the very end. He's like lurking towards the very back of the fight. He's allowing the fight to happen. But once that Xayah ulties, he just shoves the whole team towards the feathers, which means that these Xayah feathers have zero impact, and it would have been huge if the Xayah feathers were able to be pulled back into his entire team. So I think that his play was absolutely insane. It was very clever how he wrapped around, and even though he walked through vision, the team fight was already so far underway that you're not going to stop and be like, oh yeah, by the way, guys, Azir's flanking us.
Yeah. and that was a pivotal moment in the game, because to be honest, I think if Vinay were able to have a successful team fight, there was a genuine chance they at the very least could have staged the beginnings of a comeback, but that was the complete shutout for Vinay, and it was all off the back of Tempt's play.
Team came in with the stop sign and completely derailed that one for Veneer, and they got themselves the perfect week for themselves. I mean, let's look into the standings so you can understand where X7 ended up this week. You can see them with 2 victories because they started off a little bit weak on week 1. JDXL, though, are undefeated so far. Bifrost are just following them. Astralis Talent, Dusty, Nuriki, Riddle, Vanir, and X7. Everyone is tied up. And then following a team that is still trying to find themselves back into the meta, M&M Gaming and Team Singularity with some issues not only inside of the Rift, but as they told us, outside of the Rift as well. So these are the standings so far on week 2. JDXL really comfortable, but who knows?
I don't know, man. I'm just waiting to see that X7 rematch because X7 were not running on all cylinders, and I think this is a game that a lot of people have their eyes on.
I like that idea. So what are we going to have next week on week 3? These are the schedule. Nuriki versus JDXL. Dusty versus Vanir. Riddle popping off versus X7 now running at full steam. Astralis Talent versus M&M Gaming. This could be a good opportunity for M&M or maybe Astralis to look into the top of the standings. And Bifrost will face off versus Team Singularity. This is going to be a rough one for SNG.
Yeah, no, agree. SNG's run of form and schedule is probably just going to get harder from this point. I don't think they've played any of the top teams just yet. So good luck there. Is kind of do that. I'm looking towards Dusty Vanir as probably my game to watch out for. Dusty looking a little bit, iffy. We heard from Denboxney on how they're feeling about the game as a whole. And I think that's probably where I'm looking. I think the Astralis for M&M, in terms of story, I think in the longer form, because Astralis have, been a team in spring who are struggling with the issues that M&M are struggling with as a team right now, but M&M now actually, or rather Astralis now seem to have a better idea of how they want to play the game, whereas obviously we just heard from Khmer on the interview, it's not quite the same case there. And of course, I think middle game too. I think 2, 3, 4 for me.
What about you, Trouble?
Yeah, I'm looking at Riddle versus X7 esports because Riddle popped off today. And yes, X7 are coming out with a 2-0 week. But again, I'm more than 70% sure that they've returned to form. But it's also the pads and it's also the comfort. What happens when you take that comfort away?
What can we look from this week 2? What can pop to us like final words for week 2?
Enchanters still seem to be broken.
Yes.
Or
The
now
games
seem
are
to be
still
broken.
very annoyingly long.
The games are now incredibly long. I think it's going to take time to adapt. We're still going to have, even on our end, to be honest, getting used to the longer games. But yeah, I think teams really do need to get to grips with, hey, mistakes in the early game can be made in, some teams that are falling too far behind.
Just make sure you make them under tower.
Yeah, just make them under tower. That is a great point. If you're making mistakes, make them under tower. They are your new best friend. But yeah, we're getting to the point where 30 minutes, elapse very quickly, and then it turns into a game of one bad team fight. We'll lose you the game. It's old school League of Legends. I love it. I don't know how people feel about it, because I know it is a little bit slower paced than what we're used to, but it is still the new version of the game. And I think it's bringing us, honestly, more enjoyable games to watch overall.
It's not as punishing as it was back in the day. Now you can bring something weird into the line, something more spicy as well, and maybe make it work. I don't know how you are enjoying the 12.10. Let us know at Twitter, and we'll try to get you back with that one. But for today and for week 2, it's a wrap. Thank you so much for watching. You guys are an amazing community. We are growing non-stop, and I love you very much. Keep feeding in the Summoner's Rift. I'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ayo.